smiled. I won't. Will you take me to the south? I want to see the battles. Perhaps if she saw them with her own eyes, it would make her feel more for her own people. She still couldn't connect with the elves. They still didn't feel like hers the way Briar Hollow did. Maybe they never would. The need to help them wasn't there, but she was capable of it. Shifting uncomfortably, Thane's lips formed a hard line. He still leaned against the pillar, but his casual body language had noticeably stiffened.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
I can't stay here forever, Thane. I know you worry about the enemy getting me, and so do I. But I need to see the war for myself. I don't want to hide. I want to help our people. He lifted his chin and looked out.
I should never have said that to you. Staying away from my father and living among the humans was the best thing you could have done. There is no obligation for you to fight. That belongs to me.
His gaze flicked back to her.
And what of your quest to break our bond?
Clenching her teeth together, she brushed her fingers through her hair. If seeing the war didn't change her mind about wanting to help and fight for the elves, she would have time to go to the mountains and find the dragon sorceress. I'm still working on that. His jaw muscles twitched.
There is someone down south who might know more about our bond, too. We can leave tomorrow. It's a 3 to 4 day ride.
Squaring his shoulders to face her, he said,
But you will not go anywhere near the battlefield. You'll watch from afar.
The rebellious side of her kicked in. My mate is giving me orders? She practically growled the word. I'm well trained, you know. I'm probably a better fighter than most of your soldiers, and you've seen what my magic can do.
No, your High King is giving you an order.
There was no room for argument in his tone.
You want to compare yourself to a soldier, then listen like one. I've never seen you in battle, and just because you can throw a punch and a knife doesn't mean you can go sword to sword with a Pale One. You've trained against humans, not elves, which is starkly different, so I truly don't know if you can fight well enough. Your magic could draw a horde of Pale Ones that may overwhelm my soldiers. When we are down there, you must listen to me, Leala. I've never lost a battle because I know what I'm doing.
She would never admit it, but when it came to large battles, she was naive. Besides, fighting wasn't entirely why she wanted to go south. I trust your judgment. She relented, although the words tasted bitter. He stared at her a moment, seemingly stunned.
As you should,
he said with a growing smirk. Leala stepped out of the gazebo and said over her shoulder, Don't let it go to your head. For the rest of the afternoon, they went around to different booths. Thane sampled a variety of foods which delighted the merchants. Leala took an interest in a small potted tree with thin twisting trunks wrapped around each other, sprouting green, pink, and white leaves. She'd never seen one like it. Aunt Evelyn would be impressed. What is this called? She asked the maiden merchant. It's Drivicus dendium. The white leaves induce invisibility for a time when ingested. I didn't know that was possible. I've never heard of it. She could have used it earlier when the mob surrounded her. It's yours if you'd like it, she smiled. A gift from me to Lady Lightbringer.
Allow me to pay you for it,
Thane said beside her.
It must be rare.
The lady shook her head. No, I insist it is given as a gift. Thank you. Leala beamed, knowing what a treasure the plant was. Aunt Evelyn would love it. Perhaps she could bring her here to the castle one day. That is very kind of you. It's my pleasure. She bobbed her head and smiled at an approaching customer. Fennin took the plant to Leala's room, so she didn't have to carry it while they enjoyed the evening. Leala and Thane were lost in conversation about whether Fennin or Aldrich would win in a fistfight. Leala bet on Fennin, as did Thane, which made the two males threaten to start a match right then to see for certain. When the sun was on the verge of dipping below the horizon, all the elves gathered together near the musicians. The dance! We're going to miss it! Leala exclaimed. Smiling, Thane took Leala's hand and pulled her into a run.
We can make it. I don't even have a partner.
Fennin shouted behind them.
That's lucky for the ladies!
Sunshine retorted. They stepped into one of the lines of elves. Piper came out of nowhere to dance with Fennin, and Vyra snuck up and took to the spot opposite of Sunshine. Slow drums started. Thane bowed and Leala copied him. They held up their palms, and she counted her steps one way and then the other. He smiled at her all the while, and she couldn't stop her lips from tugging up. And then she was in his arms again, spinning around, and somehow everyone else faded away, and it could have just been the two of them moving to the steady booms of the drums. The energy vibrating between them was much stronger than before, as if the music added to it, as if the drums were a living thing. Her skin flamed. She glanced at her arms to make sure she wasn't glowing. Did everyone feel this way? She could get lost in this intensity blooming for hours. Maker above. He was truly beautiful, sinfully so, as she once thought. She didn't notice the small braids in his dark wavy hair until now, or that the slight bronze on his cheeks reminded her of a summer day. When he spun her out a second time and Fennin grabbed her hand, it broke the connection. While she followed the steps with Fennin with her feet, her eyes were set on Thane. When she glided under Fennin's arm and back to Thane, she hated that unwanted desire flooded her insides, and her mate rune seemed to pulse as if it was willing them to stay close. When it was over, all the elves kissed the inside of their fingers and held their palms to the sky. "May the Maker bless us. May light defeat the dark," they said in unison. Then a thunderous boom followed by a shimmering gold light that burst in the sky for a brief moment. Golden trails rained down all around them, and then everyone cheered. Leala whistled and threw both her arms up. "May the light defeat the dark." An elf in full battle armor approached, breathing heavily as if he'd been running a while. The dirty face and dried blackish blood on his hands made Leala shift back nervously.
"Sire,"
he said, bowing before Thane.
"the Pale Ones have overrun Bog's Landing.
He took in a deep breath.
Many are dead. I don't know the number, but they are gathering to take Dunafell."
Chapter 24. Being on the road this time was much different than the long carriage ride from Briar Hollow. Leala wasn't trapped in a carriage. She rode midnight and was given a sword and her daggers and throwing star back. The ground shuddered with the steady march of a battalion of 560. Armor and weapons glinted in the sunlight. Leala swiped at her eyes when dust billowed up from the stamp of horse hooves. All around her, wagons full of supplies creaked and groaned. In the front and back, soldiers held the blue and white flags of Palinor. The air around her was tense. No one had to say it, but they were all nervous and angry. Bog's Landing was a small, swampy town closest to the void. A couple hundred elves lived there, among other creatures such as centaurs, gnomes, sprites, and a handful of rogue dwarven families who left the mountains. Or at least this is what Thane told her the night before. But Dunafell was what worried Thane. She saw it in his eyes. Thousands of elves lived in the southernmost city. If the Pale Ones got to them, not only could it be a massacre, but they could turn a vast number into the horrible creatures. Leala, Thane, Fennin, Sunshine, Piper, and to Leala's dismay, Talon, rode in the center protection of the troop. Talon whined to Thane all morning, insisting she go since they'd ridiculed her for never having seen a Pale One. Tiffapine hid in the folds of the bag strapped behind the saddle. Apparently, whining worked because Leala gave in to her protests as well. "This is so amazing!" Tiff poked her head out enough to see everything. "Look at all the jumbos, and the gleaming weapons and uniforms, and wow, it's like a painting!" After what happened the day before, Leala was nervous about being surrounded by so many elves. But the soldiers were different from the common folk. When she mounted Midnight and rode up beside Thane, the males in their gleaming uniforms all dropped to one knee. Not a single one dared step forward. Either they feared Thane or respected her, perhaps both. Now as they rode out together, already hours on the road, her uneasiness faded. No one bothered with her. There was enough on their minds. like the possibility of dying in battle, being eaten by a pale one, or, worst of all, turning into one. Many of the soldiers joked with each other and carried on conversations about menial things, no doubt to take their minds off the worst. Thane and Fennin were to her right, and they both started laughing so hard they almost fell off their horses. She was sad she missed the joke. "It is pretty amazing," Leala agreed. "You should come out of that bag and sit where you can see better." "Nope, nope, nope," Tiff said, dipping back in. Too many. And if I fell off the horse, it would surely be my end. I'd, at the very least, break every last bone in my body, and then you'd have to kill me out of pity and bury me in the middle of this orange poppy field. Although it is a beautiful and poetic place to be laid to rest, I'm too young to die, and you'd never forgive yourself for it, and I can't have that on my conscience even in the afterlife." "I think you'd get a few bruises and be just fine," Leala retorted. "And no one here wants to hurt you. The High King knows you live in my room. I didn't even have to tell him." "I don't believe it. If he knew, he'd have thumped me with a broom and whooshed me out a window where my tiny broken body would have been left to rot. The guards would walk by it as if I was nothing but trash. If they didn't point and laugh at my demise, I don't know what would have been worse." Leala sighed. Such a dramatic little thing. Tiff opined, "King Thane and the rest of us elves have more important things to worry about, and the king doesn't hate gnomes. This is some made-up notion you have in your head. Certainly no one would laugh if you fell out a window. How morbid." "Mama told me high elves have no love for gnomes, and I believe it." Yet she chose to live in Castle Dreadwich and had dreams of being an elven lady's maid. Rolling her eyes, Leala said, "What I can't believe is that you were brave enough to cut off an elf's ear, but you won't even come out in the open, when you know I will protect you." Tiff picked up a little. Her red hat and brown curls moved in the gentle breeze. "That was under the cover of darkness. I was an assassin in the night, using but the meager light of the moon to guide me. It's high noon. The sun is enough to blind a gnome at this time," she hissed. "I might very well wither away under the harsh rays before any other elves notice me." "You're impossible," Leala drawled. "We notice you, gnome," Piper said from Leala's left. Her rich brown horse nickered as if to agree with her. Tiff gasped and slammed the bag over her head. "She talks a lot for one so small," Piper said, running her hand over her thick red braid. "But I suppose her size doesn't mean much in regards to that. She could talk to a wall for quite some time, I think." Piper chuckled. "Interesting friend you've made." Piper looked directly at the bag. "We ladies need to stick together, even the small ones. There aren't many of us here." Tiff's eyes gleamed in the shadows as she slowly moved the bag open. "I think we are the only three." Her head emerged fully, and she smiled at Piper. "I'm Tiffapine, but my friends call me Tiff." "Piper." Leala noticed they were surrounded by mostly males, but such was to be expected when it came to the military. So few she-elves wanted to fight, and they weren't expected to. She wasn't even sure if many of them trained in self-defense or not. Leala did, but she had reason to. What would she have done if her parents were never murdered and she didn't have magic? Would she be like Talon, playing dress-up and trying to attract male attentions? Would she have learned to sing or spend her days painting? She liked to think she would grow and scavenge for magical plants like she did with Aunt Evelyn. "Don't forget about Princess Talon," Leala murmured. The princess was talking to Fennin, staring at him like he was the only male out there. It annoyed Leala that they acted like nothing happened, like the evil wench hadn't caused a mob to surround her the day before. "How did you become a soldier anyway, Piper?" "My parents have been friends with the Athaels for centuries. When I was young, they brought me to play with Talon, but I grew bored playing with dolls and didn't have an interest in gossiping or walking around in pretty dresses in hopes of catching someone's eye when we became teens. So I started watching the boys spar and fight outside." She grew a smile. After a few weeks of spectating and never saying a word to any of them, Thane dragged me over and shoved me in the fighting ring with Fennin. I was in a dress, and my hair was styled like a lady, and I knew if my mother saw, she'd faint. But then Thane tossed a sword at my feet and said, "Let's see what you've got." I expected them to jeer and make fun of me, but the group of both young and older males simply watched, and when I bent down and picked up the sword, they started to cheer me on and even started shouting instructions. Obviously, Fen took it easy on me because I had no training, but I loved it, and every day I went back for more. "That sounds like me," Leala said, although many of the human men ridiculed me relentlessly at first, especially about my ears. But some took special care to see that I learned. The guardmaster, Hansen, took me under his wing, so to speak. He had an eye for my Aunt Evelyn. He became like a father to me in many ways, protective and a guide. He showed me how to be lethal. Leala's eyes dropped down to the saddle horn. She'd trained all those years with one thing in mind: kill the royal family when they came for her, and now she rode beside them. "I can't imagine living among humans," Piper said with a shudder. "No offense." Her mind dipped back to slinging mud at Novak, Forrest, and Wren when they were children, and then jumping into the river to wash the grime off. The three boys would always dunk each other, and Leala would laugh. Aunt Evelyn always said it was unfortunate that the only kids close to her age in Briar Hollow were boys, and she was fighting in the mud and using sticks as swords rather than playing with dolls, although she had dolls of her own. I've had a good life with them, even if there have been some tragedies. Thane cleared his throat and bumped his leg into Leala's.
"I need to go and talk with some of my soldiers, but when we stop tonight, I have a surprise for you,"
he said, teeth gleaming in the sun from his big smile. Her stomach did a little flip. She had no idea if that was good or bad. Eyes narrowing, Leala asked, "What kind of surprise?"
"One I think you'll enjoy."
When the stars and moon were the only light, the battalion stopped and set up camp. One side of the terrain, in the not-too-far distance, were the Ranaheim Mountains rising high with snow-capped tops, and on the other side of the road were open flat fields of crops as far as the eye could see. The distance held torchlights and homes. Piper said it was a town named Bendbrook. Within their camp, fires roared with roasting meats that made Leala's mouth water. Once horses were secured and tents were set up, lines formed for food. The sound of many elves talking at once filled the space. They laughed, some shouted. One man danced with some unique footwork while his spectators jeered and threw things at him. Leala thought he was a good dancer and didn't understand the food throwing. She bit into an apple while sitting on a log next to a fire. Some of the soldiers walked by watching her, whispering as they passed. One worked up the nerve to wave at her. She returned the gesture. "They don't know how to act around you because you're their High King's mate," Piper said, taking a seat beside her. "They don't know if they should bow to you or stay as far away as possible, but they will fight to the death for you." "Because I'm his mate or because I'm me?" "Both, I think," Piper answered. "But you have no idea how much these elves respect and admire Thane." Thane walked among the soldiers like he was simply one of them and not their High King. He stopped and talked with different groups, making sure everyone had what they needed. Before they left, she believed he would ride away from them while on the move and sit in his tent and only allow visitors of high rank. Maybe it wasn't just his skill that made it so he'd never personally lost a battle. He made them feel like they couldn't lose. She heard some of the things he said.
"With soldiers like you, we'll tear them apart. The pale ones will shit themselves when they see the ravens coming. They always do."
Leala turned to Piper. "What are the ravens?" "That's what we are." She gestured all around with her hands. "This particular group of soldiers was hand-chosen by Thane to fight for him when he goes south. We come in when the enemy has gotten too bold and needs to be reminded that this is our land and they can't have it." Leala smiled at Piper's obvious pride. "Why ravens?" Ravens are an omen of death, Tiff said, climbing up on the log and sitting between Piper and Leala. Quite a clever name, in my opinion, although I think plain old Deathbringers or Bloodletters would have been better. No misunderstanding that. Leala chuckled. True, and I'm glad you finally emerged from the bag. Well, it's dark now, so no one will notice me except the two of you. She patted both Leala's and Piper's thighs. A couple servants brought over plates of food, and even a small one for Tiff. The gnome jumped to her feet and scrambled behind Leala's back, where her nails dug into the skin as she clung on to hide. The servants left the plate on her spot on the log. I told you we see you, gnome, Piper said, and then bit into her roll. Twisting around and pawing at the gnome, Leala said, And get off me! She finally caught her leg and dragged her out from behind and sat her on the log. They brought you food. Now eat. Oh, well, it does look rather delicious. I suppose I can eat a little. Tiff grabbed the roll, which was half as big as her, and chomped into it. Tearing a piece so large, Leala thought it would take her several minutes to get down. She ate it in seconds. When Thane's looming shadow cast from the crackling fire fell on them, Tiff squeaked, knocked her plate into the dirt, and darted into the shadows behind the log. Leala rolled her eyes and then stood, as did Piper. Would you like to sit, sire? Piper asked, waving a hand at the log.
For a moment, while you two finish eating.
He sat down in between Leala and Piper, where Tiff had been. Leala leaned back and searched the shadows, but the tiny gnome scuttled off somewhere. So, you said you have a surprise for me, Leala said, and then took a bite of the salty meat. It was juicy and flavorful, and only a few bites filled her belly. She wondered if they added something to it to make it more satiating. After all, there were a lot of elves to feed.
I do.
And what is it? Leala set her plate aside. You've kept me waiting all day to find out. Not very polite, High King. He turned his head with a pointed stare and a growing smirk.
You want to speak to me on the topic of politeness?
Piper snickered on his other side. I've been very polite, Leala said, and couldn't hold back her smile at the obvious lie. Downright cordial, even. Probably the sweetest elf you've ever met, I'd wager. Thane laughed and slapped his leg.
Are you willing to put your money where your mouth is?
I'm fond of a good wager, but not in games I know I'll lose. Leala stood and stretched her arms over her head. Like cards. I'm terrible at any game to do with cards. Thane rose to his full height.
Perhaps you'll get to play a different game. Come on.
He led them through the camp. Soldiers nodded, said their greetings, and a few stopped to shake his hand. Leala smiled and tried to look amiable. Some of these elves wouldn't come home after they fought the Pale Ones, and she wanted to be as kind as possible. Loud cheering from somewhere nearby, and a small group of elves heading toward a huge orange light pushed Leala to her toes to see better. What could be going on over there? Is that the surprise? Leala asked. What are they doing, fighting trolls? Thane chuckled.
No trolls, but fighting.
Leala's heart picked up a little speed, and a zing of energy coursed through her veins. When they stepped around the last tent, they came upon a large circle of elves cheering on a pair fighting in the middle. They grappled on the ground, rolling and grunting like animals. Thane put a hand on her back and pushed them through the soldiers, who moved once they saw who approached, until they reached the front.
You said you knew how to fight. I want to see for myself.
You want me to fight with your soldiers? Leala asked, staring at the pair now punching each other in the face.
Only if you want to. I thought you might want to train since you haven't for a while.
After blood leaked out of one elf's nose, and the other had a split above his eye, an abnormally tall elf stepped in and called the match. The pair shook hands and walked out of the circle with their arms around each other's shoulders, throwing compliments about how great the other was. Leala rubbed the back of her now sweaty neck. She missed training with the men in Briar Hollow, and most of them stopped being a challenge for her years ago. But stepping in the middle of a ring with the High King's hand-picked fighters was a little intimidating. Another pair stepped in the circle and bowed to each other, then pulled out swords. Couldn't you and I train somewhere a little more private? The corner of his mouth ticked up.
You want to tumble around in the dirt alone with me? I'm intrigued.
And what if I did? She knew exactly what he inferred.
I don't think you're ready.
I'll be the judge of that. He chuckled.
If you want to spar with me, Leala, you have to earn that privilege. I don't step in there for just anyone.
She faced him and put a hand on her hip. And here I thought you'd be jumping at the chance. I'm hardly just anyone. I'm your mate that you seemingly can't stop thinking about.
Now you're admitting it?
Sounds like it, didn't it? Although I still haven't seen you on your knees. She wanted to get under his skin for once, and it appeared to be working. He flashed white teeth.
You're teasing me. Who is this new Leala?
I've always been this Leala. You just had to work to get past my hard outer shell. She laughed when he rolled his eyes.
I bet you can't take one of my soldiers, let alone me.
He paused briefly.
It would be a repeat of what happened in my bed. Although, I must say, I didn't mind you on top of me, even if you had a knife at my throat.
Flashbacks of that night warmed her cheeks. I'm sure you didn't. But what are the stakes? Because I'm fully willing to take that bet. If Thane wanted to test her, so be it. A thrill went through her at the thought. She'd win this no matter what.
Oh, let's do something fun.
He paused.
If you lose, I'll ask you a question and you have to tell me. If you win, you can ask me anything and I'll answer. And not something trivial. Something real.
What did he want to know? It didn't matter anyway. She wouldn't lose. Fine. Do I get to choose my opponent? Nervousness and excitement ran through her equally. She started thinking of what she wanted to ask him. What deep, dark secret might he have?
I dare say you'd have to, since I doubt any of my soldiers would volunteer to spar against Leala Lightbringer.
The two fighters' swords rang and clanked. They grunted and groaned when they pushed against one another. A musty, sweaty odor was like a cloud with all the soldiers gathered so close in the warm summer air. Watching them carefully for weaknesses, Leala didn't catch many. The two were well matched and didn't leave many openings to strike. She glanced around the ring at who she might choose. Every one of them was taller and broader than her. They'd also had elven strength, and although she'd never sparred against an elven male, she assumed they were stronger than human men. Thane certainly was, but he was different. Piper would be a good match, size-wise, but Leala wanted to prove a point to Thane, and picking her would be predictable. And do we choose if we want to use weapons or not?
Yes,
Thane answered.
If weapons are used, then the fight is stopped when one gets the other in a life-ending position. If it's hand-to-hand, then it's stopped by him.
He pointed to the tallest elf there, who stood off to the side with his arms crossed.
We don't do this to hurt each other. It's to test and refine skills, and keep the soldiers in shape, and to get their minds off the coming battle. It also builds bonds.
She would definitely choose a weapon. Although she could fight hand-to-hand well enough, it would be risky, and she didn't want to get punched in the face, even if she thought none of them would dare. When do you train?
Most mornings, right as the sun comes up.
And you've never asked me if I wanted to join? His green eyes sparkled in the orange firelight.
To be fair, you don't seem to like or want my invitations.
Well, I would like to join you.
All right,
he said, and she could tell he was trying not to smile. The crowd around them burst into a cheer as the match was called.
I knew it!
Someone nearby shouted.
You owe me a bottle of wine when we get back!
Leala's eyes snapped to the ring as the two shook hands. She missed who won. Thane put a hand on her back and guided her forward. Everyone fell silent. Their breathing, the night insects chirping, the crackling fire seemed loud now. A few whispered about what was about to happen. Thane stopped them in the center and said,
Leala is sparring next. She will choose her opponent.
The hush of the soldiers was eerie as the hundreds of eyes stared. Her gaze swept across them. She could almost hear the thoughts of, "Don't pick me," from the worried looks. The only ones that made eye contact with her was Sunshine and Piper. Aldrich, Leala said, using Sunshine's real name. The soldiers let out an
"Ooh,"
as he stepped forward, grinning. When he reached them, he stuck out his hand and Leala shook it.
"It's an honor to be chosen,"
he said. A look passed between Thane and Sunshine. She wished she knew what they were silently communicating. "I choose swords." Aldrich nodded and pulled his weapon from the holster on his back and stepped away, swinging it around to warm up. Leala gripped his sword's leather-bound handle and tugged it loose. Thane backed her up a few steps.
"If at any time you—"
"Don't placate me." Leala stared him in the face. "You'll be consoling your friend soon." Thane smiled.
"Confident. I like that."
Once he was to the side, Leala marched at Sunshine with determination. She wasn't simply proving herself to win a bet or to show Thane she could fight. This was to verify to the Ravens she could contend with them, the High King's hand-picked warriors. Her breaths moved in and out in steady, trained motion. Her grip on her sword tightened as she brought it up and stepped to the side with a quick strike. Aldrich blocked it, but his blade came dangerously close to his face, and his grin dropped. He may have thought this would be easy, that he would toy with her a while so as not to embarrass her, but she was by no means someone to be toyed with. He underestimated her strength. She swung again with her elven speed. The clink of their blades slamming against one another echoed off the Ranahai mountainside. Then again and again, they circled, striking, blocking over and over, high and low. He favored his right side heavily. Sweat beaded on her brow. Her steady heart was a calming sound as it pounded in her ears. They hit again, but this time they pushed in a battle of strength. Her arms and legs screamed with the effort, and she sidestepped when he overpowered her, but used the momentum and shoved him in the back. The circle of elves started shouting, some for Aldrich, some for Leala.
"You're allowing a female to best you?"
One of them yelled. "Knock his ass into the dirt," Piper bellowed. He turned around and came at her with quick strikes. She blocked everything he threw at her, then dropped low and swung her leg out. It caught his foot and he stumbled backward into the elves behind him but didn't fall. Damn it. They shoved him forward, and Leala struck with a downward hack and again at his ribs, and it got through, smacking into him hard. She expected him to block it and didn't pull back enough, and it cut into his side. He cried out. She jerked her sword back and dropped it. The clang of it reverberated loudly in the silence. She gushed. "I'm so sorry." Holding his side, Aldrich slid his sword up to her neck, the cold metal like ice against her flesh.
"Don't ever drop your sword."
In her haste to see if she'd hurt him badly, she did the one thing she never should have. But this wasn't a real fight. Against a pale one, she never would drop her sword. "How bad are you hurt? I don't care about who won right now." Aldrich's face blanched white, and he put his arm around her, forcing her to bear much of his weight.
"I'm fine. It's a scratch."
"I don't think so," Leala murmured. After he broke his leg not long ago against the Pale Ones, she felt bad to hurt him again, even if magical plants could heal him quick enough. Others ran forward and surrounded them, shouting about the outcome.
"Leala won with that blow. The fight would have been stopped."
One soldier argued.
"No, she dropped her sword before it was called."
Another argued. "We all know who was going to win either way," Piper barked. "Leala." Thane stepped in and tugged at the fabric of Aldrich's top.
"It's not that deep, but get him to the medical tent."
Aldrich pulled his arm from Leala and took a few slow steps into the grasps of Fennin and Piper.
"Sire, who won?"
A stout blonde elf asked. He gave Leala an apologetic look.
"According to the rules, Aldrich, since Leala dropped her sword, and he put his blade to her neck before it was called."
A bunch of the elves booed.
"She whipped his ass! He was on the defense the whole time!"
Someone in the crowd shouted.
"She's as skilled as any of us,"
Another said.
"Leala Fightbringer!"
The firehead Leif shouted and many laughed. He put his arm casually around her shoulders.
"You think she's a raven, boys? Caw! Caw!"
Then they roared with cheers. The chorus of deep voices all around made Leala's arm hair stand on end. She was accepted into the group, and didn't know how much she wanted that until right then. Thane smiled at her with pride.
I think she is.
Then Thane lightly shoved him in the chest and pulled Leala to his side.
Now back off. She's mine.
Leala rolled her eyes as everyone laughed.
Chapter 25. Just when Thane didn't think he could find Leala any more attractive, she went and proved him wrong. She proved she could fight. Her magic was impressive, but her talent with a sword against one of his best fighters was even more so. A skill like that took years of practice, dedication, and fortitude. He pulled her by a hand through the horde of his warriors. They patted her on the back, smiled, fist-pumped, cheered her on as they passed by. She'd earned their respect and been accepted by them, which wasn't easy for any elf to do. When they came upon his 5-pole tent, grey in colour and thick enough material to stop the wind or insects from getting in, he pulled the entrance flap aside and gestured for her to step in. She hesitated.
I planned on sleeping in a tent with Piper.
Why did she always think the worst of him? Did she honestly think he would try to take advantage of her? Maybe he shouldn't have claimed her like that in front of everyone. Technically, she wasn't his. The mate spell wasn't even complete, and she hadn't chosen him. Maybe he pushed her away by doing that, and she was finally starting to lighten up after their last argument. I expected you would. Can we talk for a while first? She lifted her chin, straightened her shoulders, and stepped inside. After she glanced around at the makeshift bed of sheepskin furs, a single wooden chair, and a heavy black trunk full of his belongings, she said,
I thought there'd be more.
I like to travel light on the road. She toyed with the dagger at her belt for a moment, then claimed the only chair. Thane sat on the furs and began to unbuckle the sword sheath latched on his chest. So, since you lost the fight, you owe me an answer. Her mouth dropped.
You know I won that fight. Losing on a technicality is horseshit.
He licked his lips and set his sword on the bed beside him. He slipped his weapon belt off, placing it in the dirt, and then laid back into the soft blankets, wrapping his hands behind his head. You impressed me, by the way. I expected you to have skills, but nothing like that.
Thank you.
So, as a consolation, how about a question for a question, then? Her eyes held him steadily.
I suppose that's fair. I won't be making the mistake of feeling sorry for your soldiers when I beat them again. Ask away.
What happened 2 years ago when it felt like your heart shattered? He'd been dying to know this for years. It haunted him knowing how much pain she was in, and he couldn't be there. He had his suspicions, but he wanted to hear it from her. She tore her gaze away and stared at her hands on her lap.
Ask me something else. Anything else.
He frowned. Why don't you ask me a question, then? She sat a little taller.
How did your father really die?
He knew that was coming. After taking in a deep breath, he said, I killed him. Her eyebrows significantly raised, but he continued. I knocked him unconscious, tied him to a horse, and sent him into the void. The last time I saw him, he was being dragged down by pale ones. He expected her to be surprised, but there was something else there, something he couldn't quite understand. Are you disappointed?
No. I'm glad he's dead. I'm just surprised you'd do that. Not just because he's your father, but elven law states you should be executed for your crime, not take his place as king.
Assassinating kings simply wasn't done by the elves. It hadn't ever been done to his knowledge. His grandfather, who ruled before, died in the last war with the Black Mage, and before that, his great-grandfather stepped down after reigning 1,000 years. Prior to that, wars shifted and changed leaders, but never was there an inside killing. Never had an heir killed to take his father's place. Which is why I didn't want to tell you before. The people, as well as my mother and sister, would demand my execution.
I won't tell anyone, and not only because our lives are linked.
I pray that you don't, and I hope you take my honesty as an offering that you can trust me. The flickering candle on the small table at his bedside danced in the quiet. Leala stared at the flames for a moment as if trying to figure out a puzzle she didn't have all the pieces to. Voices of soldiers walking by drew their gazes to the tent's entrance. If any of his ravens happened to overhear what had been said, Thane didn't think they'd tell anyone. They cared about him more than his father. But it was still dangerous information. When the voices were gone, she spoke again.
So why did you?
He tisked his tongue. If you want me to answer another question, you have to answer one. Her chest heaved as she took in a deep breath.
Someone I loved died that day.
Someone? Thane questioned. She stayed silent. Thane stared at his deep brown boots getting drawn into his memory. My best friend, Osric, died 2 months ago. We'd been in battle, and he was bitten by a pale one. Thane drew in a steadying breath. It still hurt to speak of him, and it would hurt even more so to say aloud what had happened that day. There was nothing the healers could do to stop the change, and when he turned, I didn't have the strength to end it before he could turn. So when he woke with skin white as snow and hair that once was warm turned alabaster, and lips as black as coal, I hoped that he would be able to see reason, that some part of him was still there, and part of him was. He knew me. Thane stopped talking as his throat tightened and tears burned his eyes.
You don't have to tell me any more,
Leala whispered. Thane's heart thundered at the flashbacks, at the images of Osric laughing as he pulled a sword and tried to skewer Thane, and then tried to bite him. Swallowing down the lump in his throat, Thane went on. Anyways, it wasn't him anymore. I killed him, and something in me snapped. I knew I'd have to kill my father. I'd known it for years, but I was a coward. I couldn't do it. I kept thinking he would change. I kept reasoning that he wasn't as bad as he was, even when he was set on bringing back the Black Mage and using you to do it. After I killed Osric, something in me died. Maybe it was my compassion. I don't know. But I went after my father the next day. And then a few weeks later I showed up in Briar Hollow because with my father gone, you would be safe. Palinor would be safe. At least that's what I rationalized.
I can't imagine how much it must have hurt you,
Leala said. Even if Tenebris was an evil tyrant, he was Thane's father.
In both cases you were right. You shouldn't feel any guilt.
She looked away briefly.
But I wish you would have let me kill him. I wanted to.
Truth was, the guilt ate away at him, a little more each day. Every time his mother or sister talked about Tenebris, when the people held a huge memorial service for him. He knew what his father was, hated him even, but it still left an invisible wound because he loved his father too. Despite everything, he loved him. But putting down Osric was the hardest thing he'd ever done. It nearly ripped the heart right out of his chest. Well, it's done now.
His name was Novak,
Leala said without any prompt.
We had known each other since we were children. He was a few years older than me, so we didn't get along until I was about 15. I think before that he always saw me as an annoying little child. For years we were friends, and we trained at the yard together, and we walked the woods behind my house, picked berries, and hunted for plants for Aunt Evelyn. Then his younger brother Ren kissed me one night after a night of drinking. It was very unexpected, I assure you, and Novak punched him for it. I never knew that either of them had feelings for me. But I loved Novak, and he loved me, and when he died, he almost took me to the grave with him.
Thane was quiet for a moment, trying to find the right words. A part of him will always be with you. I am sorry you lost him, Thane said, and he truly was. He could feel the ghost of that pain even now through the magic between them. How did he die? Leala shot to her feet and hurried for the tent flap.
I'm done talking about it.
Damn it. Thane shoved himself up off the furs and darted in front of her, blocking the path. I won't ask again. Leala pushed him aside and stomped into the night. Thane sighed and watched to make sure she made it into her own tent adjacent to his, and when she closed the flap behind her, he sagged a little. How was he supposed to know that the way the man died would be worse for her to talk about than him actually dying? It must have been traumatic, but it couldn't have been worse than when he had to cut Osric's head off, or worse than when he had to carry Osric's broken, changed body and slam the shovel into the ground over and over while he sobbed so he could bury his best friend in a shallow grave. Or worse than when he told Osric's parents what happened. Obviously, he shared a different kind of relationship than Leala did with Novak, but he loved Osric like a brother. When he went back to his bed, he removed his boots and shirt and curled up under the blanket. After he couldn't fall asleep for a while, he opened his trunk and pulled out his folded leather that contained medicinal flora. He took out a dried azure slumberberry and popped it into his mouth. Hopefully it could calm his mind. Eventually, he fell asleep. The next morning he awoke and dressed. Hesitating outside Leala's tent, he paced for a moment. She said she wanted to train with him, but after the way she left the night before, he didn't want to ask and get something thrown at his head. Ah, blast it. He shoved through the flap. Leala still slept, as did Piper. One of Leala's long legs poked out of the blanket and her tangled hair half covered her face. He nudged her foot with his boot. "Wake up, dearest. We're training before we head out." Leala slowly sat up and pushed her black hair out of her eyes. Half of her blue button-down shirt hung off her shoulder. She yawned and tugged her shirt up.
"It's still dark out."
"We'll leave soon after sunrise, which means if we're going to train, we have to do it before." Piper rolled over and covered her head. Tugging the blanket off her, Leala revealed her bare legs. She wore nothing but that shirt and thin, silky, emerald-green underwear. His eyes were drawn to the length of her thighs and the curve of her hips. "I'll be waiting outside."
"You sure you don't want to stay and watch me dress?"
she teased, picking her trousers up from a neatly folded pile beside her. "Is that an invitation? Perhaps you can take some more off instead." Piper threw a pillow at Thane.
"Ew. Save your bedroom talk for when I'm not around."
He tossed the pillow back and laughed on his way out of the tent. When Leala emerged a few minutes later, her hair was tied back in a braid, her weapons were strapped on her hips and back, and she looked as grumpy as ever.
"Do I at least get a cup of energy tea and something to eat first?"
"And here I thought you'd be glad I woke you to train. I can let you sleep next time instead." Thane tossed her an apple. "The cook should have tea brewing."
"I am glad you woke me,"
she yawned.
"but I didn't sleep well. There was a rock jabbing my back the entire night, and Tiff decided she wanted to snore on the pillow next to me. I wanted to smother her with it."
"So vicious," he said playfully.
"I'll show you vicious in a minute."
They stopped at the cook's tent. The only other elves awake at this time, drank down some energizing tea and ate a couple biscuits. He didn't like to be too full when training, but he needed something to fight off the ache in his belly. He led Leala to a clearing far enough from camp that they wouldn't be bothered, but close enough they could see everything. The stars were still shining brightly, but to the east light peeked over the hillside, giving them enough to see each other clearly. Briefly glancing at some of the tents in camp now being pulled down, Thane said, "I don't know what you do, but I start with a run, push-ups, pull-ups on a tree branch if I can find one, practice sword moves, and then spar with a partner."
"How about today we follow your training, and tomorrow I'll show you mine?"
"That's fair." Thane started off at a steady pace, jogging toward the massive gray-faced mountainside. Soon they'd be close enough they wouldn't be able to see the top. The grass grew vibrantly green, and the atmosphere smelled of wind and rivers and pine trees. The needled trees bunched in pockets around here. Thane followed a thin goat or perhaps a centaur trail. The soft dirt below his feet was pleasant to run on, unlike rocky, ankle-breaking paths.
"How old were you when you started training?"
Leala asked. Was she actually trying to make conversation with him? He wondered what caused her change in attitude the last few days. Ever since the festival, she'd been amiable, even to him. His mind pulled up the memory of the day his father sent him into the training yard with a sword that was much too big. He remembered that although it didn't feel heavy, it was long, and the blade dragged on the ground as he carried it. His mother patted him on the head and gave him a little push when he hesitated to meet with his master trainer, Jorgen. The trainer had a scar down the side of his face. Tall and thin, he looked like a giant to the small child.
"I'll be watching the entire time, my love,"
his mother said, smiling. Thane peeked over at Leala. "I was 6. Shortly after, Jorgen got a proper sword for a boy. The training started."
"That seems a little young, doesn't it?"
Thane lifted a shoulder. They didn't expect much of me at the time, and they weren't hard on me until I was older. It was more technique and mindset training, learning to get up and follow a routine, I suppose. And you?
I started at 12, which means you have about 9 years on me.
She gave him a shove that sent him stumbling off the path.
But I bet I'm still better.
She propelled ahead into a sprint. Thane shook his head, smiling, and dashed after her. She was fast, he'd give her that. He was at his body's full running capacity, his arms and legs pumping hard before he caught her. They weaved between boulders and trees as they raced across the grassy landscape. He had a feeling he'd be chasing after her for a long time. Maybe always.
It's nice to run with someone who can keep up.
She hollered.
No one in Briar Hollow could.
You're in Palinor now. Everyone can. Thane jumped up and swung from a tree branch, catapulting over a small stream, and landed clear of the water on the other side. Leala leapt over, her boots splashing at the edge. She grinned at him and reached back. The rub of metal on metal chinged as she pulled her sword. Waving it slowly in front of her, she tapped her boot lightly.
Let's see what you've got, High King.
Make her above, she looked good with a weapon. He thought he might prefer her like this over fancy dresses, but she was beautiful either way. When he took out not one sword but two and weaved them in front of himself to show off, she started laughing.
You wield 2 swords,
she mused.
I didn't know that. I thought you simply had a backup.
As if I'd ever lose either one, he said with a wink.
No matter. I can contend with a cheetah.
Cheetah? They clashed swords. The clang of metal ricocheted off the sheer weathered rock to their left. It's a skill like any other. It doesn't make me a cheetah. She knocked one sword aside and then blocked his other. Ping, clank, grind. Their blades slid off each other. She jabbed straight at his belly. He darted around and ran up the trunk of a tree and backflipped over her head, landing lightly.
He's got moves.
Leala purred. I have other moves I'd be more than happy to show you sometime. She narrowed her eyes in a predatory gaze and swung right at his very important male appendage. He sucked in a breath and blocked the strike with both swords. Whoa now. That was a little too close.
You practically asked for that.
They carried on for a while, both easily blocking every attack, although he wasn't trying to get through, and he could see that she wasn't either. Soon he found himself laughing, and he couldn't even say why, other than he was simply having fun. It was enjoyable to train with someone who wasn't trying to prove themselves to their king, or worse, trying not to hurt him so they blunted their skill. She was at ease, and that put him there too. After they were both breathing heavily and sweating, he backed up and dropped his arms to his sides. Shall we call it for the day? He hadn't even realized it was fully light out, and they were meant to leave soon after sunrise. They're probably waiting for us back at camp. Leala sheathed her sword.
That was fun. I'm excited to do it again.
As am I.
Shall we run back to camp? I think we got pretty far, at least a mile.
She climbed on top of a large rounded boulder and peered with her hand shading her eyes.
Yep, the camp is taken down, except maybe your tent. Although it looks like they're sparring in small groups, so not entirely bored.
Thane strutted casually ahead. It's a good thing I am High King, and we go when I say we go. He jogged on, expecting a remark from her about his arrogance, but it never came. When he didn't hear her footsteps behind him after too long, he turned. She wasn't on the rock, which now looked small because he'd gotten so far away. She wasn't anywhere. He turned in a full circle. Leala? Was she playing a game? If you're hiding, it's not funny. We need to go. Nothing answered but the wind. The steady thud of his heart quickened. He ran back to where he left her to find a wide area of flattened grass where she may have jumped down. But would she have fallen and then rolled around? There were several trees around she could have climbed and a few scattered boulders a ways off, but the stone dropping in his gut told him she wasn't hiding. His walk turned into a jog when he looked up into the canopies of the nearest trees to find them empty. On the side of the Ranaheim Mountains, there was a dark crevice that looked like a jagged scar on the grey rock. He stilled himself and closed his eyes, reaching out for that gentle line that connected him to her. His mate rune itched like a healing scab. Close. She was close. In his mind's eye, a lavender cloud directed him toward the mountain, toward the crevice. His eyes shot open when her panic hit him with full force. Leala!
Chapter 26. Leala's head throbbed, and her vision was so blurry everything looked like dark blobs of paint around her. She thrashed about, fighting whoever held her legs and upper body. It smelled like a carcass mixed with a musty aroma of moss and pine. Water trickled, and the feet of her captors quickly splashed in it. Were they in a river? A stream? She'd been near one when sparring with Thane. Where was he? Did they get to him too? She bit at the cloth tied around her mouth, but it would take much too long to chew through it. The moment she climbed down from the boulder, she was knocked on the temple with a rock that dropped her to her hands and knees. Black spots took the place of the scenery around her. Although she didn't completely lose consciousness, she was dizzy and disoriented. Immediately after, someone wrapped a rope around her upper body and jabbed a barb into her arm. The effects of whatever poison it had been laced with seeped through her veins quickly and rendered her magic completely null. She couldn't even feel its fight to get out, let alone release it now. She blinked several times, finally clearing the blurriness away, and got a good look at the captor holding her legs. A pale one, the inky black around her eyes and lips, the pure white hair and skin. Leala screamed, fighting even harder. She kicked so hard it sent the dark female flying back into a cavern wall. Her feet fell into the shallow water and hit her calves. They'd carried her into a cave and make her above. What did they plan to do? The one holding her upper body gripped her harder. His fingers dug in on her arms enough to leave bruises.
Calm down, sweetness.
His gravelly voice sent shivers down her spine.
Master just wants to talk. If I wanted you dead, I'd have skewered you already for a nice juicy kebab. I bet you'd taste good.
Leala drove her head back, catching him on the chin hard enough he let go. With her legs bound, she couldn't run, so she worked to loosen the ropes around her arms to get the dagger at her belt. Arms wrapped around her again, and the pale one put his lips to her ear.
Mathicus wants to see you. Stop fighting or I'll bite you right now, and that pretty black hair can be as white as mine.
Her blood chilled enough to freeze her into stillness. His mouth was dangerously close to her. His breath smelled like death, and she forced a gag down. The female pale one pushed herself up and balled her hands as she charged and drove her fist into Leala's gut. The pain had her gasping for air as she bent over. She gagged on the cloth in her mouth and forced herself to breathe through her nose. The creature may as well have had a brick in her hand, it landed so hard.
Master said not to hurt her.
She'll be fine. You're the one who threw the rock. The female grabbed Leala's face, squeezing hard enough that jagged nails bit into her flesh. She forced Leala to look up and meet her black eyes. She could still hardly drag in a breath. You're what all the fuss is about. The second she released her hold, a fist clopped Leala's cheek from the other side and sent her crashing to her knees. And shortly after, her face hit the water. She jerked up within seconds. The pain radiated down her body, then throbbed where the impact hit. Water streamed down her face and neck.
That's enough,
the male screeched. His voice echoed loudly off the walls of the damp cave. He held her firmly against him.
Mathicus will know it was you who marred her face, not me.
A few bruises never killed anyone.
And if you killed her, it would be both our heads. Now stop fooling around and help me.
Finally, Leala got her hand on her dagger and dangled it to saw at the rope. The female abruptly started screaming and slammed her hands to the sides of her head. Ah! Make it stop! Make it stop! She threw herself into the wall with a sickening thud and dropped to the ground. A whistle and a glint of metal shone just before a knife went through the dark female's temple. Leala jerked her head to the cavern's entrance, and there stood Thane in all his raging glory. His swords glinted in the light, his hair billowed in the breeze. His face was onyx shadows and furious seas. The pulse of his magic hit her like a tidal wave. He unleashed its hold, and although it was powerful, it oozed over her like warm honey, a protective shield of some kind. The pale one holding her trembled. He must have felt something different, threatening, wrathful. Leala finally cut through the rope, pinning her arms down, and drove the dagger into the gut of the pale one behind her. She stabbed wildly over and over as he howled. Swinging around, she slashed the blade across his neck. Thane grabbed Leala's arm and pulled her away from the pale one as he fell to the side, gurgling black blood.
Are you hurt?
He asked frantically.
Did they?
They didn't bite me, she finished, which made her wonder why. He had every opportunity. Thane jerked her into him and wrapped his arms around her in a tight squeeze.
I thought you were gone.
Leala melted into him and returned the embrace. I'm still here. Something flowed into her. Foreign emotions she always repelled, not knowing what they were. Thane's relief flooded her like a broken dam. Scowling, he pulled back and looked around.
Are there more?
I've only seen 2, but he mentioned bringing me to Mathicus. She frowned. I never realized they were so aware, so intelligent. I thought of them as mostly mindless beasts following their instincts, more like an animal than like us. Thane moved for the cave opening.
They don't lose their cognition when they turn, but their instincts to kill, maim, and feed are strong. I think what they lose is their conscience, their emotional intelligence of right and wrong. Osric didn't care that I'd been his friend for all our lives. He wanted me to be like him.
When they stepped out into the daylight, Leala's eyes burned with tears. The stark contrast from the darkened cave to the brilliant sun hurt. But these 2 didn't want to kill me. They were following orders.
The older ones have more control. Osric was freshly turned. If I had let him live, he would have found others like him, and eventually he would have been able to follow orders.
He glanced over at her as they ran back toward camp.
And why didn't you use your magic? I know it could draw more, but if your life's in danger like that, you must. No hesitation.
They dosed me with Catagus. I can't feel my magic right now. Pulling up her sleeve revealed a swollen red mark on the flesh of her left forearm.
It's only temporary.
His eyes lingered on her a beat longer than usual.
You need to see a medic.
I'm fine. She reached up and touched her cheek. It was sticky. She thought the wetness she felt was from the stream, but when her fingers came away bloody, her stomach ached. The rock that knocked her down must have done some real damage, or when the female punched her in the same spot.
You're not fine.
I don't want anyone to see me like this. I don't want them to know how close the Pale Ones got. A worrisome thought stirred in her. Somehow they keep finding us. I don't trust your soldiers. I hate to say it, but one of them may be leaking our location. Thane shook his head.
No. No way.
Do you have another explanation? How did they know where we were after leaving Briar Hollow? Or if they were the ones to trash my house, how did they know it was mine? It wasn't anything I did. Thane's mouth formed a hard line.
You're suggesting that one of the 3 people closest to me in the world betrayed me. That's not possible.
Did anyone else know where you'd gone? Thane shook his head.
Not unless we were followed.
Piper, Aldrich, or Fennin might have told someone without malicious intent, or one of you could have been overheard. Tiffapine may not be the only gnome or small creature hiding within the castle. Leala clenched her teeth. Either way, someone is a traitor. He darted around a tree and then swept back to her side.
Anyone in the city could have seen you leaving with us. It doesn't mean it's my friends or Ravens.
That doesn't explain the first encounter with the Pale Ones outside of the bright hot forest. That wasn't a coincidence. They had a leader. The one who spoke to me called me a dark mage. He knew what I am just as these 2 did. Thane went quiet until they reached camp. Most of the elves were sparring in pairs or talking in groups on one end, allowing them to slip mostly unnoticed into Thane's lone standing tent. A few sentries dipped their heads as they passed, but they weren't stopped. Throwing the tent flap aside, Thane stepped in and held it open for Leala. Holding her now throbbing head, she slipped inside and plopped in the chair. Thane opened his trunk and dug through it, cursing and grunting as he did. What are you looking for? Leala asked, closing her eyes and leaning back. Her head felt like it might split in half.
Ah, here it is,
he said. Leala opened one eye to see he held a brown satchel. He flipped open the flap.
It's my medkit.
She sat taller and held out her hand. Just give me a cloth and I'll clean myself up. After setting the bag down, he drenched the tan cloth with whatever was in the green glass bottle he had in hand.
Do you ever allow anyone to help you without pushback? Pearl and Raina have told me stories.
Traitors. Letting out a huffy breath, Leala snapped. You literally just helped me in the cave. I didn't complain. He shot her a scowl.
That's different. And you haven't seen the cut. It needs stitches to stop the bleeding and healing balm.
Leala stood and stepped closer to him. Then give me a mirror and I'll do it. He shoved the cloth against her wound and held it there firmly.
Sit,
he commanded. Much to her chagrin, she complied. She gripped the wooden handles of her seat as he pressed and dabbed the cloth. It smelled strongly of plant oils, perhaps peppermint and pine grout, which smelled similar to lavender. It also burned with astringent, but the pain began to subside. She stiffened when he slowly and carefully wiped down her neck. His concentrated face was inches from hers, and maker above, had she stopped breathing. Although she knew he didn't mean for it to be, the gesture felt sensual. The hairs on her body prickled when he gently sponged the blood that stained along her collarbone. His eyes lifted to hers, and the intensity that passed in those brief moments sent a tingle down her spine. He pulled his hand back and cleared his throat.
I got most of the blood, but there's still some in your hair. You have to wash in a stream.
He tugged on the collar of her top.
And there's blood all over this, too.
She didn't realize she stared at him like a doe at the other end of an arrow until she dropped her gaze to her shirt. That's more than I thought.
Exactly as I've been saying.
He held a needle in hand.
Now this part hurts the worst, but you must hold still.
The cut was near her eyebrow, a sensitive area. She gave a curt nod, and an unnatural wave of calm filled her. Grabbing his wrist before he could press the needle into her flesh, she asked, "Did you do that?"
What?
"It is you," she breathed, heart stuttering a beat. "How do you send that calming feeling to me?"
I do it through our magic bond.
How?
I don't know how it works entirely.
He bent to eye level with her wound.
I just know I can connect with you, in the same way you send your emotions to me without meaning to, I suppose.
So, she sent him all her bad emotions while he tried to calm her. This connection between her and Thane was more intimate than she ever thought. With her teeth clenched, she dug her fingers into the chair as the needle pinched over and over until the wound was sealed shut. After dipping his fingers into a tin of balm, he rubbed it over the wound and lightly over spots on her other cheek where the pale one's nails had dug in. Thane began placing items back in his satchel.
You should be healed up by tomorrow.
Thank you. She lightly brushed her thumb over the smooth pommel of her dagger, admiring Thane for a moment more. He really saved her life back there. She slowly pushed up from the chair, waiting for him to say something more. He didn't. She nibbled on her lower lip. Well, I'm going to put on a new shirt, and if anyone asks, I fell during training. She hurried out of the tent before he could respond. The tent she slept in the night before was gone, and with it her belongings. A group of 5 soldiers walked by with their horses in tow.
Good morning, Fightbringer,
said the one with dark hair and a crooked grin. Morning, she said with a quick wave. Do any of you know where Piper is? Since she was one of the only females there, they'd know exactly where she was.
She's over by that tree.
The soldier closest to her answered.
Are you all right? Looks like you got injured.
He tapped his temple. Oh, I'm fine, thanks. She turned before they could ask more. Jogging over to where Midnight and Phantom were tied, she found Piper and Tiff sitting nearby under a tree. Midnight greeted her with a nicker, and was already saddled with her belongings. You two have held up the entire company for an hour longer than usual. Piper stood and brushed the dirt off her pants. Her demeanor changed when she asked, Why is there blood all over your shirt? I hit my head on a rock. We were sparring and I tripped over a tree root. Leala gestured toward the stitches. I didn't take you as clumsy, Piper said skeptically. I'm not. Waddling over with a handful of berries, Tiff popped one in her mouth. She looked up at Leala. That sounds like one of those things abused wives say when they get beat by their husbands. I know you don't have a husband, but you have a king who is notorious for being ruthless. The king didn't hurt me. Now that didn't sound like a lie, Piper said with a smirk. Tiff went on as if nothing had been said. Although I do have a feeling, and don't ask me why, but I bet he has gentle hands too. Sweet hands. Can you imagine them running through your hair? She twirled a lock of her rich brown curls around her chubby finger. Or rubbing your shoulders, or... Leala grinned. Are you in love with the High King, Tiffapine? Of course I'm not. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Her cheeks turned as red as a ripe strawberry. More ridiculous than a squirrel loving a horse. If you say so, Piper teased. He is nice to look at, though, isn't he? Piper gave a quick wink at Leala. Oh my goodness gracious, he is so handsome. The most handsomest elf I've ever seen. Tiff gushed, holding her hand over her heart like she might swoon. Leala and Piper burst into laughter. Hey, you tricked me into saying that, Tiff whined. I only said it because I didn't want you to tell him I think he's as ugly as a bridge troll. Never mind his muscles and those shiny green eyes and the fact that he looks nothing like a troll. Leala dug into her bag and pulled out a clean shirt. After setting it on Midnight's back, she tugged off her sword and holster, unbuckled her corset, and tugged a dirty top over her head. She peeked over her shoulder, hoping none of the soldiers were watching. Midnight blocked most everyone from even getting a chance at catching her changing. Why is it so hard to believe I tripped anyway? She slipped the fresh shirt on quickly and finished dressing. Piper bit into her apple. Because the she-elf I saw fight last night against Aldrich would be aware of her surroundings. He's better, by the way, Tiff said. I saw him this morning, up and walking around like you didn't bust him in the ribs with a sword. His pride is hurt more than anything, Piper said with a shrug. But Talon and Fennin kept him entertained while the healers fixed him up. What's the situation with those three? I don't know. Talon liked Fennin for a while, but she gets bored easily. Aldrich has been spending a lot of time with her recently, but I never thought anything was there. But I could be wrong. She couldn't see the attraction between them. Aldrich was bright and funny, while Talon was cunning and vindictive. Fennin was too smart to fall for her wiles. But after what Talon did at the summer solstice, she still owed her retaliation, and perhaps she'd use Sunshine or Fennin to do it. Leala stepped on a raised tree root which gave her enough height to reach the stirrup and Mount Midnight. From there she got a better view. Most of the soldiers were on their horses and lined up. She didn't see Thane anywhere, but his tent was being taken down by a small group of servants. They didn't wear uniforms like the soldiers, but rather various traveling attire. We better get going. It looks like we're moving out. Piper lifted Tip up and set her behind Leala. She untied Phantom and her golden horse and took hold of their reins. I'll meet you over there. As if a sign from above, Sunshine and Talon crossed her path. How are you two lovebirds? Leala called, and both of them turned as if they'd been whipped. Chapter 27.
Lovebirds? That's probably an offense to the princess. She could do much better than me.
Aldrich chuckled and ran his hand over his dirty blonde hair.
Nice fight, by the way. You sure can swing a sword.
He patted his side where she cut him. Leala caught the quick subject change, which meant she might be on the right track. So can you. Sorry about that. Talon cut her a glare. Well, if it isn't the wayward lowborn again, how did you enjoy the festival? It looked like you had such a good time with your adoring devotees. It was so nice of you to give them pieces of your hair. Wench. I did have a good time, actually. Aldrich is a good bodyguard. The princess tightened her grip on her horse's rein. I'll be sure to pass on to my brother that you have a thing for Aldrich and your body. Maybe you want him to touch it.
Whoa, whoa,
Sunshine said, holding up a palm, giving her a confused look.
Don't pass anything remotely close to that to your brother. That's not... just no. Hard no.
Poor Sunshine had to be wrapped up in the squabble. She won't because she knows it's not true. She's just angry I outrank her now. Poor princess. You should learn to keep your mouth shut, Leala, or you might find yourself in a shallow grave. Does she know that her brother's life and mine are linked? She wasn't afraid of Talon either way, but the princess might be crazy enough to try it if she didn't know.
Princess,
Sunshine snapped.
Do not threaten her. She is under our protection, my protection. She is set to be your queen in but weeks.
Maybe yours. She kicked her horse and rode ahead. Not mine. When the troop moved on, Leala found her place in the center. She tugged her hair loose from the braid and let it flow freely to cover the injury near her temple. Since Piper didn't believe the story, she didn't know if anyone else would, and she didn't want to tell the lie over and over again anyway. Although she was safe in the center of hundreds of elven soldiers, she found herself searching for pale ones among them, scanning the outskirts for them lurking among the shadows of trees or hiding in the tall grass for an ambush. She found none, but it didn't mean they weren't there, waiting, watching. Was Mathicus near? Even his name forced a chill down her spine. Did he not want her turned? She assumed she couldn't be a pale one for their purposes, or that creep would have bitten her. They would have turned her to get her on their side. At least she lucked out where that was concerned. Thane rode close beside her, looking over frequently as if he worried she might suddenly vanish. Now that she could distinguish his emotions and allowed them through the connection, she knew his anxiety. She watched Thane for a moment, admiring the profile of his beautiful masculine features, and she thought of the way the Pale One screamed out of nowhere, crying out in pain and threw herself into the wall so hard it might have killed her. Did he do that? If anyone could save the whole of Adelon, it had to be him. He was a strong leader, and he knew what he wanted. Perhaps it was his magic that could destroy the void, not hers. What if she was the darkness and he was the light? What a cruel act it was for fate to have bound them together. Thane peeked over again, worry etched in his face. "I'm not going anywhere," Leala said with a half-smile. "You can stop worrying." It would have scared her too if Thane had been captured. If he died, she died. It was strange to think that her life was tied literally in the body of another elf. His face smoothed out and he relaxed his tense posture.
"I'm not worried. You're so beautiful I can't seem to look away."
"Liar." She pulled her boot from the stirrup and gave him a little shove on the thigh with her foot. Phantom looked back and whinnied as if to tell them to stop messing around.
"Must I hand you a mirror so you can see yourself properly?"
"You're dodging."
"Maybe I learned that from you."
"Sire!"
One of the soldiers called back.
"We have a rider approaching. Looks to be one of ours."
"I'll be back."
Thane nudged Phantom into a trot and made his way to the front. Leala tried to sit taller to see who it was, tried to listen for what message was brought. But the clop of hundreds of horse hooves, and wagons shifting and creaking, and chatter from all around prevented that. She couldn't even see Thane over all the soldiers ahead of her. Thane didn't return. She and Piper and Tiff speculated on what news kept Thane. Had the Pale Ones overrun Dunefell? Had the city been burned down? Were there refugees on the road trying to get away? Leala wanted to ride ahead and find out. "When Thane wants us to know, he'll tell us," Piper said. She was better at following orders than Leala. Nightfall came and the ravens stopped. Tents went up and the aroma of cooking food filled the air. It smelled of ham this time and seasoned vegetables. Probably more bread if it hadn't gone stale. Although they only got one meal a day, besides nuts or other small snacks they brought with them, she couldn't think about her stomach. Leala paced by the fire, waiting for Thane. He had to come to his tent to sleep at least, didn't he? "Where is he? Did he leave?" "I don't think so," Piper answered. "You're awfully nervous for someone who claims to dislike him." "I'm worried about the city and the people there." "Uh-huh," Piper said, leaning back into her rolled-up sleeping bag. Fennin and Sunshine were nowhere to be found, so she assumed they joined him. If he went ahead and didn't tell her... "You know our lives are linked, right? If something were to happen to him..." Leala drug her thumb across her neck. "You sure that's what you're worried about?" Piper pulled the plaits of her braid loose. "He's fine. He's fought many battles and is still alive, isn't he?" "So you think he went ahead and is fighting?" Piper sighed. "No, he would have told us. Or someone would have. I'm fourth in command here, you know, after Fennin." Leala dipped her hand into her pouch of nuts and grabbed a handful. "Then why weren't you invited to do whatever it is he is doing? And where am I in this chain of command?" Because my first assignment is to watch you. Piper crossed her ankles. Your second. Leala froze and slowly turned on her heel to face Piper. Second? Second? No, that must be a mistake. That doesn't make sense. Wouldn't it be some general or fenin or something? By law, as his mate and betrothed, even if you are not yet wed, you're higher ranked than any of us, even above Talon, which is why she hates you so much. In the line of succession, she's fourth, and when it comes to military movements, she has no say in what goes on here while you and he are alive. But... Leala couldn't even come up with words. That couldn't be correct. Everything in Palinor was done officially. If they weren't married, then she wasn't technically queen. Thane even said that himself. We aren't married. No, but most would agree that being bound as mates is more official than a wedding. With marriage, the only thing that shows you are together is a signed document. Mates are just as legally binding. You aren't the only two to ever be bound, Leala. Mage Veston secured many with mage runes on their wedding day in his years. It became the fashion, if you will, after you, the magic child, and Thane, the Prince of Palinor. It is seen as a true commitment since it can't be undone. They even think it's poetic because if their mate dies, so will they. Anxiety welled up in her. Why wasn't she told this before? But the spell hasn't been completed for us. Piper rolled onto her side and stared into the fire. As we all well know. Leala rubbed her forehead, struggling to comprehend that she was second in command and in the line of succession for the throne of Palinor. And what happens when it is completed? What else is there? For you two, I don't know. She shrugged. Everyone else is bound on their wedding day. You two are children, so it could only be partially done because you must both agree. Maybe nothing will change. Maybe all that's left is the time limit. Breaking the tension, Tiff showed up dragging a canvas bag of goods larger than her with a huge smile. I got snacks! They ate while Tiff prattled on about her run-in with a pixie who tried to steal the sack of berries she picked. Always with the dramatics, and this tale wasn't lacking. She punched me straight in the face, Tiff crooned. I bet I'll have a purple shiner here soon. Battle wounds for the prize. I hope you two are happy I'm willing to share the spoils. These berries be blood berries. You're not even bleeding, Piper said. She was, Tiff said with a wicked grin. Leala popped one of the berries in her mouth and nodded, but her mind was elsewhere. She watched every soldier who appeared in the firelight, hoping it was Thane or someone coming to bring news. Why wasn't Piper more concerned? Even when a light drizzle of rain dampened her clothes and hair, she waited outside. The fire still burned, but the wetness brought it to near embers. When Piper and Tiff both moved inside the tent and fell asleep, Tiff's snores were proof, Leala walked back and forth between her tent and Thane's. The clouds above blocked the stars and moons, creating an eerie black night. Every movement, every snap of a branch or deep voice nearby brought out instincts to pull her sword. Only the very wisps of her magic came back, and the lack of it put her on edge. A tall cloaked figure appeared in the glow of the barely visible orange light. Before she even saw his face, before he even spoke, she knew it was Thane. Something in her recognized the essence of him. Thane! She tried not to sound too desperate with relief, but she failed. Leala darted in front of him before he could enter his tent. What happened? He tugged his hood back, revealing the dark circles under his eyes. He pushed his hand through his hair and stepped around her and into his tent. She followed without being invited. It must be bad. While he rummaged through his trunk of belongings, she waited quietly by the exit. He took out a bottle of wine and pulled the cork. It must be really bad.
Half of Dunafell burns. They're trying to evacuate the city and save as many ladies and children as possible, but they also have to make sure that the innocent aren't being followed to be slaughtered on the road.
A low growl rumbled in his chest.
The fact that we even must do that is disgusting. They would kill our children and eat them.
He shuddered. Her stomach ached at the thought. Have the Pale One's numbers suddenly grown? Are we lacking soldiers? I don't understand why they're breaking into Palanor now when they haven't before. Palanor has held them at bay for hundreds of years.
They have broken through plenty of times, but not for long and not far. They've never reached Dunafell in any large number. As you know, some stragglers get through from time to time, but they aren't a huge threat.
Thane dropped into his chair and took a big gulp of wine.
Their numbers have grown, but that's not what drives them now. I suspect it's because now they know where you are, and they are fighting harder. I sent some of the ravens ahead. If they ride through the night, they should be there in the morning.
Shouldn't we all ride through the night then? How many soldiers have been lost? How many civilians? The children on the road? Images of small children screaming and running, of their mothers dying to protect them, flashed across her mind. She shook her head, trying to clear those horrible thoughts. Thane gave her a long look. She couldn't quite read his expression.
I'm surprised you care so much,
he finally said. That stung a little. She didn't believe he meant it as a dig at her character, but after the way she treated him, she deserved that comment. Truthfully, she didn't realize she cared so much either. But how could any person with a heart not care about dying children? He went on.
And we need some fresh fighters when the others are tired. As far as numbers lost go, too many.
He tilted his head slightly to the side and held out the bottle.
You want some? I'm sorry I don't have a glass for you.
This is all because of me, Leala whispered. She gripped the handle of her dagger on her belt for something to take the brunt of outrage and fear and anxiety pulsing through her. They're dying because of me. If I didn't exist, then...
Don't go there.
He rose up and in 2 strides was in front of her.
The Pale Ones existed to slaughter before you were even a thought. This is the Black Mage's fault, not yours. This is what he and they want you to think. Mathicus and the Pale Ones want you to doubt. They want you to fear them, because they know you don't know how strong you really are yet. But when you find out and let go of thinking you're but a pawn in this game to be used, when you realize you are the queen, the most powerful chess piece on the board, they will fear you.
He shoved the bottle into her hand.
Now have a drink.
Leala gulped and brought the bottle to her lips. After a slug of wine, she murmured, "Thank you." And she didn't know if she was thanking him for the speech or the wine, but both warmed her chest. Chapter 28. After Leala passed the bottle of wine back to Thane, he gestured for her to have a seat in the lone chair while he removed his wet cloak.
Are you cold?
He asked.
Your clothes are wet.
No. Although it was drizzling, the temperature was warm enough. Leala tapped her feet on the ground. Do you still wish me to stay out of the fight tomorrow? He stilled while removing one of his boots and lifted his eyes.
Unless it's absolutely necessary, yes. And it has nothing to do with your abilities. I know you're a good fighter.
She expected that answer, especially after she was captured by a pair of Pale Ones. As long as the battle went in their favor, she'd stay out of it. More than anything, she needed to learn how Thane strategized troops and what it took to defend a city. She fought well one-on-one, but this was more than just her. Will you stay back, or will you be on the front lines? He tossed his boots and then rested his forearms on his thighs.
That all depends on how things play out, but keeping you safe and out of their hands is more important than anything else.
On one side, the Pale Ones believed she was a tool to bring back their master. On the other, the elves thought she was a tool to destroy the void. Either way, she was a tool. Almost nothing more than an object in their eyes. But if Thane was right, she wasn't a pawn. She was a queen, and she could move anywhere on the board. Do you play chess? Leala took another long drink of wine and passed the bottle back to Thane. He brought it to his lips.
I do. Mage Vestin taught me. He said it would sharpen my mind.
I played it with my Aunt Evelyn every week. We had tournaments in Briar Hollow monthly. Guess who is the reigning champion? He smiled.
You?
Unfortunately, no. Aunt Evelyn is. Leala thought back to the last tournament and how Evelyn had got her with a knight. She always seems to be one step ahead of me. I've beaten her in the game, but it's rare.
This is the woman who raised you?
Yes. She was my mother's friend. Leala toyed with the willow necklace. They made wine together and ran an apothecary in the valley. My father was a sword maker. I wish I had one of them, something that he touched. Thane was quietly staring at his hands clasped between his bent knees. His long dark hair hung like a curtain, covering most of his face from Leala's view. She wished she could know what he was thinking rather than emotions, although she couldn't feel anything from him.
I remember you said Briar Hollow was your town. What did you do there?
I trained almost every morning since I was 12, and when I was 19, they promoted me to Briar Hollow's vice-chancellor. It's the position just under Master Guardsman, who was in charge of policing and making laws. Basically, if there was trouble, I handled it. And everyone came to me with their problems, although it wasn't part of the job description.
What kind of problems?
Thane lifted his head and sat erect, giving her eye contact. Oh, like when Lorena thought her husband was cheating on her, she came to me. I followed him for a day and found out he was going to the next town to sell his bushels of apples for a higher price so we could buy her a ring. They'd been so poor when they got married. She only had a piece of twine wrapped around her finger. She crossed her legs and grew more comfortable. Thane was easier to talk to than she expected. But then again, she'd never really given him a chance to speak openly with her.
At least it turned out well.
Thane said, leaning back into his pillow.
I expected the story to have a different outcome. Would you have told her if you was cheating like she thought, even if it broke her heart?
I would have felt bad, but yes. It's better to know the truth than live a lie.
I planned to offer my sister's hand in marriage to the young lord of the Woodland Elves, in hopes to unite us.
He sighed.
At the very least make us allies rather than squabbling over small pieces of land. I can't afford to lose any more soldiers over something so petty when we have an ongoing war with the real enemy.
I think you should give Talon a choice. Leala bit her bottom lip. A choice that you or I never had.
Ah, yes.
Thane's mouth twitched.
I should have known you'd say that. I wouldn't force her if she was entirely against it. But she's ambitious.
Leala shook her head. Is there something between her and Aldrich of Fennin?
They both know exactly what she is, so no, I don't believe so. They're close, but over the years I've never seen anything romantic between her and Aldrich or Fennin. They treat her more like a sister. All of us are like family.
Talon was cold and snake-like, nothing like how Leala would treat family. Leala watched her direct the servants like they were imbeciles and barely worthy of cooking her dinner or washing her clothes. At the castle, when Leala eavesdropped a few times, she heard Talon say horribly mean things about her so-called friend as soon as she left the room. Her exact words were, "Her voice is ghastly. I don't know why we allow her to speak at all." The others giggled. "And did you know her mother was a low-born elf, the daughter of a horseshoe maker? Can it get any worse?" Why are you so different from her? She hadn't a chance to eavesdrop on Thane, but she watched how he treated everyone, from his mother to the stable master, and it was all with respect.
You think we're different?
I know you are. Thane smiled at that.
I suppose it's because she was spoiled and I was not. I had to work hard and she didn't. My father loved her. I don't think he ever loved me.
He went quiet. The drizzling rain pattered on the tent. The lone candle flickered, creating shadows under his already heavy eyes.
I suppose I am better for that.
He said so quietly she almost didn't catch it. Instinctually, Leala almost said she was sure his father loved him even if he didn't show it, but she caught herself. This was Tenebris they were talking about. There was no point in placating him with lies. He'd also recently killed his father, and she wasn't sure how he felt about that. It was intrusive to ask. She wouldn't even know how to phrase the question without sounding insensitive. Maybe Thane loved his father even if his father hadn't loved him. Maybe it nearly killed him to do what he'd done. For her. What about your mother? I think she's been avoiding me.
My mother has always been there for me, and probably is avoiding you.
He said with a smirk.
I can't for the life of me fathom why. You're always so sweet.
Leala rolled her eyes. Must I apologize again? I'm trying my best to... What was she trying to do?
Your best to...
He prodded. To be cordial? Our lives are tied together for now. There's no reason I need to make us both miserable. She thought about Piper and how close she and Thane were. She was curious about his relationship with her. Has there ever been anything between you and Piper? I won't be offended, so don't worry. Thane's lip curled.
Me and Piper?
He asked, almost laughing.
No, not that there's anything wrong with her, but she knows I've only had room in my heart for one. Besides, I think she likes Fennin, but she won't admit it.
And that one was her. Leala's skin tingled and she quickly added, Fennin? Interesting. Does he like her?
Fennin likes many females. He's not ready to settle down. Piper knows that.
He held out the bottle of wine to her.
Mage Vestin said we could possibly convince the portal to take us to the Cedarak Mountains.
Her eyes widened, and she took the wine. It would make the journey weeks shorter. Why would you tell me this? You forbade me to go. She remembered quite clearly every word he said to her that night.
It's not entirely my place. Although, as our lives are connected, I think I should have some say. I've told you before I'm not keeping you prisoner, but I did kill my own father to keep you out of enemy hands.
His jaw muscles twitched.
You know what you risk going there. I hope you find another way.
He hopes I find another way. He wants out of this. And somewhere deep inside, a small ache protested at that. You said you know someone in Dunefell who might be of help, so there may be another way. I should let you get some sleep. You look tired. She finished off the wine and set the glass bottle on the table at his bedside.
There's room in here for one more.
He patted the bed.
You know, if you get scared and need me to chase away the nightmares from that pretty head.
She flipped a middle finger at his wicked grin on the way out of the tent. When morning came, Thane did not wake her for training. She woke to find Piper packing up her things and the sun already up. With a frown, she pushed out of bed and dressed. After rolling up her sleeping mat and blanket, she nudged Tiff. It's time to go. Tiff shot up. Her wild curls looked like a bird's nest on top of her head. Go? Yes, we're leaving soon. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. I'll make sure your things are packed. I gotta do my job lest I get kicked back to the mound. Thanks, Leala said with a smile, even though she had already packed on her own. She stepped out into the dewy morning air. The rain clouds from the night before cleared away to bring forth a brilliant sunrise. Already the dampness was lifting. Leala made her way to Thane's tent and stood outside, fidgeting with her dagger's handle. Should I call his name? Peek inside? She couldn't knock.
He's not in there,
Fennin said from behind, and Leala jumped. She whirled around as if she'd been caught stealing. Oh, all right. She cleared her throat. I thought you went with the group who left last night.
I was going to, but Thane asked me to stay to help guard you.
Ah, of course he did. She tried not to sound annoyed, but she was. She didn't want to be what kept some of the best fighters away from the innocent people who needed help in Dunefell.
It's not just about you, you know.
Fennin said.
If something happened to you, we would no longer have a king, and since he has no heir and no uncles or brothers, that would leave Queen Orlandia as ruler. We'd be overrun by Pale Ones within a fortnight if she were left in charge. She has no interest in running Palinor, let alone doing a good job of it. It would be chaos.
That hit harder than he likely even meant it to. Leala tried to kill him before. She had no idea the fallout his death would have caused. She assumed someone would step up in his place and everything would work itself out. She can't be that incompetent, and surely some military leader would step up. You, perhaps? He smiled crookedly.
I would do what I could, but without a strong king or queen to look to, I fear the High Elves will lose hope. This war has gone on for so long, Leala. We're tired. Tired to our very bones. Even the souls of the newborns must be.
She seemed to feel that tiredness in her lineage. Do you think I was born to destroy the void? Leala asked tentatively.
I think your life has been steeped in sorrow and anger.
His heavy-lidded eyes found hers, and for the first time, Leola saw that bone-deep tiredness in him. He hid it behind a smile, but what atrocities had he witnessed in his life?
But I think only you get to decide what you were born to do. Tenebris wanted to use you, but having met you, I don't think he ever could have.
A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth.
Fightbringer.
Is that to be what I'm called now?
Among the ravens, oh yes. In public, Lady Leola, until you marry my High King.
If I marry him, Leola corrected.
You're not the first to have an arranged marriage, certainly not the last. Most just accept it and learn to live with their partner.
This is different, for more reasons than he knew. Novak's pale face with open, lifeless eyes flashed in her mind. It wasn't simply because of who Thane's father was.
Is it?
Fennin drawled.
I think you're convincing yourself it is.
Leola turned away and trudged to find Midnight. Fennin's footsteps followed behind. When she got to the horse, she picked up the saddle and then Fennin took it out of her arms and lifted it onto Midnight's back.
You're the king's mate. This task is below you.
Leola threw her arms up in frustration. Why do you all act like I'm incapable of work?
We all have jobs to do. Would you put the horse hands out of work because you want to prove a point?
He reached under the horse to grab the belt.
What about your lady's mate? Would you rather see them out on the streets than allow them to help you?
He tightened the saddle with a jerk. She never thought of it that way. No? He handed her the reins.
Good. Now put your armor on. Today is battle day.
But I don't have any.
Sure you do.
Fennin said.
Ask Piper.
Leola found Piper close by, buckling a deep grey body plate of armor on herself. The outside had a layer of black leather, but she guessed underneath was metal. It had the Palinor sigil of 3 weapons engraved over her chest. Her shoulders, collarbone area, and arms were covered in smoky black scale mail. The small pieces glittered in the sunlight. On both sides of her helmet, a metal wing protruded. You look good, Leola said. Piper smiled. So will you. She pointed to a wooden chest. Yours is inside. Lifting the lid, Leola found a matching set to Piper's. When she slid it on, it fit snugly and wasn't exactly comfortable, but it was meant to protect. She waved her arms and found she could move freely. The scale mail was pliable, and she wondered what metal it was made of. Also in the chest, she found gloves, thigh armor that buckled in the back, shin guards, and the same winged helmet. Piper folded her arms upon inspection. Now you look like a raven. Leola looked down at herself and grinned. She never wore armor before. She never needed to. As much as she was impressed with the pretty dresses she wore back at the castle, this topped them. This felt like who she was meant to be. A warrior. Is everyone's armor the same? Yes, the ravens are. Other soldiers don't have scale mail or winged helmets. The scale mail is expensive. It is replicated after dragon scales. I thought my arms and shoulders would be stiff and hindered with it, but they're not. It's almost as if I don't even have armor on them. Your only weak points are your neck and the back of your legs. Guard them well. When they set off, Leola rode beside Piper and Fennin. Thane and Sunshine were nowhere to be seen. Fennin insisted he was still with the troop and didn't go ahead. The entire day she was nauseous. A haze of smoke dusted the horizon. The soldiers grew unceremoniously quiet. Horse hooves clopped, tails swished, wagons creaked, but no one talked. The smell of acrid smoke infiltrated her senses. She couldn't see the city yet, but she knew what they'd soon find. Heading in the opposite direction, they passed groups of female elves and children on the road, and a few soldiers leading. Leola's throat tightened. They held only a few possessions in their arms, their faces tear-streaked between the soot. One little girl held a doll in her arm, staring at the ground holding her mother's hand. She never looked up. Had she lost her father? Did they have anything to eat? When the city came into view, Leola's hand flew to her mouth. More than half was burned to the ground with skeletons of blackened wood still standing. Screaming and shouting and metal clanging presented a terrifying tune. The soldiers ahead of her started their horses from a steady walk into a gallop. Midnight followed. Thane's voice carried over the drumming of hooves, shouting orders, directing the ravens. They split into two lines, one going east, the other west around the city. Leala planned to go right to where she could hear the most fighting. She turned the reins, and then Fennin reached over and grabbed hold of Midnight, bringing them to a stop.
You're staying back here with me.
Tiff tugged on the back of Leala's top. Please stay. I don't want to be Pale One food, she whispered. Piper rode on, and the soldiers behind split around them like river water around a rock. But Fennin, we can help. I can't even see what's happening from here.
You know what's happening. You don't need to see it up close,
he said sharply.
It's horrible, Leala. It will infect your dreams. You don't want to see it.
Princess Talon stopped on the other side of Fennin, putting a hand to her chest. Her horse nickered and threw its head. I can't believe this has happened. My father would be horrified. This never happened while he was our High King. Leala frantically searched for Thane. She heard him moments before, but where did he go? Did he ride in with the others? We can't just sit here.
Yes, we can,
Fennin said.
Your High King gave you an order. You will stay.
Don't act like you're so special that you're needed down there, Talon droned. Do as you're told and sit here like a good little she-elf. Or better yet, go down there and get yourself killed. You'd be doing us all a favor. Cheeks burning, Leala glared. As much as she wanted to rip the princess off her horse and beat her face in, she held still. Now was not the time.
Shut up,
Fennin snapped.
I don't need you causing me any more trouble.
Excuse me, Talon croaked, wide-eyed with shock. You do not speak to me like that, Fennin. I am your princess. Apologize or I'll have you whipped.
This is war. You can take your niceties and threats elsewhere. You are under my command while we're out here.
Talon snapped her low-hanging jaw shut and stared ahead, clearly fuming. Heart thundering, Leala listened to the screams and the flames as they roared like a dragon, reaching more buildings. She gripped the reins until her hands ached. Her magic scorched in her veins, threatening to escape. More people evacuated the city, crying as they hurried past Leala and Fennin and Talon. The fighting happened on the far side of Dunafell, so she couldn't see it. Couldn't see if the ravens were beating back the Pale Ones or not.
You need to rein in your magic,
Fennin said quietly.
I can feel it.
She whipped her head around to find Fennin staring. She risked a quick glance at Talon, who wore a worried expression, and it wasn't because of the battle. She pushed her magic down until it was nothing but a spark. After the sun moved to the other side of the sky, and she listened to Talon prattle on about her worry for Sunshine and her brother, how horrible it must be down there, moaning about all the people dying, she slid down from Midnight. It was enough to make Leala's stomach twist into knots. I can't sit still any longer. Tiff peeked from the bag and whimpered. Leala paced for a moment and then froze. Coming from the trees to the left were a group of 7 Pale Ones chasing a mother and 2 children. She held a baby, no more than 1-year-old, in her arms, and pulled the other, who couldn't have been more than 4, along at her side. Her face was pinched in horror as the Pale Ones drew closer. Leala jerked her sword out. Fennin! She didn't wait for him to give her permission. She ran, sprinting until her legs burned from the effort. She pulled the throwing star out of her pocket and launched it. It whipped past the mother's head and lodged in between the eyes of the Pale One only feet behind her. Horse hooves rumbled behind her, and Fennin bellowed out a war cry and rode down a Pale One, chopping his sword at another. Leala nodded at the mother as she sprinted by, and drove her sword straight into the gut of the first monster she came to. She jerked it out and blocked a downward hack coming from another. The jagged-edged blade grated against hers as she pulled back. He swung at her again with greater force, enough to knock her a few steps back.
Come on, sweetness,
the Pale One said with an eerie grin.
You want to play with the big boys? You better be prepared.
She heard a whoosh behind her and dropped into a crouch. A blade passed over her head. Diving out from in between them, she faced the two Pale Ones as they prowled closer. They were huge and muscular, much bigger than any she'd seen before.
Leola, run!
Fennin shouted as he swung at his own two opponents. But she would never leave Fennin to fight these beasts by himself. She tore the dagger from her belt and flicked it. It soared for her throat but was knocked aside. The one on the left stepped up and swung. She dodged it and stepped to the side and sliced into the back of his thigh. He hissed as the other jabbed his sword straight for her belly. She knocked the blade away. He hit her with a punch straight to the jaw that sent her twirling to the ground. A low growl rumbled in her chest as the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. She spat and looked up from her hands and knees. That's it, you son of a bastard. Her magic roared to life. Black-thorned vines as wide as her torso tore out of the ground like the tentacles of some great sea monster. They crashed through the surface and wrapped around the Pale Ones, squeezing the life out of them. She barely heard their muffled screams as the vines closed around them like a tomb. She rose up, and with a slight motion of hand, more ripped from the ground. A vine tore through the one opposite of Fennin, until the monster's body was split in two and rose up as the vines grew taller. The other was crumpled into a tight ball. Dark purple lilies bloomed along the trailing magical plants. With his sword arm hanging at his side, Fennin gawked at Leola.
What was that?
Holy horse balls! Tiffapine exclaimed, standing on the back of Midnight, holding his reins as they sauntered over. Your magic is something special for certain, and look at me! I'm riding all by myself! Leola wanted to smile at her, and at Fennin as they were clearly impressed, but she stared at the burning city. Now they'll know I'm here.
Chapter 29. Thane cut the head clean off a Pale One, and then brought his blade down across the chest of another, charging at him. Warm black blood sprayed his face, but he kept going, hacking and slashing, anger roaring in him like a wild beast. They'd tried to take his city, murdered and feasted on his people. Kill them all, he chanted in his head. If his magic had a price, it was that it made him beast-like, a wraith in need of the kill, a king of no mercy. He clenched his teeth as he drove his boot into the gut of the enemy and jerked his sword free of the Pale One's chest. With only a look, he focused on a trio surrounding one of his soldiers. His magic flared, and the Pale Ones screamed as the blood pumping through their wretched bodies began to boil, and their skin oozed with black sores. They clutched at themselves, clawing at their own skin, screeching, wailing, until they fell dead. Fallon gave Thane a quick nod of thanks, and chased after a Pale One who turned and ran. The Pale Ones were on the verge of retreat. Many began to turn and flee. His ravens brought a force that not only outnumbered the Pale Ones, but with skill they couldn't contend with as always. And then something strange happened. Every Pale One in sight suddenly looked north. Even the ones on the run stopped and whirled around. A horn blew, a deep bellow that sounded like it belonged to a cave troll, and as one, the enemy gathered in a single group and marched north toward Leola. Thane snapped out of his raging oblivion to slaughter the enemy. "Do not let them bar you!" Thane shouted at his warriors. "Hold them back! Fight! Kill every last one of them! Do not let them flee!" He searched for Piper and Aldrich and found them fighting back to back. With each other, he felt confident leaving them. The smell of smoldering flesh and structures alike burned his nose. The first time the putrid scent hit his senses, he vomited. But after years of this chaos, it no longer turned his stomach. He flicked a dagger through the back of the skull of a Pale One and sprinted for Phantom. The horse lifted his head up when he saw his master coming and whinnied. Launching onto the gelding's back, Thane kicked him into a gallop. "Go, as fast as you've ever run, Phantom." The horse seemed to sense his urgency, and they flew through the burning streets, past his soldiers, dashed by citizens hunkering down in shadowed alleys. He leaned and hacked at any pale ones, or used his magic to boil or freeze their insides along the way. This was a mistake. I have to get to her. I have to get to her! The slamming of hooves matched the throbbing of his pulse. I shouldn't have left her. Horse and rider tore through the opening in the stone wall that was meant to guard the city, out into the open. At the top of the hill, he saw those black twisting vines taller than any tree in sight. Make her, please let her be here. Let her be safe. As soon as he came upon the magical vines where dead pale ones lay about, some killed by weapons, one hung in pieces from thorns, he jumped off Phantom. "Leala! Fenin!" he shouted, searching for signs of them. "Talon! Damn it! I should have had them wait back further. Leala!" He put his foot in the stirrup and swung his leg over his horse. He calmed himself long enough to follow the trail of the connection. It went east. The void was south. If the Pale Ones captured her, they wouldn't head away from their home. He followed the instinct, the pull guiding him toward her into the Landvor woods. The further he went, the thicker and closer everything grew. Moss-covered vines stretched from hunkering yew and mangrove tree to tree. A spider's web hit him in the face. He fought it off. When ferns and rotting stumps and protruding roots got too much, he hopped off Phantom and tied him to a branch. "I'll be back." Ducking under a branch with a hissing snake, he held his sword ready in case it wanted to strike. The connection grew stronger the further he went. Sweat trailed down the side of his face. Was it that much hotter in here? It was stuffy with no wind. The point of a blade jabbed into his back, and he stopped, skin prickling with a warning.
"I could have been a pale one and you'd be dead, and consequently, so would I."
He turned to find Leala standing with a hand on her hip. Fenin stood beside her, arms crossed. "Sire, did you think I'd let anything happen to her?" Leala scowled at him.
"As if it was you who did all the work."
"I'm glad you're safe." He glanced around. "Where is my sister?" Talon pushed herself out from behind a bush, pulling sticks from her wild hair and wiping something off her arm. She looked so beyond out of her element, it was almost comical.
"Here."
Finding them safe pushed down the anxiety that had nearly eaten away at his nerves. "Good. I hope you learned something today. Pale ones are no joke." Talon blushed and looked down. That was a good sign. He turned back to Leala. "The Pale Ones, they must have sensed your magic. They started gathering to charge this way." Slowly bobbing her head, Leala said,
"I figured as much, so we hid in here."
"Now that I know you weren't captured, I need to go back." He took hold of Leala's hand and tugged her along beside him. "And you're coming with me." She pulled out of his grasp and sheathed her sword.
"You should have brought me with you in the first place."
"I have to agree," Fenin said. "She can fight, and her magic is destructive. You should have seen it, Thane. Those vines took them out in seconds."
"Even I was impressed, and that's saying something."
Talon said, trailing behind them. Her dress snagged on a branch, and she cursed as she tore it free, then screeched and slapped at her head.
"A lizard! Oh, disgusting!"
Thane tried not to smile at his sister's struggle. I have seen Leala's magic. Having her in the middle of the fighting was too risky. All she asked was to be brought here so she could see the plight of the High Elves. Now she'd seen it. She gave him her word she would listen to him if he brought her here. As much as Leala didn't want to admit it, she was the greatest risk to Palinor, to all of Adalon. Excellent fighter or not, magic or not. He didn't envy the burden placed on her through no fault of her own, but it didn't change anything. But my job as High King is to protect Palinor at all costs, which means keeping her away from Mathicus. "Of course, sire." Fenin relented. "I apologize." "You don't need to apologize."
"And I have no say in this?"
Leala asked. He looked at her. "You should be more worried about making sure you aren't caught rather than fighting in battles. My ravens and our soldiers are capable. Until we know if your power could potentially destroy the void, your number one goal should be to protect yourself."
"I have no desire to be taken captive, but you said I wasn't a pawn, and yet you're treating me like one. If you want to keep referring to chess, the queen protects the king.
He shot Fennin and his sister a dangerous look. Well, be scouting ahead, Fennin said, and dragged Talon away with him. Talon grumbled about wanting to stay to see their argument, but Fennin pulled her even faster. Thane looked down at Leala. Maker above, she was beautiful and infuriating. His fingers itched to caress that arrogant set to her jaw. In this case, the rules are changed.
You can't change the rules in the middle of the game.
He walked at her, backing her up until she bumped into a tree trunk. His body felt tight and electric. The adrenaline from the battle and from his fear of her being captured still raged through him. With her chest heaving up and down, she stared up at him, not with anger, but guarded curiosity. Thane placed his arms on either side of her, palms flat against the tree trunk. I've had enough arguing with you. As your mate, you are mine. You can deny it until you have no breath. You can fight me and hit me and call me every filthy name you can think of. You could even try to kill me again, but I'm not going anywhere. You are mine, and I am yours, and I will destroy anyone who gets in my way. His eyes dropped from her wide blue eyes to her full lips. He'd never wanted to kiss someone more. The urge was almost overwhelming. He wanted to feel something other than the consuming outrage for what he saw in that city. And as much as I claim it's all for Palinor, for the good of our people, it's not. Because if I was being honest with myself, his voice dropped low, I would sacrifice too much if it meant you were safe. She didn't look away, didn't try to hide her feelings. He thought it would be disgust or fury given how she reacted to him before, but her yearning enveloped him thick and wonderful, intoxicating. It both calmed and excited him.
I can't give you what you want,
she whispered, and a feeling of desire slowly retracted, pulling away like bait on the end of a hook. He was the fish trying to catch the treat, chasing the need for it.
Your duty to help me must be about Palinor. Only Palinor.
Maybe his head still wasn't clear after the battle, but he leaned closer, his body brushing close to hers. I said one day you'd love me, and you don't yet. His lips grazed her ear, and he felt her tremble. But I know you want me. I can feel it.
I can't.
She firmly put a hand on his chest, but she didn't push him away.
I can't,
she repeated, as if the words wounded her. But that desire in her flared again, overwhelming him. Giving in to the urgency, he smashed his lips against hers. A warm pulse cascaded down his body. His lips moved against hers with a need he hadn't known was so strong until this moment. Then, with a shove and a whack, Leala's palm smacked his cheek, snapping him out of his drunken hunger for her.
How dare you kiss me?
She slammed her hands into his chest and pushed him back again. Then she went to smack him a second time. He caught her wrist. Don't hit me.
Don't kiss me.
She fired back, swinging her other arm, but he caught that too. He pushed her back against the tree, pinning her arms down, and they stared at each other, both seemingly breathless. Her eyes were wild, more animalistic than elf.
Let go of me.
Calm down first. That only made her more frenzied to get free. She wriggled and kicked, and got one of her arms loose, grabbed a fistful of his hair, and after one heartbeat, two, she jerked him down to her mouth and kissed him. It was full of built-up passion and anger and confusion. He wrapped her in his arms, pulling her hard against him. She moaned, and it sent goosebumps over him. After feeling like his lips were swollen and he needed a breath, he pulled back. Breathing heavy, they sat in the quiet, and then she pushed out of his arms, leaning into the tree trunk.
I can't do this.
He shoved off the tree and turned away briefly, confused about her choice of words. What does that mean? You don't want to, or you can't?
Can't.
His eyebrows pulled down. Did you make some sort of vow? I don't understand. It's one thing if you just don't want me, but to say you can't is another.
Yes, I made a vow. Trust me, you don't want me, Thane.
She pushed by him, but he grabbed her wrist, whirling her around to face him. Explain. Please. His teeth clenched so hard his jaw began to ache. She tried to jerk away, but he held fast. Her anger was building again, but he wanted to know what could stop her from caring for him, from wanting him. Their lives were on the line here. The deadline for their marriage might not have been at the forefront of his mind the last couple of days, but he hadn't forgotten. He would never be a Pale One. He'd kill himself first. After what felt like an eternity for her to answer, he groaned. Tell me.
Forget it. It's better this way.
She twisted away, jumped on top of a fallen log, and hopped down, marching the path out of the woods. He took a couple deep breaths, and it took everything in him not to chase after her and demand an answer. The battalion of Pale Ones was slaughtered by the time they made it out of the Landvor Wood. More heartbreaking was the aftermath. The Ravens went around the city looking for survivors and helping the wounded. More forces were sent south to look for any remaining Pale Ones. He would need to pull off-duty soldiers from around Palinor to the border for security, and he and his Ravens would have to stay here to help rebuild and secure for at least the following week. The enemy couldn't be allowed to infiltrate a second time. Squatting at the side of a stream, he dipped his hands in to wash the black blood from his arms. Staring at his reflection in the water, he saw the black splatters on his face for the first time. Scrubbing it away, his mind flashed back to the delicate female in a bloodied pink dress being fed on by a Pale One until he chopped its head off. So disgusted and filled with fury, he lost control and kept hacking and hacking until the monster was unrecognizable, and then he turned with a roar and went wild, slicing and chopping any Pale One near, letting his magic roam free and tear apart the enemy. Not only had their blood boiled, but so had their skin, with sores that eventually curled their pale skin away from their bones. He'd never done that before. Didn't even know he could. That's when they started running at the sight of him, the warrior king. He usually kept count of his kill number, but he'd been so lost in the wrath for his people, for the city, that he lost his head until that horn blew. He was crazed until he realized they might be going for Leala. If many considered Thane powerful and ruthless, the Black Mage was 10 times what he was. The fact that the mage created the Pale Ones was proof of that, as was his ability to trap elves within his magic even hundreds of years after his passing. Trapped just like Leala and Thane, on a steady path to becoming the things Thane hated most in the world. He was a fool to think she would ever want to be with him. An utter fool. Deep inside, he was the monster she thought he was. They should never have called him the warrior prince. He was the bloody prince. The bloody king, now. He may not regret killing Pale Ones, but he'd killed many of the woodland elves because his father ordered him to. He slapped the water, ruining his reflection, and stood. Phantom munched on the thick foliage alongside the stream until Thane tugged his reins and pulled them along. Servants set up the tents and cooked in the clearing behind Dunafell. Many of the citizens sat in small circles, crying, hugging, and consoling one another. Servants brought them bowls of soup, and he hoped that would help. The sorrow was palpable. His eyes burned, and it wasn't from the smoke still billowing from crumbling buildings a half-mile away. Wordlessly, he handed Phantom off to one of the horse hands. "Shall I unsaddle him, sire?" Thane nodded with a heavy heart. Many of the elves bowed to him as he passed. "Thank you, High King, for coming to help us," said an elf with black soot smears across his face. Many murmurs of thanks continued. He simply nodded, but he had to get away. This happened on his watch. The Pale Ones never destroyed a large elven city when his father ruled. He went into his tent, grateful that it was set up for him, a place he could find a little respite. He tugged off his bloody top and weapons, then collapsed on the sheepskin furs, hands and body slightly trembling as the rush of battle faded. Staring up at the canvas of the tent for an unknown amount of time, he tried to block out the groans and cries all around. Thoughts of Leala fought for his attention, That kiss was all-consuming and he craved more. But he also didn't want to think about her. Didn't want to dwell on the fact that she didn't or couldn't give in to him, whatever that meant. Was it all her vow to see him and his father dead? Had she not let that go even now, even after knowing what she knew? After a while, he drifted off into a restless sleep. When he woke up, it was evening. The sun hadn't set, but it would soon. No one disturbed him or sought his counsel. He felt Leala nearby, but he didn't want to see her. Correction, he desperately wanted to see her, but he was confused and angry, and yet a warm sensation filled his belly. She kissed him back, and what a stark contrast it was to the first time she kissed him in his bed a couple weeks before. Changed into fresh clothing, he stepped out. Aldrich stood from the chair he'd been in beside the tent opening. "Thane, all the remaining Pale Ones are dead, and our scouts haven't found any nearby. If Mathicus was here, he's gone, for now." Good. Soldiers walked by in pairs, nodding at him. Many people were still being brought into the camp to be treated. Food was served, and although the crying settled, there was a heavy sadness. And how are the survivors? Some are doing better than others. The uninjured are going to see what is left of their homes or searching for loved ones. So far, 370 citizens dead. 38 soldiers, and we lost 14 ravens. Caden, Marken, Emerin, Dallin. He continued, naming each one. Damn it. The pit sitting in his gut grew heavier, not only for all those people, but for his soldiers. He knew all his ravens, personally chose each one of them, and their deaths always hurt. He was grateful it wasn't more. It could have been, but it was still 14 of his warriors' lives gone. Over 1,000 homes and businesses burned. We'll be here for probably at least 2 weeks helping rebuild and secure then. Aldrich ran his fingers through his dark blonde hair. The black blood of Pale Ones stained one side of his head. I figured so. Are there any bitten? The hardest part of all was ordering his soldiers to drive a blade through the heart of the bitten before they could turn. No ravens. A handful of soldiers, however, and we're still searching among the people. So far there have been 3 civilians with visible bite wounds. We're allowing them to say their goodbyes. He cleared his throat. Thane shifted, watching the elves around with a closer eye. There may be more. When I was fighting within the city, many of the Pale Ones were freshly turned elves. They had no weapons and wore elven clothes, not Pale One armor. He didn't want to say it, but they were easy kills. Have the soldiers start asking if anyone has been bitten, and have them check the skin. I want all wounded and civilians in one area and guarded overnight. It only takes a few hours to turn. We'll know by nightfall if there are more. Thane's eyes searched the area, knowing exactly who he was looking for, but he didn't want to admit it. Although there was no real reason he shouldn't. It was his duty to watch her and know where she was to keep her safe. But that's not why he looked for her now. He knew she wasn't in danger. "She's with Piper," Aldrich said. "They're tending to some wounded children. She's a decent healer, and the kids find her amusing." He paused. "She does better with them than adults. The children don't see her as a mage, as the Lightbringer. They are glad for a warm smile and someone to ease the pain." He finally saw her, kneeling beside a boy and girl. He rubbed at the flutter in his chest. "I know how she feels." "Yes," Aldrich said. "High King. They see you for what you are, not who. A heavy burden, I'm sure. Speaking of me being High King, I need to go into the city and see what I can do." He stared at the back of Leala's head, and as if she sensed his gaze, she looked back, meeting his stare. He should bring her with him. It seemed like every time he left her, something bad happened. "Tell Leala she's coming with me, and get Fennon. You need to clean yourself off before you go anywhere." He marched to find his horse, feeling a hot sensation on his back. He knew Leala watched him walk away.
Chapter 30. "There, all better," Leala said as she finished bandaging a cut on the girl's arm, trying to keep her eyes from following Thane as he walked away. The girl said she scraped it when her mother and sister ran out of the city. They'd been hiding in the Lenvor woods. She was 6 with a missing front tooth that made her cuter. The child beamed.
It doesn't even hurt anymore. What did you put on it?
It's a special tree leaf in the balm. It should be all better by tomorrow.
Thanks.
She hopped off the log and ran to her mother. The mother nodded her thanks. Leola stood and stared after Thane. Why did she want to go chasing after him? He forced a kiss on her, but she'd done the same bloody thing to him. Her head was still whirling with how much she enjoyed his lips on hers. Before Thane, she hadn't kissed anyone since Novak, and never wanted to. What came over her? What was still over her? Her pulse quickened watching him leave. Her traitorous body ached to be near him again, tangled in his arms against the trunk of a tree. Fennin strutted over with a confident swagger. His black skin was clean of the dirt and blood of battle, and his curly hair bounced with his steps. He dipped into a shallow bow and smiled.
The High King requests your company.
Requests or demands?
When it comes from Thane, they are one and the same, aren't they?
Too true. Leala groaned, but it was more for show than anything. She couldn't deny her desire to go with him. She turned to Piper, who wrapped a small boy's hand. I'm going with Thane and Fennin. Keep an eye on Tiff, will you? She's still hiding over by the horses. After Fennin and Leala fought off the Pale Ones, Tiff wouldn't come out of her hiding spot in Leala's bag, and she probably wouldn't come out until it was night and she could go unseen. Piper nodded. Poor thing was scared before. Now she's downright terrified a Pale One is going to get her. Walking beside Fennin, they passed soldiers herding groups of civilians.
Please, we're asking everyone to gather in one spot so we can help,
one soldier said. Most of the elves complied without complaint. A few looked worried, but moved from their spots and followed the soldiers. It made sense to have them all in one area rather than scattered throughout the camp. Are all these people without homes? There had to be several hundred wounded, but more and more elves came in groups from the city or walked back from the north where they evacuated the day prior.
Some,
Fennin answered.
Many of them are waiting for us to tell them it's safe to go back inside the walls. We're running patrols to make sure every last Pale One is gone and none are hiding.
Those walls hadn't done them much good in keeping out Pale Ones. They had to be at least 10 feet tall, but the walls to the south must have been battered down. Is that what we are going to do?
We'll see when we get there.
You mean we're going into the city? Fennin nodded. The smoke still seared his senses and carried the sickening odor of burning flesh. Curious that Thane wanted her to go with him when the city had to be more dangerous than out here. After walking around tents and through more groups of displaced elves, they found Thane patting Phantom's neck. He was saddled and ready to go for a ride. Leala left Midnight tied to a tree next to Piper's and Fennin's horses at the north end. Should I have brought my horse? Leala asked, and ran her hand over the smooth coat of Phantom's hip. Thane shrugged, put his foot in the stirrup and pulled himself up with ease. She was a little envious that he was tall enough to do that without assistance. He stared at the city and his shoulders sagged a little. He'd never looked so defeated before. One of the horsekeepers led over a roan mare. He was young, maybe 15 at most, with smooth pale skin and beautiful warm brown curls.
I only readied the 2 horses. I can go find Midnight if you wish. It will only take me about a half hour.
Leala shifted looking north where she left Midnight. It took at least 20 minutes to walk there.
I don't want to wait. One of you can ride with me.
Thane grew a smirk.
You 2 can fight over who gets the honor.
She glanced at Fennin, who said,
As much as I want to squeeze that hunky body and feel all those muscles, sire, I'll let the lady.
The horsekeeper laughed, handing Fennin the reins to the other horse. Thane cracked a smile.
How kind of you to relent such an opportunity, Fen.
She didn't want to know if he truly didn't want to wait, or if he just wanted to be close to her again. More nervous than ever before, Leala grasped Thane's hand and his touch sent a pleasurable trill pooling in her middle.
Front or back?
He asked without his usual snark.
Although I think I can already guess.
Never one to be predictable, she said. Front. His eyebrow ticked up, But he stayed silent as he pulled her up, and she settled in front of him. She was hyper-aware of his body pressed against her this time. His thighs straddled hers, his solid armored core a wall against her back. He closed his arms around her to grab onto the reins. Leala's breaths became uneven, and she closed her eyes for a moment. A memory flashed to his arms around her hours before. Again, the warmness bloomed in her. Mika. Her body suddenly reveled in being close to him, touching him. She blamed the mate magic. He cleared his throat, and his voice vibrated against her when he said,
"Just so you're aware, you're going to see a lot of dead bodies."
They rode through the opening in the wall around Dunafell, met by an eerie silence, devoid of the bustle a city should have. Only the light crackling of dying fires made a sound. It smelled worse the further they rode along the streets. Heavy smoke burned her throat, mixed with the sulfuric odor of the rotting Pale Ones. She put a hand to her mouth and nose for a moment, suppressing a gag. Buildings smoldered in piles of ashes. Bodies scattered, some burnt black, some stained with blood. Others looked as if they might sit up at any moment, if it weren't for the pallor of death to their skin. A small boy of maybe 3 lay next to an adult male she assumed was his father, both with their eyes wide in an endless stare. Her throat constricted and she turned away, trying to stop the threatening tears.
"I'm sorry you have to see this,"
Thane said. Soldiers led a horse-drawn wagon. None of them spoke as they stopped and picked up a body, tossing it in. They weren't uncaring in the way they handled the male, but it wasn't the manner a loved one would pick him up and set him inside.
"I didn't want to leave you back at camp in case—"
He trailed off. In case what?
"Fennin and I are worried that some of the citizens have been bitten and are hiding it. I've seen it before in other towns. The Pale Ones usually take the bitten with them to add to their forces, but I want you close to me."
She felt queasy before, but now she was downright nauseous. That was why you put them in one area. She stared at the body of a Pale One. Its head was 3 feet away from the body. But if someone turns, they could easily kill those close by.
And if they're separated, they can run wild throughout the camp and kill. At least if they're in one place, we'll know they've turned right away and can end it. I have my soldiers watching closely. They should be able to see the signs early. Their hair will start to change first.
He adjusted himself in the saddle a little, moving even closer, it seemed.
"Sorry. My leg was falling asleep."
Is it because of me? Leala tried to scoot forward, but there was no room. She tried to adjust herself another way without much success in gaining space. He lightly cleared his throat.
"No, but rubbing against me is helping."
Leala scoffed, twisted around, and smacked his shoulder. "Don't be disgusting,"
"I was kidding,"
he said with a smile.
"You don't have to do anything to turn me on."
Her jaw dropped. "We're surrounded by the freshly dead, and you're making wildly inappropriate jokes." Fennin laughed.
Wildly inappropriate jokes are how we are able to keep our sanity in the midst of all this.
"Don't encourage him,"
"I don't need encouragement,"
Thane said, and slid his hand around her waist until his palm was flat on her belly.
"You seemed a little off balance. I don't want you to fall."
"I'm not off balance." She shot back, but didn't push his hand away. She let his touch linger, and tried not to think about the fact that she liked it. "I'm not clumsy."
"Certainly not. You are quite agile and capable."
Was that a genuine compliment? "Thank you."
"Qualities I'm sure I'll enjoy on our wedding night. The way you move with a sword in your hands."
Leala smacked him on the shoulder again, harder this time. "Ha! Our wedding night would be a cold, Leala-less bed for you. Your hand would be your only company."
Ouch.
Fennin coughed and then couldn't recover, and laughed so hard she thought he was going to fall out of his saddle. "And besides, talk about what happens in a wedding bed for most couples isn't appropriate in front of a lady."
"Oh, I'm sorry. Is talk about me and my hand appropriate? Are balls in the vocabulary of a lady? How about prick? Bastard?"
"Your balls are in danger right now."
"Fine, dearest. I'll keep my fantasies to myself."
Make her above, please do. Fennin kept it going.
You got some strange fantasies if it involves your lady with a sword in bed. What if I meant a different kind of sword?
Leala rolled her eyes. Ugh, males. There will be a sword involved if you try anything.
First of all, I wouldn't try anything unless you wanted me to.
He leaned in a little closer to her ear.
But it would be intriguing to see you with only a weapon.
Leala tried not to smile as she shook her head in disbelief. Disbelief that she was actually entertained by this banter. I'm sure it would be, but you never will, except in your imagination.
I doubt that. Like I said, one day you'll love me. Then you can tell me about all the ways you've imagined me. Against a wall, in a field of wildflowers, my bed.
I've imagined you in a grave. Does that turn you on? Fennin laughed again. Thane hugged her tighter.
That was before. I know your fantasies are different now.
You sure about that?
I've never been more certain about anything.
She swallowed hard and turned around. With their faces so close, she fought the urge to kiss him again. Maybe you should focus on the task at hand. He lifted his arm to a square.
I will, on my honor. No more dirty talk involving swords.
Good.
For at least the next hour, possibly two.
You're unbelievable. They entered the section of the city that hadn't been touched by fire. There were a few people wandering the square stone streets, wide-eyed and shocked expressions as if they'd just come out of their homes.
We'll start checking buildings,
Thane said.
I want them all cleared before we tell the people it's safe.
He dismounted, and Leala slid off after him. Here the homes were close together, only about 10 feet in between each. Most were made of beige brick and looked almost identical. The doors were painted various colors, the only distinguishing feature from another. Fennin peeked in the window of the first building and said,
I can't see anything. It's too dark.
Thane slammed his fist on the door. When no one answered, he tugged his sword loose from his back and shoved the door inward.
Hello,
He called, looking side to side, and stepped in. Leala gripped his sword handle, heart beating faster with the anticipation of what could be hiding inside. She followed, and Fennin trailed behind her. Everything looked to be in place. They cleared the living room. Leala peeked in the kitchen. Pots and pans hung in the center. An ordinary black wood stove was on the left, a sink full of dishes beside it. Thane and Fennin had gone down a hallway and came back.
It's clear.
They continued down the street, checking each home. One had a family hiding in the back room, but the others had been empty. It was almost dark, and they'd gone through several streets with the aid of other soldiers and some male elves who volunteered to help, and it appeared that the pale ones were indeed gone. And if any of the people were going to change, they'd be showing signs by then.
One more and then we can head back to camp.
Thane said, stepping inside what appeared to be a pub. Leala's boot crunched over broken glass when she walked in. Round tables dominated the room. Some were overturned. A few chairs lay broken and splintered. It smelled of spirits. Cracked bottles dripped over the bar top. Either they were in a hurry to get out, or there was a struggle here. Leala high-stepped over a chair that had its legs snapped off.
My money is on a struggle,
Fennin said. Thane led the way through a back door that opened into a kitchen. Leala peeked around Thane. Food was scattered all over the floor, pots and pans too. There didn't appear to be anyone in sight. She turned to her left and placed her hand on the door handle. It was probably a closet. When she tugged it open, a shriek pierced her ears, and white hands came out of the dark and took her to the ground. Leala screamed as the pale one's heavy weight pinned her down, his teeth snapping at her face. The smell of his breath almost made her gag. She barely held him off her, arms aching as she pushed him back. Her magic curled from her fingers, vines wrapped around the pale one's neck and choked him until he stopped moving. Leala scrambled to her feet, shaking, to find Fennin on his back, on top of a table stabbing the pale one hovering over him in the gut. Thane fought too. His sword slashed across the chest of one and lopped off the head of the other. It all happened in a matter of seconds. Magic humming, Leala frantically looked for more. 4 pale ones hid in that closet. When it looked safe, she stared at them dead on the ground. 1 wore a dress, the other 3 had on tunics and pants. These had been patrons. Thane touched her arm.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, but she shuddered. You. He smiled, and they both turned to Fennin, who brushed a towel over his armored chest piece.
Got some blood on me. We were lucky that this was the only place with pale ones.
Thane picked up a bottle from behind the bar and popped the cork.
Let's hope when we get back to camp that is also the case.
He took a drink and then scrunched his face.
Damn, that's strong.
Fennin hurried out.
Well, give it here then.
His face soured when he took a drink.
You weren't lying.
Leala held out her hand. I'll be the judge of that. You two are used to wine, aren't you? After spending many nights drinking the men from Briar Hollow under the table, she expected this wouldn't be a challenge.
I'll give you a ruby if you can drink that without making a face,
Fennin said, shoving it into her palm. You hear that? Your god is offering to give me jewelry. Leala arched an eyebrow at Thane. He gave her a feline smile.
If you can accomplish the challenge, which I highly doubt.
The smell of it pierced her nose before she even touched the bottle to her lips. She braced herself, and the bitterness rolled over her tongue and burned like fire down her throat. She tried to hold her face steady, but shook her head and hissed. Good maker, what is this? Troll piss? Thane and Fennin laughed.
Perfect description,
Thane said. Then he took the bottle from her hands.
Now, good little she-elves don't drink vile stuff like this.
Leala rolled her eyes. Neither do wise high kings. We'd all be flat on our asses with a few more drinks of that.
Thane wasn't joking about your filthy language.
Fennin folded his arms.
Piss, asses. Did you really call him a bastard and a prick? I've never heard any maiden talk like you, not even Piper.
Have you ever met a she-elf raised by a human woman who likes to drink and gamble, or one who grew up in a training yard with human men?
Nope.
I can mold to my surroundings. I was nice enough at the festival. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you two in front of polite company.
And what sort of company are we?
Thane asked, sounding slightly offended. She smiled. The kind I hope accepts me for me. Not as a savior or the Lightbringer or anything else. Just Leala. Thane put an arm around the back of her neck and pulled her closer to his side. Fennin gave her a fist tap on the shoulder with a big grin. They didn't have to say anything for her to know that despite everything, they were friends. Chapter 31. For 4 days, bodies were burned and funerals administered. Only one person in camp tried to hide she'd been bitten, but it only increased the tears and cries and heartache when they had to end her. Leala didn't know any of the elves here, but their pain was palpable. It permeated the air, and after listening to some of the speeches, especially a young father who had to burn the bodies of his wife and 3-year-old daughter on a funeral pyre, tears flowed in a steady stream down her cheeks. She'd never seen a grown male fall to his knees and sob like that. Never seen so many people sad at one time. The father repeated,
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you.
Until Leala couldn't take it anymore. Thane put an arm around her waist and hugged her to his side, and they walked away. When she looked up, tears glistened in his green eyes, but he blinked them away.
Let's go.
Leala's throat was too constricted to respond, so she nodded. How could she ever walk away from the elves of Palanor now? If she could do something to help, if she could indeed destroy the void, she had to try. She wrapped her hand around the willow necklace at her chest for comfort.
I think now is a good time to meet with the elf I told you about. She might be of great help to us.
They walked away from the burned section of the city. Who? Some piles of debris still smoked, if only lightly. A child reached under a half-charred door and pulled out a stuffed pony that miraculously didn't have a single mark. He held it tightly to his chest with a smile. Within minutes, the air chilled significantly. Dark clouds rolled in overhead, A summer storm brewed with low rumbling thunder. It smelled of coming rain.
There's an old mage tower here. It's 1,000 years old at least. Thankfully it wasn't destroyed. She's the keeper.
Thane looked up.
And we better hurry or we'll be soaked.
How far is this mage tower?
Far enough that you'll have time to answer some of my questions.
Questions? He pulled a lazy smile.
Yes. What is your favorite color?
His eyes captivated her for a moment, and she blurted out, "Green," although her favorite color had always been purple. "And purple. I like purple."
Green and purple? For some reason I pegged you for a blue kind of girl.
Cheeks warming, she cleared her throat. "Let me guess. Your favorite color is blue?"
Black.
"Black?" Leala chuckled. "Nobody's favorite color is black."
Mine is. I look good in it.
"Touché," Leala said. "But I don't think you could guess much about me."
No?
He smirked.
I think I could.
"Then what is my favorite animal?"
A horse.
That was too easy. She tapped a finger against her lips. "What do I prefer to eat for breakfast?"
Scrambled eggs and fried potatoes.
Leala's mouth dropped open. "How do you know that?"
Because I've watched you eat.
"And you're so perceptive of everything I do?"
Not everything.
He licked his lips.
I don't know how you feel about me anymore, but if I had to venture a guess, I think you want to kiss me again. You just don't want to admit it.
A sly smile followed his remark. "Your ego knows no bounds."
You liked it when I kissed you.
Was it the slap in the face that told you that? He laughed.
I think it was the way you wrapped your arms around me and kissed me back. Or maybe it was when your tongue slid in my mouth that gave it away.
She thought back to that kiss. It was days ago, but she still felt the fire of it. The burn of it still smoldered in her. That was a mistake on my part.
You should make that mistake more often.
A raindrop hit her cheek, then another. She stopped to look up, and in seconds a downpour hit. The heavy rain pounded, drowning out the sound of the city around them. Water cascaded in tiny rivers down Thane's beautiful face. They should have been moving, trying to get out of the storm, but let it pelt them, as if it could cleanse away the wickedness of what befell the city and the monsters they fought to save it. Thane tilted his face toward the sky, his eyes closed. "We should get out of the rain," she finally said after they stood there until their clothes were soaked through.
We should.
He started off at a jog, through the street that was very quickly flooding with small streams of muddy and blackened water. They raced past houses and buildings of various kinds. Save for a few soldiers, the roads were empty. Splashing through puddles, Leala let out a burst of laughter when Thane slipped, wobbled, arms flailing around wildly, and finally steadied himself.
You think that's funny?
All the sadness from the day seemed to go down with the water. Yes. Then she slipped in the same spot and waved her arms to try to get her balance, but fell into Thane's chest. He caught her under her arms. She pushed herself upright and then lifted her eyes to find him staring down at her. After several long beats, he said,
Will you ever forgive me?
She blinked away the rainwater collecting on her lashes. Forgive you for what?
For taking you from Briar Hollow. For forcing you to come with me.
His Adam's apple bobbed.
I am sorry. I should have told you everything from the start, but I was scared.
He was scared. Thane Athael, the warrior king. I wouldn't have listened, and I have already forgiven you, she replied, repeating what he once said to her. Slowly he angled his mouth toward hers, and this time she didn't try to pull away. She didn't want to. She craved the feeling he gave her, even though she fought it as much as she desired it. When his breath swept over her lips, he pulled back.
We should hurry. She'll be waiting.
When he turned and ran, her heart crashed against her ribs like a fist trying to break free. Why had he pulled away? A whitewashed gray spiraling tower overgrown with vines and weeds and missing a few bricks came into view at the edge of Dunafell. They passed under a stone archway and pushed through overgrown grass to get to the wooden door. Thane pulled the latch and shoved his shoulder into the door. It slowly groaned open. Candles lit above from a hanging chandelier. Flaming torches lined the walls. A stone stairwell was to the left, but the room they stood in now had one large table with 10 place settings and 10 chairs. Walls lined with shelves. Some held books, others, scrolls stacked within the cubbies. It smelled of old paper and dust, although the place was kept immaculately clean. "Does she live here?" Leala asked and stepped forward. "It seems rude to barge in."
She does, but she won't mind.
"Greetings," a soothing voice called, emerging from the stairwell. "And it's not rude if it's the High King and his mate barging, for I should think they can very well barge wherever they'd like." How did she know who she was? Her light lavender eyes seemed to observe much more than what could be seen when she stepped into the room.
Atara, this is Leala Lightbringer.
She dipped at the waist. "I know. Quite a famous name now. I could sense her power. Very distinct in nature. A little unruly. Wants to protect its master." She straightened and arched her sleek dark eyebrow. "Compatible with..." She bowed again to Thane. "Your Highness's magic, which isn't always the case, mind you. Sometimes the magic within another is repelling." She gestured to the table. "Not every mage to ever sit here enjoyed each other's company." Curious, Leala walked around the shiny black table and stopped at the high-backed chair with snakes and lilies carved into the wood. It was cruelly beautiful. Thunder boomed loudly outside, adding to the dark aesthetic of the place. "Were there many mages here at one time?" "Oh, yes," Atara said. "I sat at this very table with some of the greatest mages of all time. Roland Cross, Quintus Corvus, Bryslin Stormfront." She stared at the chair Leala stood beside. "Zarahel Everhath. And you're a mage." She didn't recognize any of those names, though she thought perhaps she should. In her stubbornness to hide her magic, she didn't learn about it or any other mages besides the terror the Black Mage caused. But everyone knew about how he tried to take over the entire continent of Adelon with his wars. "I was once. Now I am but a keeper of this tower." "Once?" Leala asked. Had she lost her magic? Was there a way to lose it? She waved her hand, nearly covered in her draping silver robe trimmed in pale pink. Her warm brown skin was beautiful against strawberry blonde hair. "Let us sit and talk." Leala pulled at the snake chair and Atara blurted out frantically, "Sit anywhere but there." Leala jerked her hands back as if those snakes could bite and looked to Thane. His face was grim when he gestured to the seat next to him.
No one sits there anymore.
As she sat beside Thane and across from Atara, she wondered who that seat belonged to. Someone revered or despised, although she leaned toward the latter. "I apologize. I didn't mean to frighten you. That was where Zarahel sat, the most powerful mage in history."
The Black Mage.
Thane clarified. Dear Maker, she almost sat in his chair. Her skin crawled looking at it now, as if she was tainted for touching it. "Why not burn it, then?" Atara lifted a shoulder. "I've tried. And I've tried hiding it in closets and throwing it outside. It returns." That said all Leala needed to know about the matter. "You knew him. Were you friends with him?" She didn't mean to sound accusatory, but her tone was a little sharp. Atara lowered her chin and tapped her fingers on the dark tabletop. "I was. He wasn't always the Black Mage, you know. But power corrupts, and truly he had power, unlike anything I've ever seen, and we praised him for it, like he was one of the old gods or the Maker himself. I know he was able to create spells, but what else? What more need there be?" Atara's eyes widened, making Leala feel like she asked a stupid question. "He created rune magic, and it was limitless. If he could think it, he could do it. All he needed was to create a rune to hold the spell. Limitless. Suddenly her magic, though strong, felt inadequate. The praise she received wasn't deserved. And you could use those spells too. Many elves could then. 1,000 years ago, there was at least one mage per family. Oftentimes, entire bloodlines held the power. She slowly pushed a finger around the rim of a crystal glass, and elves fell prey to the seduction of it. See, Zarahel could make it so that any elf could get their wish, but with a price. And at first it was for money and precious things, but after some years he changed, and the price often claimed your soul, and it belonged to him. Elves willingly made those bargains, and the Pale Ones were created. Even after elves knew what the cost was, they'd still risk it, until we were all punished, and our magic was taken from us by the Maker. Mages stopped being born, elves took sides, wars started, humans abandoned us, dwarves hid in the mountains, dragon shifters stayed in their beast form. Leala looked at Thane. Mage Veston said he didn't know the consequences when he bound us together. It seems everyone knew. She should have known. Thane pursed his lips.
He knew. He just thought there wouldn't be a problem with us fulfilling it.
Leala pursed her lips. It's not as if it mattered now. The deed was done, and calling Veston a liar wouldn't change anything. How can elves be bound to the Black Mage if he is dead? After bringing that crystal glass to her mouth for a sip, she answered, The void is him. He is the void. He is not truly gone until it is. Somehow he tethered himself to the land, and the more pale ones there are, the larger it grows. It's why they are drawn there. But there must be a piece of him within the void that is connected. Where is his body buried? Thane answered this time.
All accounts say it was burned, and we've tried burning the land, but it won't catch flame. No one who enters the void ever comes back without being turned, so if there is a piece of him there, we don't know of its existence.
The candles in the center of the table flickered, as if a gust of wind swept through, but she didn't feel a breeze. A chill ran down her spine like something caressed her skin. Was there someone else here? She peeked over her shoulder, but found nothing but the books on the shelf. What if we captured Mathicus? We could get the information from him. If he wants to use me to bring back the Black Mage, then he must know how to destroy him.
Don't think we haven't tried.
Thane leaned forward and rested his forearms against the table.
But there is only one being in Adelon I have never wanted to face, and that is Mathicus.
Bobbing her head, Atara added, Mathicus was once called Elden Avarahim, and he once sat at this very table. He still has some of his power, and its nature is persuasion. His words to many are like bees drawn to flowers. When he commands, most cannot help but follow. He is the most dangerous person in Adelon, even if his abilities aren't as strong as they once were. Atara turned slightly and shouted, Finnegan Thistle, get down here with that wine! Then she faced Thane and Leala again. My apologies for shouting. My gnome servant is old and slow. Anyway, where were we? Ah, yes. We were called the 10 Mages of Magnavalis. For many years, kings, queens, lords, and people of all manner would seek our counsel. We kept the peace between races. Even the ogres and trolls caused us no trouble. She took a deep breath. Until Zarahel started demanding more than gold or jewels as payment for his magic. He wanted more power. He wanted an army. I opposed him, as did 6 others of the 10. Mathicus chose his side. What seemed like a long pause passed. Leala thought she wouldn't continue, but she went on. He betrayed us. He poisoned those who didn't choose his side, disguised it as a toast to make amends. The only reason I'm still alive is because I didn't drink the wine that night. I pretended to take a sip. I knew something was wrong. After that, my magic slowly faded away over 100 years, as did everyone else's. A few were born after the war. Vestin, a female named Inara, but she's dead. And as you know, Vestin hasn't much magic left. Then you two were born. It is not a coincidence you are together now. The mage lifted her eyes to finally meet Leala's. Tenebris may have bound you two together with his own selfish motivations, but in the end, I think you two will save us because of it. Why do they change their names? Zarahel always wore a black robe, and he had black lilies tattooed on his forearms. Leala's insides cramped at the realization of the connection. A cold sweat broke out over her skin. She was born marked with black lilies. The very nature of her magic was so relatable to the black mage's chair that it now felt encroaching as she stared at it. The serpents resembled her vines, her dark purple lilies uncanny in relation to the carvings. He said the poisonous flower that only bloomed at night represented him best. It was quite stark against his light skin. People started calling him the Black Mage. He didn't call himself that. And once Eldon changed into a pale one, he changed his name. Mathicus is fitting for what he has become. It means, from shadow. Leala shivered again, finding it hard to look away from that haunting chair. Did it mean something that she'd been drawn to it? Overwhelming anxiety whirled through her, and she nearly jumped up from the table to escape when Thane placed a gentle hand on her knee. She whipped her head around to face him, and a reassuring smile tugged on his beautiful mouth. He didn't say anything, but the warmness in his eyes was enough to calm her nerves. A further distraction entered. A gnome rounder and taller than Tiffapine hobbled into the room carrying a bottle of wine on his shoulder. His white beard nearly touched the floor, and his brown trousers had patches of polka dot and stripes on them just like Tiff's. Leala asked once if she wanted new attire, but it turned out that patches were the fashion for gnomes, as were holes in boots. He grunted when he shoved the bottle into Atara's hand. He grunted again when he climbed up on a chair and then onto the table. After he took the wine back from Atara and pulled the cork, he hobbled over to pour the white liquid into Leala's glass. "Thank you," she said when it was full. He glared, mumbled something under his breath, and poured a glassful for Thane. After setting the bottle down, rather loudly, and shuffling his boots across the tabletop, he slid off out of sight. He pretends to hate everyone, but I've tried to evict him. He refuses to leave, so I said if he was going to stay, he'd have to work. I think he secretly enjoys dusting.
At least you have company.
Thane said with a half smile. Leala took a few gulps of wine, trying to work up the courage to ask if she knew of a way to break the Black Mage's spells. She knew if she asked, it would ruin much of the progress that she and Thane had made. It would mean that she still planned to break from him even if they'd become friends. Thane and Atara talked about the battle for a while. The gruesome details made her skin crawl, but she listened quietly. Thane explained the nature of Leala's magic, and Atara only nodded. Atara didn't show any signs of shock or approval. Leala supposed it was because Atara had seen a lot of mages in her lifetime, but she wondered why neither of them saw the connection she did to the Black Mage. Or perhaps they did but didn't dare speak it aloud. When some time passed, Thane turned to Leala.
You've been awfully quiet.
Is there something on your mind? Atara asked, her eyes twinkling as if she already knew the answer. She gently chewed on her lip. Leala had much on her mind, but most pressing. I was going to ask. She hesitated. Is there a way to break a spell by the Black Mage? She kept her gaze pinned on Atara to avoid seeing Thane's reaction. She tried to block any feelings that might come from him through their bond, too. Unlike Vestin, she didn't stare at her in pity or condemnation. Maybe she didn't understand why she asked the question. The only person to ever break a rune spell was the dragon shifter Varlet, a sorceress. She worked with Zarahel and was duty-bound to him. A rune mark branded her forehead. She is one of the most vile people I've ever known. She released herself from his hold somehow. And no one has any idea how or why. Atara finished off a glass of wine. Your guess is as good as mine. She's clever and cunning. This was the same person that Mage Veston spoke of, and seemingly the only one alive with any answers. And she's in the Sadarak Mountains, Leala asked.
Can she be trusted?
Thane interrupted. Yes, she is, and certainly not. Atara's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. As I said, she's one of the vilest people I've ever met. She drank the blood of elven babies from a hideous, gaudy goblet. I faced her in battle once. She tugged down her collar to reveal a thick red scar from the side of her neck down across her collarbone until it disappeared under her robes. Left me with this. Her claws are infused with poison. After 400 years, it hasn't fully healed. Leala sank further into her chair. The one woman with answers was likely the last person Leala wanted to meet. Why did she break from the Black Mage? I have not the faintest idea. Everyone else who took his side has always been extremely loyal. But even if she is not loyal to his memory anymore, she is as evil as he was. Is there another way? Leala asked. Why do you ask? Leala stayed silent long enough that Atara answered anyway. There is the all-seeing stone. It would be able to give you the answer, but might be even more dangerous than Varlet. Thane and Leala exchanged a glance. Thane said,
That's rumored to be near here.
Yes, she nodded. Where the Void and Palinor meet in the tomb of the one who killed the Black Mage. Many have sought it, of course, but none have succeeded. She glanced toward a window. Oh, look, the rain has stopped. Thane stood, and the chair scraped loudly against the floor as it pushed back.
Thank you for the wine and conversation. We must go. There is much to do.
After your mate bond is settled, and the risk associated with it is gone, come back and we'll work on a plan to finish off Zarahel and the mess he made for good. Atara walked them to the door. I have kept faith through all these years that someday, somehow, it could all end. Leala shook her head. Thank you for having us. It was wonderful to meet you, Atara. You as well, Leala. She gave her a knowing look. Fear is the enemy of hope, and you will need hope for what lies ahead. Chapter 32. Following Thane out the door and over the unkempt path, Leala felt the growing heaviness between them. Thane? She started, but he kept walking without acknowledgement. Quickening her pace, she caught up to his side and tugged on his sleeve. Are you angry with me?
Why would I be angry?
He stared ahead. I don't know, you seem different. They walked alone along a muddy path just outside of the city wall.
I have a lot on my mind, Leala.
He finally said.
Things that have nothing to do with you.
Right. They walked on for several minutes in silence, but she knew it wasn't simply the funerals and the battles and the partial loss of the city. He markedly changed after she brought up breaking their bond. The gnome was funny, don't you think? A grumpy little thing. The bottle of wine was bigger than he was. A small smile tugged. Seeing progress, she continued. He had quite an impressive beard. I bet you couldn't grow one like that. Not that I'd want you to. I like seeing that fine jawline of yours. He still fought his smile. It looks like we'll have to capture Mathicus or go into the void to find out how to destroy it, which is terrible. The rotten bogs will certainly ruin my boots.
Yes, I'm sure your boots are your biggest concern. Not that you wouldn't come out alive.
Oh, I'll survive it, but I might break a nail.
Heaven forbid that happens.
Leala smiled. I'm starving.
I know. I heard your stomach growling. It's like a small beast is trapped in there.
That's a little exaggerated.
Is it?
She lightly shoved him and he laughed.
Was that a fly landing on me? I almost couldn't feel it.
Biting down, she pushed him again, and his shoulder bumped into the wall.
You're strong for a female.
I dare you to find out how strong, she said with the intent to rile him up the way he always did when she wasn't speaking to him. Something primal flashed in his eyes, and he advanced on her, unlatching the sword belt over his chest. Leala tensed when he set his swords on the ground and started undoing his weapons belt at his hip. What are you doing?
Let's see those fighting skills of yours. No weapons, no punches, no magic. Takedown moves only.
Leala's fingers shook slightly as she unlatched her own weapons and set them in the grass. Sparring would require them to become very close. She was good with hand-to-hand combat, but she was much more comfortable with her sword and dagger.
First, you tried to kill me in my bed. Successfully stabbed me. Then you threw a fork at my face at dinner.
He stepped so close that she had to look up to see his face.
You slap me and push me whenever you feel like it. Behavior I would never tolerate from anyone else.
Her cheeks warmed. And what? Now you want to punish me?
No,
he answered.
I'm going to show you why they call me the Warrior King. I don't think you have any idea. After this, we'll spar with weapons.
We have sparred. We're pretty evenly matched.
If the night you tried to kill me is any indication, you have things to learn. You need to be the best, not adequate. There have been too many times where you've been in danger and I wasn't there.
More intrigued than she should be, Leala stepped back and readied herself, arms squared before her, knees bent. She did this all the time back at Briar Hollow, but never with a partner so intense or attractive. It's just sparring practice. You've done this 1,000 times. He stood stock straight, waiting. She rolled her eyes and kicked at his ankle. He sidestepped, and faster than she thought possible. He had the crook of his elbow tight around her neck and his other arm wrapped around her torso, pinning her arms down. Angry with herself for getting caught so fast, she struggled to break free, but he only gripped her tighter.
I could snap your neck as easily as I can take a breath. Your arrogance will get you killed,
he said in her ear.
And therefore get me killed.
An involuntary shiver racked her body. Get off!
Escape.
She growled as he clinched a little tighter, making her lightheaded. I can't!
What was that?
I can't!
I just wanted to make sure you knew.
He released her, but his hand trailed along her back as he stepped away. A string of expletives ripped through her mind. You're such
a bastard. You're getting predictable.
She stepped away and readied herself. Want to compare magic?
I don't want us to die, so no.
He said with a serpentine smirk.
Again.
Clenching her fists, she took a steadying breath. You come at me this time. He tilted his head, and in a flash grabbed her arm and jerked her forward. She shoved her foot at his gut, but he moved to the side and it grazed off his torso. She swung under his arm, breaking his hold with a twist, and kicked his knee from behind. It buckled, but he didn't go down. Jumping onto his back, she latched on, wrapping her legs around his hard torso. But before she could secure a neck hold, he tossed her over his head. When she hit the ground, the air whooshed from her lungs. Before she could suck in a breath, he straddled her, pressing his weight into her thighs and hips, and hovered a knife above her throat.
This reminds me of something. Does it you?
Pig, she breathed. Unlike the last time he'd pinned her like this, hatred and disgust didn't course through her. Something much different warmed her skin now. An unbidden thought of pushing that damn knife aside and dragging his lips down to hers heated her cheeks. You said no weapons.
Just teaching you to be prepared.
He lifted the knife away, stabbing it into the ground beside them, but was still poised above her, still very much on her. Her chest heaved up and down. She couldn't pull her gaze from his bright green eyes, like he held her under a deliciously sinful spell. All her resistance to him and his charming mouth and otherworldly beauty over the weeks was flickering like a dying flame, and there wasn't a damn thing she could do to stop it. I don't need you to teach me anything, she said.
You look good lying on your back under me, Leia.
She ground her teeth. You really are a pig, you know that? He let out a midnight chuckle. Do you talk to all your sparring partners this way? She asked.
Only you.
Time for swords, and I swear if you make one joke about your sword, I'll cut it off. He laughed again, and Mega, she liked that sound. He finally rose off of her and held out his hand. She grasped it, and he tugged her to her feet.
You haven't had enough.
Oh, I'm just getting started. Scooping up her sword, she spat in the grass and narrowed her eyes at him.
You certainly are the epitome of a lady.
She flipped him her middle finger, and he chuckled, bending down to gather his sword.
I'll even use one sword this time, so you can't call me a cheater.
He swung at her first. She blocked and quickly sidestepped, evading another blow. Whoosh! His sword cracked against hers, and she nearly lost her grip. She parried, slicing at his leg. He blocked, slammed his boot down on her blade, sticking the point in the dirt, and quickly brought the tip of his sword to her chest.
You're not bad, dearest, but I am that good.
And you say I'm arrogant. Your head is getting so big it won't be able to fit in your tent. Make her above. She didn't want to admit it, but he was that good. They went at it again. Leala swung with more force, and their blades clashed loudly until he grazed her with an elbow and she fell back, landing halfway on her hip and wrist. The tang of blood filled her mouth as he squatted down in front of her. No one had taken her down as easily or quickly since she was a novice.
I didn't mean to do that.
He frowned and held his hand out to her. He wasn't even breathing heavily. Again, she said, spitting blood.
Leala, I don't want to hurt you.
Worry about yourself, she said, and don't take it easy on me. He sighed and stood. They fought over and over until it was twilight, and even their elf eyes had trouble seeing clearly. She had yet to win a bout. He got the better of her 13 times. 13! She was knocked down, smacked with the flat of his blade, kicked, and the calluses on her hand tore open. Each loss stung more than the last, and each made her respect for him grow.
You're good. Better than most.
Thanks, she breathed, now laying flat on her back, hardly able to move. Her body ached, her hands stung, as did her pride.
Are you done?
Until tomorrow, she wheezed. He got her good once in the ribs, and they must be bruised. She sliced open his forearm and slammed the hilt of her sword into his eyebrow where a small cut leaked blood, so he wasn't completely unscathed. At least she had that. Before she even knew what he was doing, he tucked an arm behind her knees and the other around her back and lifted her.
Your will is impressive. Your skills are excellent and will only get better. Sometimes it takes training with one better than you to improve.
She didn't protest as he carried her toward the camp. Resting her exhausted head against his shoulder, she murmured, I'll beat you someday.
I don't doubt that.
Her chest warmed at his response. And thank you.
For
treating me like an equal. She didn't want to be treated like a delicate flower, or she would never improve. When they arrived back at camp, he set her down in front of her tent's entrance. The small fires all around provided enough light she could see his face clearly. He looked torn and uncertain about something. She wanted to ask, but sudden music playing from fiddlers and tambourines close by took the moment away.
make sure Tiffapine puts healing balm on your hand and wraps it.
I will. She inspected the slice on his arm she'd given him. It looked as if it was almost healed already. I guess I didn't cut you as deep as I thought. He winked.
I heal quickly. Good night, Leia.
Leia. That was the second time he called her that. With a dangerous smile and a caress of her cheek, his voice dropped low.
Would you prefer Temptress? Goddess? My muse?
Why did each of those words sound so good on his lips? Her spine tingled. Leia. Leia works. Sleep well, High King. She couldn't pull her stare from him. Why did everything in her want to ask him to come into her tent, to talk, to enjoy the warmth of his body next to her, because she couldn't want more. She shouldn't want anything from him. He lingered for a moment and then turned and disappeared into the darkness of his abode. Every night for a week they trained together. Bumps and bruises became frequent. But there was something about pinning each other to the ground that was more sensual than aggressive, and she'd never felt that with anyone else. The pure will to beat her opponent like usual wasn't there. She wanted to improve her skills, and she did, but with Thane it was much more playful and intense. A blade against her throat never felt so intriguing, and each night when he left her outside her tent with a long look, and her mate mark pulsing, and a line that seemed to tug her toward him growing stronger, the urge to ask him to stay intensified, but she always turned away without an invitation. On this night, she lay in her bedroll, staring up at the tent's canvas. Her body ached from working during the day to help the people of Dunafell, and the training in the evenings took its toll, but her pulse pounded for no apparent reason. She hadn't been able to fall asleep for hours, like an electric current ran through her veins. Piper was fast asleep, completely covered in her blanket, and Tiff was snoring again. Leala got up, feeling a strong sense of urgency. Slipping her pants and boots on, she peeked out the tent flap. A few soldiers patrolled the area, but it was quiet. What was this anxiety creeping up in her? Was something out there? Her mate line tugged harder than ever, enough to force her to her feet to follow it to Thane's tent. She stood outside for a moment, contemplating what she would ever say if she went inside. But that urgency and anxiety intensified, and with a deep breath, Leala stepped inside. Thane sat in his wooden armchair, bent over with his face in his hands. A single candle burned on the side table. He was shirtless, with a sheen of sweat covering his skin despite the cool night. His breathing was labored, and if she didn't know better, she would say he was crying. Thane. His head snapped up, and his jaw muscles tightened as their eyes met. He wasn't crying, but the harsh planes of his face, like ice on a cool wintry night, spoke of despair. She took a step closer. Do you want to talk about it? They were quiet for a moment. She took another step. Thane stared at his hands while Leala watched his face closely.
My father.
He swallowed hard. Leala's heart started to race.
I dreamed about the day I killed my father, and I can't sleep now.
He swiped his hand across his sweaty brow.
The way he looked at me as the Pale One surrounded him. The realization of the betrayal.
He let out a long breath.
And then the dream shifted, and I was my father, and the Pale Ones were tearing at my flesh, taking bites out of my body, pulling out my insides. How could I have done that to him?
Thane's hand shook.
Even he didn't deserve that. I know he had to die, but I should have killed him swiftly, by my own hand. He was my father, and I fed him to monsters.
Leala's chest ached, and tears welled in her eyes, feeling his emotions of regret and sorrow. Not for Tenebrous' death, but for the pain this caused Thane. Her quick steps ate up the remaining distance from him. Oh, Thane. She bent over and cupped the side of his face, beautiful even in the storms of regret. She knew it hurt him, but he'd never been this vulnerable and open before. He'd never let her feel how much, and she'd been too much of a coward to ask. I'm sure it was swift. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her on his lap and against him as if she might disappear if he didn't. With her cheek pressed against his, she embraced him, rubbing the soft skin of his back gently. They held each other like that for a while. She didn't know how long, but she listened to the steady pull of his lungs and the chirping crickets outside. That sharp pain dulled to an ache, then warmth and ease like when the sun crested at the first sign of a new day. As if their bodies so close could heal the hurt. When he finally let her go, he took her hand and walked her back to her tent. Morning twilight colored the sky and birds sang happily. He leaned down and kissed her cheek with such tenderness. That playfulness he usually exuded wasn't there, and he didn't smile, but he squeezed her hand gently.
I have some things to do,
he said, his voice more gruff than usual.
I'll find you later.
He turned to leave. She grabbed his arm. I'm here when you need me.
Thank you.
Chapter 33. Weeks passed, but Thane required all of his soldiers to stay to fortify and help start rebuilding the city. The hard part was watching the suffering of the loved ones of the dead. But everyone was occupied with work, whether it was to feed people, chop wood, hold the hand of someone suffering, sew clothes, patch wounds, or other various tasks. Although Leala wanted to find the all-seeing stone Atara mentioned, she didn't know where it was, and Thane was too busy to ask. So, to pass the time, she trained with Piper, Aldrich, and Fennin each morning, and with Thane in the evenings. He was back to his flirtatious self, and they didn't talk about that night he dreamt of his father's death, or the way their arms and bodies pressed together dulled the pain. Each day Leala was achy and tired, but she also enjoyed the work and the time she got to spend with the elves, getting to know Piper, Aldrich, and Fennin better, and being near Thane. When she wasn't training, she was by his side, helping where she could. Maker, he was a shameless flirt, and she didn't know when she went from having her guard up to playing into it and wanting him. Although he hadn't tried to kiss her again, he made ways to touch her, if only briefly, skimming her arm or sliding his fingers across her back as he scooted by. She found herself smiling all the time. To honor his fallen ravens, Thane ordered a celebration of life, and the families of those soldiers finally arrived. Their bodies had already burned on a funeral pyre, but the ashes were placed in urns to be given to the families. The soldiers' swords and weapons were placed next to the urn of their ashes. Leala spent most of the day helping to prepare the event by setting up tables of food and drink, and now weaved crowns of flowers with young maidens for the celebration. Piper lay in the grass, basking in the sunset, but had no interest in flowers or making crowns. Sitting on logs under a yew tree, the three young ladies with Leala giggled when a pair of handsome males walked by. Their mothers were pregnant at the same time and named them after flowers: Rose, Lilac, and Freesia. Leala shook her hand, putting her hand up to shield her eyes from the low-hanging sun and get a better look at the elves the girls spoke of. She couldn't help the smile spreading across her face. "Why don't you go speak to them?" All three of them blushed. They were from Dunafell and were lucky that no one in their families had died weeks before. "What's the point? They'll be gone soon," said Lilac, the one with raven curls that cascaded past her rump. Her skin was a few shades lighter than her hair, and her eyes were gold. "You can still have fun with them." Leala raised an eyebrow. "Lady Lightbringer, it's not proper to speak such things," said Freesia, the one with lavender eyes and rich tan skin. Chuckling, Leala tied the crown on her lap with pink ribbon. "I mean dance and laugh and talk, not anything sexual. I hear there will be music tonight." Rose, with hair so pale it was almost white, lifted her chin. "I, for one, will not be pursuing any males. If they want to dance with me, they'll ask." "A she-elf after my own heart," Leala said, and the maidens giggled again. Tiffapine plopped a crown on Leala's head from behind. "Now you need a dress to match." Tiff walked around her, tapping a finger against her lips. Leala tucked it off her head and inspected the crown. It was wonderfully done with lavender, soft pink roses, and sprays of light green leaves and dark red berries still attached to the vine. "Do all the females wear them?" "Most unmarried maidens wear them at gatherings such as this. It's to show you are available. But you are mate-marked to the High King, so you're not available." "But the spell is not yet finished, and she's not married," Tiff said with a hand on her hip. "So she can wear it. I spent 3 hours looking for the flowers and putting it together." "This sounds like a dangerous game to play." Rose smirked. "Oh, I'm intrigued." "I wouldn't wear it if I were you, Lady Lightbringer," Freesia said. "You might offend him." "Oh, please do." Rose tucked her pale hair behind her pointed ear. "We could do with something interesting around here instead of the melancholy and tears. People died to save you. Have some respect." Lilac shot her a glare. Piper cleared her throat but didn't open her eyes or bother to turn from the sunlight. "If you wear that crown, you better be prepared to get burned by the fire you're playing with." Lifting an eyebrow, Leala found herself itching to put it back on. "It couldn't possibly be that consequential. It's just a flower crown." "Speaking of the High King," Tiff lifted her chin. Leala's stomach fluttered when she spotted him talking with what she assumed was one of the families of the fallen. The revulsion and pure hatred she once held for him was stolen by a spark that ignited every time he was near. He stirred things in her she hadn't felt in years. Things she promised herself she never would again. She couldn't get out of her head that he called her a goddess and a temptress, or the way he caressed her face, and it had been weeks ago. His voice was like liquid fire pulsing down her back every time he spoke. In the last week she watched him, riveted with his every move. Somewhere from the time he took her from Briar Hollow to now, she saw who he was. Someone kind but fierce, funny but also compassionate. She fought back the desire to want to touch him. Although many things required Thane's attention, he was never too far. They could be the full camp apart, and she still felt his presence like a warm blanket under a cool, open night sky. I should go change. They're lighting the torches and the music started. Leala placed the crown Tiff made her back on her head, a move that tugged at her gut, but she did anyway. Like Tiff said, she wasn't married. Even though it was out of her way, Leala walked by Thane, very aware of her heart's sudden rapid succession. She couldn't take her gaze from him. When his eyes snapped to hers, he stopped talking mid-sentence. She was far enough away she couldn't hear the conversation, but when his jaw hung slightly ajar, it was tell enough. Inside she was smiling, although she didn't let it show on her lips. So the girls had been right about the flower crown, and he didn't appear to like that she wore it one bit. A dangerous game indeed. She knew she was wicked for it, but she wanted to see what he would do. Leala tore her gaze away and headed for her tent to change. Right beside her, Tiff said,
I had Piper get a dress for you that matches the crown. It's a lovely maroon colour.
You're the best lady's maid there's ever been, Tiff. When Leala stepped into her tent where the dress was laid out on her bedroll. Blushing, Tiff twirled a lock of her hair around her stubby finger.
Oh, you're too kind, but feel free to give me compliments at any time.
Stifling a laugh, Leala slipped out of her clothes and changed into the dress. It reached to just above her knees, and the bell sleeves were long, dangling well below her wrists in flowy lace. She strapped a dagger to her thigh and decided to forego shoes. She liked the feeling of cool grass under her bare feet. Are you joining the celebration? Plopping down on her pillow, Tiff shook her head.
I may be able to come out with you around small groups, but I'm still scared of the dark. I'll stay inside.
Suit yourself. Leala peeked out of the slit of the tent, watching for Thane. He wasn't anywhere near. She wanted him to see her and do something bold. He hadn't even come close to kissing her again. I shouldn't want him to kiss me. I shouldn't even be thinking about it. But she couldn't stop replaying the moment he pressed her against the tree over and over, and how much she wanted him to do it again. You're being stupid. You made a vow to never love again. She paced back and forth in her tent. Leala expected Tiff to ask her a load of questions about why she was pacing and why she hadn't gone out to the party yet, but the little gnome dozed off. When Leala peered out the slit again, it was dark. Night came faster than she expected. The torch between her tent and Thane's was lit, and the pale light from the stars and half-moon shone down brightly. She took in a deep breath and stepped out. Drawn toward the slow-beating drums, the light picking of strings, and the airy whispering of flutes, she padded across the soft, cool grass. The ravens danced with many of the young maidens of Dunafell around 3 large fires. Wine was served out of casks and goblets. She wasn't the only one not wearing shoes either. It was much less formal than the summer solstice celebration. A tug at her chest caused her to look left to find Thane sitting on what could only be described as a throne. It was made of wood, but was carved with great whorls and painted midnight blue. His silver crown perched on his dark locks, and those predatory green eyes watched her with brutal awareness. It was as if he stripped her bare and could see all that she was. Breath coming shallow, she followed the pole that yanked on her to go to him, then halted. She couldn't give in to him no matter how delicious he looked tonight. His black button-up tunic was left open enough to peek at the planes of his muscular chest, and his hair was left down, unruly and worthy of grasping. Taking a sharp turn, Leala made for the line at one of the wine kegs. The male in front of her turned around with a smile, She didn't recognize him, but there were simply too many elves at camp to know them all.
You were as beautiful as a bloomin' red rose in winter, lady.
She smiled. That's a new one. He chuckled.
I apologize. It was a terrible line.
It wasn't too terrible. Unique at least.
What's your name?
Leala took the wine offered by one of the attendants. He truly had no idea who she was. Was he not one of the ravens? Leala.
I'm Endafar from Dunafell.
Leala took a long drink and smiled. I'm from... She didn't know how to answer that. A very small place you've probably never heard of.
Would you like to dance with me? Leala from a very small place.
Her eyes darted to Thane, whose attention had shifted from her to a she-elf with a crown of white roses standing before him, blocking her view of his face. Jealousy lit within her so hot she had to take another long swig to clamp it down. I better not. Endafar's dark eyes danced with curiosity.
And why is that?
I think it might cause you more trouble than it's worth. Thane's words echoed in her mind.
You are mine, and I will destroy anyone who gets in my way.
Damn. Why did she find that attractive? Why did it make her want him all the more? When Thane got up from his throne, holding on to the hand of the she-elf pulling him toward the other dancers, she choked on her wine and turned away from Endafar in a coughing fit. Her magic itched at her fingertips, and she couldn't even say why. I'm sorry, excuse me. Quickly, she started off in the opposite direction with the goblet shaking in her hand. She paused when she thought she was alone and took in a few deep breaths. Stop it. Stop it. Thane is free to do what he pleases. You will only ever be mates in symbolism. But no matter how much she tried to talk herself out of the burning anger building in her, she couldn't. A gentle touch on her arm made her jerk her dagger free and pushed it against Endafar's neck. He put up his hands with wide eyes.
I only wanted to make sure you were all right.
She lowered the dagger and shoved it back in its sheath. Sorry, reflex.
What was the name of the small town again?
I didn't say. She rubbed her forehead and looked down in her goblet. It was empty. Out of the corner of her eye, she found Thenin watching with his arms crossed on the other side of the bonfire with Sunshine beside him. With a smirk, Sunshine winked at her, as if daring her to take Endafar up on his offer, although she knew he couldn't hear. You seem nice. You should leave me alone. But when she saw Thane smiling down at the maiden he danced with, she gripped the goblet tighter. Actually, I'd love to dance. He looked over his shoulder, following Leala's stare, then turned back with a shrug.
Great!
After setting her goblet on the table beside the wine, she let the young elf lead her in a dance. Her feet moved easily to the upbeat tune. They held hands, spinning in circles and moving in and out, but never too close. It wasn't a song that invited intimacy. She giggled as the wine hit her, feeling lighter and carefree. She caught Thenin giving her a sneer and slight shake of his head. Hypocrite. He wasn't sneering at Thane for dancing with someone else. She stuck her tongue out at him. He rolled his eyes and turned to Sunshine, who appeared to be laughing at her. At least one of them had a sense of humor. Endafar spun her around, then let go, sending her bumping into someone. She didn't turn to see who it was. Instead, swayed to the music caught up in the lovely melody. It felt like castles and pixies and dragons and mist captured in a wistful song. After a moment of dancing alone, she found Thane with a different elf now, one with long braided brunette hair, completely enamored with him. In the minutes Leala watched them, she didn't take her eyes from his face once. His easy smile made her want to punch him right in the mouth. How dare he smile at her like that? She didn't care if it was the wine making her ridiculous. She stamped up to Endafar and kissed him on the cheek. Thane suddenly lost interest in his dancing partner. The muscles in his jaw flexed when she turned away from him. His stare bore into her back, causing her skin to tingle in kind. When she approached the wine table again, the girls she wove crowns with earlier circled around her. The High King is staring at you, Lilac said and sucked in her bottom lip. He looks angry. I hope he is. Rose smirked, tapping her pale fingers against her goblet. You are wicked. I wish I was you. No, you don't, Leala muttered,
To be mated to the most beautiful male she'd ever seen and not be able to touch him was a curse so cruel it cut her very soul. To have a secret so dark that it ate away at her more each day wasn't something anyone would wish for. All she was death for those she cared for, a curse on this realm. She downed another goblet of wine while the girls chatted about which males they thought were attractive and which they wished would ask them to dance. Why hadn't Thane asked her to dance? Why didn't he want to take her in his arms and touch her and smile at her like he had with the others? It wasn't long before the second portion of wine left her contemplating confronting Thane. He retook his spot on the throne with Fennin and Aldrich on either side of him, talking as if he had no idea how he affected her, as if he couldn't feel it. "I'm going to bed," she blurted out. The girls bid her good night as she glided away from the celebration. She didn't make it even halfway before she heard,
"You've had your fun with that poor boy and now you're leaving?"
His voice was like that wine, smooth and making her want to do things she shouldn't. "Like you care, Mr. Dancing with every eligible maiden here." She paused a moment, thinking about turning to look at him but didn't. Thane slid into her path, forcing her to stop.
"When you put on that crown, you gave an open invitation for every male to pursue you. I didn't think you'd care who I danced with."
"It's a silly crown, and I don't care who you have your hands all over. I'm going to bed." She pushed past him. "Alone. I'm sure you'll have plenty of company." He stepped into her path again, and she balled her hands at her sides. Why did he have to look so good when she was angry? The slight breeze picked up pieces of his dark hair. The moonlight shimmered off the skin of his chest. Those damned green eyes bright even in the darkness.
"I don't want anyone else's company,"
he said. "Then what do you want?" Snatching the flower crown off her head, he tossed it aside, losing it somewhere in the shadows.
"It's more than a silly crown to our people."
Then he swept her legs out from under her, caught her body in his arms, and started toward the gathering. "What are you doing? Put me down!" she protested, although she was silently reveling in his action.
"Doing what I should have done the moment I saw you tonight."
"And what is that?" He remained silent as he carried her by Rose, Frisia, and Lilac, all three wearing shocked and amused expressions. Then he strutted through the dancers, bumping into Endifar on the way by. His mouth dropped open and his cheeks flamed red. Everyone turned to stare, watching their High King and the Lady Lightbringer until they reached his throne. After he set her on her feet, he sat. She watched him curiously. What was he doing? Grabbing her waist, he firmly pulled her on his lap.
"Claiming what is mine."
Everyone stopped dancing, and even went silent as tension seemed to fill the air, as if everyone had paid attention to the drama between them the entire night. Thane lifted his hand.
"Get back to the celebration."
His other hand was flat against her belly, and his thumb moved in little circles. Leala's body was on pins and needles, aware of his every curve and muscle against her. She twisted her upper body around to face him. His lips were so inviting, and she didn't know if it was the wine or not, but she slid her hands up his chest and pushed her lips to his. She twisted her body full around, straddling her thighs around him, kissing him harder, slipping her tongue through his teeth. She didn't care that everyone was there to watch them. She wanted them to see. No other girls in flower crowns would approach him again. He let out a low growl and slid his hands up and down her back slowly. She wanted him enough her body could ignite into flames. It burned for him so much more than it ever did. "I wish I could have you," she murmured against his lips. "I wish you could take me into your tent and I could have my way with you." He pulled back with a smile, letting out a sigh.
"How much wine have you had?"
Giggling, she lifted a shoulder. "Not enough to excuse saying that, I'm afraid." She trailed her finger down his neck, then over his chest until she reached his navel, and he caught her hand.
"I think you've had more than you're letting on."
He intertwined their fingers and kissed the back of her hand gently.
"What do you mean you wish you could have me?"
His eyes dropped momentarily and lifted, locking onto hers.
"I'm yours, Leia. I've only ever belonged to you.
Her eyes watered and stung. I'm cursed. A lump formed in her throat. She could hardly believe she was going to say it aloud, but the secret must come out. Remember when I told you the man I loved died? He died because of me. He died moments after we made love. I killed him. I don't know how. It wasn't on purpose, but my body, my magic is poisonous. So you can't ever love me. She'd never told anyone her dark secret. No one in Briar Hollow knew how Novak truly died, not even Aunt Evelyn. That day is burned into my mind like a permanent wound. I can't forget Novak's ashen skin, his lifeless eyes. I can't get it out of my head that I killed the man I loved. Leala's throat tightened, and she closed her eyes, drowning in the memory. They kissed and made love, tangled in each other's arms in a meadow outside Briar Hollow. The evening sun warmed their skin. Butterflies swirled around them as if blessing their union. But after the high ended, and she lay on his bare chest, he went utterly still. The steady beat of his heart she listened to stopped. Confused, she lifted her head. "Novak?" she whispered. His wide-open eyes stared at the sky, never blinking. With a gasp, she jumped back. Panic swelled in her, her skin too hot. She grabbed his face, gently shaking him. It was just a bad dream. He must be sleeping. He had to be sleeping. "Wake up!" Tears slipped down her cheeks. "Wake up!" His lips were such a dark purple they almost looked black, the color of her lilies. He did not wake. Blinking several times, Thane set his jaw. He continued rubbing her back and moved a piece of hair off her cheek.
Leia, it can't be true. It doesn't make sense. You didn't use your magic against him. It doesn't just lash out on its own accord.
It doesn't matter what you believe or what makes sense. It doesn't make sense that I was born with a black lily's mark on my arm either. What happened to Novak is my fault. She kissed the soft skin of his cheek. And that's why I said I wish. Because I may have wanted to kill you once. She looked up at the stars and let out a short laugh. But I don't anymore. She fisted his tunic tightly in her hands. There are other things I'd much rather do. Thane closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly.
I am sorry that happened, and to blame yourself for this is such a horrible burden you've had to bear. But you must let it go. This will slowly kill you and rob you of happiness you deserve. I know the pain you feel, but I am not him. I am not a fragile human.
She slowly shook her head. I won't risk it. It's why I asked Atara for a way to break our bond. We can't ever be together. Not really. I can stay and fight and be your friend, but that is all.
Friends don't feel this way about each other.
It's this cursed bond, Thane. Once it's broken, the feelings will go away. We must seek the all-seeing stone. He slowly shook his head.
What I feel for you couldn't simply go away. It's more than the bond.
How do you know?
We certainly are more attuned to each other than most now, but you didn't feel a pull for me when I came to you, or before. I think your attempt on my life proves that.
He smirked and she sighed, wishing she could scrub that day from her mind. Thane added,
I cared about you before because I was aware of our connection, and I hoped you would want to know me, if you felt it too. But that isn't the reason I want you now. I thoroughly love your mind, and even your stubbornness.
He smiled.
You're determined and witty and fierce as any raven. But you're also kind and gentle. I've seen the way you care for those in need, like the children and your gnome.
He brushed his fingers across the collarbone.
You are more beautiful than I ever imagined. I have never wanted anything more than I want you. I am drawn to all of you, Leia.
She kissed him then softly. Maker, She breathed, and a tear rolled down her cheek. Why did you have to be perfect? Leala rested her head against his shoulder, half curled around his body, and stayed like that until the music stopped and the celebration ended. Chapter 34. If Leala wasn't having a nightmare about pale ones, she dreamt of Thane. Thane touching her and caressing her, kissing her, calling her lover, and... Leala shot her eyes open, breathing heavily. Ugh, not again. The ghost of his dream lips pressed between her breasts had her cheeks burning. Tiffapine stared above her. Those chocolate curls of hers dangled on Leala's forehead. What you dreaming about there, missy? Not another nightmare, I hope? I keep having this dream that a pale one comes into the tent and eats me whole. Doesn't even have to chew. And I'm stuck alive in his belly, punching and screaming, and yet no one can hear me. That's disturbing. Leala groaned and sat up. And I've told you not to hover over me while I'm sleeping. It's creepy. Every time I do, you wake up, like you can sense it. So tap my arm or something like a normal person. I tried that and you swatted my hand away, like I was a bug. Were you dreaming about bugs? The last thing she was going to do was discuss her dream with Tiff, a dream she had no business having. After sitting up, the previous night came flooding back to her. She straddled Thane on his throne and kissed him as if no one watched. Everyone had been watching. She even confessed about Novak's death, and Thane didn't believe it. But he wasn't there to see the obvious signs of poison. It wasn't a coincidence. No, I wasn't dreaming about bugs. Leala tossed her blanket aside and picked up a clean pair of pants. Have you heard any mention of anything that happened last night? Oh, about you and Thane getting handsy? I wish I hadn't missed it. It's been the talk all morning. Leala tugged the maroon dress she still wore over her head and pulled on a clean top. Great, she murmured. Tiffapine fidgeted with the hem of her dress and rocked back and forth from heel to toe. I also heard something last night that I think you should know. A tap against the tent, Anna.
Leala, I need to speak to you.
From Thane had her dressing faster. She had enough to know that whatever Tiff needed to tell her would be embarrassing. Tell me later. I need to go. But... Tiff called as Leala pulled the tent flap aside. I think it's important. Like, really important. Is it life or death? What Tiff thought was important usually wasn't, and could be a long conversation about nothing. After running her fingers through her hair, she tied it back into a high ponytail. Tiff tapped a finger against her lips. I guess you wouldn't die, but... Then it can wait. I'll see you later. Leala stepped out into the morning sun. It was warm, but the air was cool. Staring at Thane's back as he talked to a couple soldiers compelled her heart to thud louder and harder than usual. As if he sensed her standing there, he turned and smiled.
Good morning.
His voice was warm honey oozing through her. Hello. She returned a smile, and they stood in awkward silence. The soldiers looked at her differently. Each wore a mischievous smile, like they had a joke they wanted to tell.
You're excused.
Thane said to the soldiers. They dipped their heads and wandered off. She dreaded that he might bring up anything she'd said or done. It wasn't as if she hadn't wanted to do those things, but the wine certainly gave her the carelessness she wouldn't have otherwise had. So, she couldn't find anything to say.
So, you want to attempt to retrieve the all-seeing stone?
I think we should, given the circumstances. She couldn't make herself meet his eyes. I think it's dangerous to stay bonded. It was dangerous because she craved his touch, when she knew he wanted her more. How long could they resist?
Because you think your magic would kill me if we have sex.
In surprise, she finally looked at him. He came right out and said it, no hesitation. Yes. A slow smile tugged at his mouth.
And you want to?
Out of habit, she rolled her eyes and walked by him. It doesn't matter what I want. It's not going to happen. It can't ever happen. He fell into step at her side, brushing his hand against hers.
We'll find the all-seeing stone, and you can ask it what you want, and I'll ask it what I want.
Making a course correction, she headed for the horses. And what is it that you want to know so badly?
If I ask the stone if your magic would kill me and it says no, then will you change your mind about breaking our bond?
Is that what you're going to ask?
I'm asking you that.
Tapping a finger against her lips, she pretended to contemplate it for a long time. I'll think about it. But what she wouldn't give to surrender, to have his warm lips all over her bare skin. She wanted him to whisper naughty things in her ear. He chuckled.
Ever the vixen.
With a wave of his hand, he caught Aldrich and Fennon's attention. They made their way over quickly.
Morning, sire.
Fennon grasped Thane's forearm in greeting.
What's on the agenda today?
Aldrich bit into his crunchy apple.
Something other than digging holes and whittling spikes, I hope. We're going to get the all-seeing stone. Pack a bag.
Fennon and Aldrich looked at each other. Aldrich stopped chewing.
You do realize that it's never been done before. That's because I've never tried. Arrogant bastard today, I see.
Aldrich said with a grin. Funny, you took the words right out of my mouth, Leala said. Thane gave Aldrich a light shove.
Just because she calls me that doesn't mean you can. Get Piper too. The tomb might be surrounded by pale ones.
Sitting on top of a hill that overlooked the void a few short miles away, Leala's inside squirmed. The land was hills of ashes and rotting flora that smelled like eggs long past stew. Black pools of tar bubbled, and dark mist rose off the ground, creating low visibility beyond where the void touched Palinor. She thought there was movement somewhere in the darkness, but it was difficult to distinguish shadow from mist. Holding her hand over her eyebrows to shield the sun, Piper stood higher in her saddle. I don't see anyone near the tomb.
I thought it would be bigger.
Aldrich pushed his hand through his wavy hair. Said every girl you've ever slept with, Piper said. Leala's hand flew to her mouth to stifle a laugh. Aldrich shot her a glare.
Piper, darling, you can just say you want to see it. No need for the rude lies.
Piper giggled. Got you good with that one.
Shh. We need to be serious right now.
Fennon said. The tomb was on the grassland of Palinor, but 50 yards from it, the inky void lurked. Everything in Leala told her to go back, that this was a mistake. It was much too close to the void where, if she was taken, she could be used to bring back the Black Mage. But she also needed that stone. Fennon visibly shuddered and tilted his head side to side, cracking his neck.
This place gives me the creeps.
What makes this tomb hard to get into? Leala asked, stroking Midnight's smooth neck. The horse whinnied and tossed his head. It's riddled with traps, of course, Piper said. I heard getting the door open is the easy part. It's inside that's challenging. Who created it?
No one knows,
Thane said.
The Black Mage was immune to magic attacks through one of his spells. Rhaegar found the all-seeing stone. It's how he had the knowledge to kill the Black Mage when no one else could. I never thought about it before, but you know the old stories about how he went mad after he killed the Black Mage.
Yeah, Piper said slowly. We know the stories. It was the Black Mage's last curse.
What if it was the stone that drove him mad and not the Black Mage? Maybe that is why it's been guarded so well.
Everyone turned to stare at Thane. Leala gulped, twisting toward the tomb. It was a square building at least 20 feet high, with a silver spire at its center. Nothing else was around it for miles save for a boulder here or there. Fennon huffed.
So, we should turn around right now then. Good talk.
We could ask it how to destroy the void,
Thane said.
The sole reason our people believe Leala can do it is because they think she's the only mage born in the last 400 years. We have no real idea how. And who is going to ask if we can even get it? I'm certainly not losing my mind.
Aldrich said and spit off to the side.
I will.
Thane answered. Leala was suddenly sick to her stomach. She couldn't see Thane go mad because of her. Maybe part of the reason he wanted it was to find a way to destroy the void, but it wasn't the only reason. He never tried to get the stone before. We should go back.
We're already here.
Thane kicked his horse forward and trotted down the grassy slope. Fennin cursed and followed after him. Leala, Piper, and Aldrich met them at the bottom. The rotten stink of the void drifted on the wind. Leala tried to stifle her growing nausea with slow breaths. Ugh, it's horrible. We need to decide who's going in and who is standing guard, Piper said, jumping off her horse. Everyone followed her lead. Sunshine made his way to the tomb and ran his hand over the stone.
I'll go in. No. Fennin and I will go in. Aldrich and Piper, you stay with Leia.
Thane pressed his palm flat against the door that read,
He who enters here will die a horrible death.
It's too dangerous for you to go, King. Piper folded her arms. I'll go with Fennin.
Why am I automatically out?
Sunshine balked. A nervous sweat warmed under Leala's arms. You all can read what is inscribed on the door, can't you? No one is going in there. After his hand dropped from the door, Thane turned.
You want your answer?
Not if it's a death sentence for any of us, or madness. Leala nervously looked toward the void. Look, we can go back to Palanor and I'll marry you.
But you'll never be intimate with me.
The three companions suddenly found everything but them more interesting. Leala's cheeks burned with shame and sorrow. She didn't want to talk about this in front of their friends. Had he already told them? Piper looked troubled as she nibbled on her lip. Her eyes almost pleaded with Leala, silently begging her for something. Why are you looking at me like that? Leala snapped. She shook her head but turned to Thane and raised an eyebrow. Something about the exchange unnerved Leala.
She's just scared to go inside but wants to look brave.
Sunshine drawled.
Aren't you, Pipe?
Shut up, ass. Ignoring everyone, Thane placed his hands on the engraved circle, then whispered something inaudible. The stone popped slightly ajar with a groan, and dust billowed out. With her heart thundering, Leala stepped forward and grabbed Thane's arm. Please don't go in there.
I have to.
Have to? Why did it sound like there was more to that statement than him wanting an answer? Gripping the edge of the door, Thane pulled. The stone scraped and groaned. Thane gritted his teeth. The veins in his arms bulged with his effort to pull it open. Leala rocked from one foot to the other, holding onto her dagger's handle. Anything could be inside waiting to devour them. When the opening was wide enough, Thane slipped inside the darkness without even glancing back. Fennin followed right after. I can't let them go alone. What if they need me? The mist of the void shifted and thickened in the distance, swirling as if someone controlled its movements. But what if Pale Ones come? She was torn. If she went inside, Pale Ones could attack Sunshine and Piper, and if the enemy was able to close the door, Thane, Fennin, and her could be trapped in the tomb. But what was inside could be much more dangerous than even a horde of Pale Ones. Her mate line to Thane almost thrummed, tugging her to follow. I'm going. Before Piper could protest, she dashed into the tomb's opening. It was pitch black inside, save for the light coming in behind her from the outside. She couldn't see Thane or Fennin or anything but the faint outline of walls. The air was stale and smelled like 1,000 years of dust and mold, nearly suffocatingly strong. She had the urge to cover her mouth and nose, but it wouldn't do any good. Thane? Fennin! She breathed. It felt too intrusive to speak more than a whisper. A torch sparked to life ahead, revealing the male standing at the far end of the tomb and at the top of a stairwell. The room they currently stood in was entirely empty.
Go back outside,
Fennin ordered. You can't give me orders, Fen. I outrank you.
Leia.
Thane started, but she marched toward them, cutting him off with a scowl. I'm coming. She'd done nearly everything Thane asked her to in the name of safety, and this time she wouldn't let him win. She pulled her sword and dagger and waited beside them. Are we going to stand here all day? Thane's worried eyes searched her face.
Stay close to me.
Fennin took a deep breath and descended the stairs first, weapons in hand. Thane nudged Leala next, and he took up the rear. Their light footsteps barely made a sound. Their shallow breaths were almost inaudible, but in this endlessly silent place, it felt as if they were a pack of bumbling trolls screaming. Torches lit on their own the further they descended.
At least we can see,
Fennin said over his shoulder. On the last step of what could have been 100, Fennin stopped. Fire lit along the walls of the tunnel ahead, which also appeared empty. Each of Leala's senses was heightened with her anxiousness. She heard Thane's heart thumping behind her. She picked up on the smell of sweat from Fennin, and even the air tasted mustier down here. But there was also a quiet tick, 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 coming from somewhere in that long tunnel. They knew there were traps, but they couldn't be seen. Fennin went to take a step, and Leala grabbed his shoulder. Wait! She tossed the knife in her boot ahead. When it clanked on the stone ground, a massive double-edged axe swung out of the wall, slicing back and forth at a fast rhythmic pace. Wide-eyed, Fennin looked back.
That would have killed me. There are bound to be more,
Thane said. He grabbed a torch from the wall and tossed it further than the knife. When it clattered, the floor dropped, crumbling into a crevice at least 3 feet across.
All right, we get past the swinging axe, jump the pit, and then it looks like the tunnel turns.
He pushed by them and stood before the axe, waiting, and then leapt. Leala's heart lurched when the axe swung behind him moments after.
I hate spiders.
Spiders, Leala whispered. Fennin darted past the axe, leaving her alone on the other side. You can do this. You can do this. Swing, swing, swing. The axe gave her only a second to get by. It moved so fast it was a flash of silver. 1, she breathed. 2, she breathed out. 3. She sprang forward and felt the wind of the axe whoosh behind her. Peering over the edge of the crevice, her skin crawled. Thousands, if not millions, of spiders covered the walls below with draping silver webs as puffy as clouds. Oh my, they're climbing out! Leala exclaimed and kicked a fat brown one off her boot. She wanted to take a step back, but if she did, she'd be sliced in half.
Can you jump that far?
Thane asked, stamping a spider as big as his hand. It crunched under his boot and Leala shuddered. Without a running start, she didn't know, but she didn't have a choice. Fennin launched himself across, clearing it with at least several inches length behind him. But Fennin was almost an entire foot taller than her. Could she make it? The alternative was falling into the bottomless pit of spiders. A crawling sensation tickled her arm. She looked down to see a red spider inching up her skin. She squealed and batted it off. Then she slapped at the rest of her body, certain there were more.
I'm going to throw you across.
What? No! She protested even as Thane grabbed hold of her. No! I can jump. I can do it. Or I could use my magic and create a bridge.
Oh, great idea. We're like 5 feet from the void, and your magic calls to the pale ones.
Fennin bellowed. Fennin aggressively stomped his foot several times.
She won't make it. Toss her.
How do you know? She screamed as she went flying through the air, arms waving in wild circles. When she landed on the other side, she crashed into Fennin's solid form. Thane leapt right after her, landing at the edge but started teetering backward. Another scream caught in her throat as she and Fennin snatched him by his tunic and jerked him forward.
Whew, that was close,
he said with a stupid grin. Leala's heart crashed so hard against her chest, she thought it might beat right out of her skin. I'm going to kick your ass when we get out of here.
I hope so.
Fennin crept around the corner and halted. Solid wall, a dead end. But at the top, carved in the stone, it read, Give me drink and I will die. Feed me and I will live. It's a riddle. Leala touched the engraving. The rough stone under her fingers was like dried sand. Bits of it crumbled. Do we just say the answer aloud?
We need the answer first,
Fennin said. She dropped her hand to her side. What needs to be fed but can't drink? Thane looked deep in thought when she glanced over at him. Fennin shrugged.
Insects. They hate water.
They still drink, Leala replied and turned to check the spiders. A clump of them moved her way. She slammed her hand against the wall. They're coming! Thane ran his hand around the edges.
It can't be anything living.
Leala grabbed a torch off the wall and jabbed the flames at the spiders. Some raised their spindly legs up in defense, others backed up. Then it hit her. Fire! Fire! She whirled around and yelled. The answer is fire! Nothing happened. It was the answer, wasn't it? Or had she guessed wrong? Thane snatched the torch out of her hand and held it against a small pocket in the wall. It began to move upward, scraping and popping as it did. Thane put his arm around her shoulder and squeezed her to his side.
I love you. You're a genius.
He turned and tossed the torch to the spiders, and with a wave of his hand, a line of fire zipped from one wall to the other, keeping the spiders at bay. Fennin slapped her palm, then fist-pumped. While they celebrated, all she could think about was what came out of Thane's mouth. He just said, I love you. Somehow that made her heart ramp up even faster than it already beat. When the wall lifted fully, the three of them stepped inside to a small room that held a rectangular sarcophagus at its center. The lid was a male elf carved in thick pale stone. Thane carefully touched it and waited. With bated breath, Leala waited too, wondering if the ceiling would come down or if any more weapons would shoot out at them. But the room stayed utterly still. Seemingly satisfied nothing would happen, Thane started to push. Leala and Fennin joined him until the lid moved enough to peer in. A corpse of bones laid inside, with a ceramic vase resting under his hands.
It must be in the jar.
Fennin reached for it, then paused.
What if something happens if we pull it out?
Something will definitely happen, Leala said.
We don't really have another choice.
Thane grabbed the vase, tearing it out of the dead elf's grasp. He peered inside, cursed, and drove his hand in the opening. When he pulled out a piece of paper, he dropped the vase, letting it shatter.
To whoever finds this, I found the stone first.
Leala's stomach plummeted as the words sunk in. She snatched the note out of his hand and read it herself. The writing wasn't faded, the paper not worn. It wasn't very old, months at most. So we went through all that shit for nothing, Leala said, crumpling the note.
We need to go.
Thane shoved her toward the wall that was now lowering. She held in a scream, running for the opening, getting smaller by the moment. She dove and stood under it on her belly. Fennin came rolling out right after her, but Thane... There was only a foot left. Thane! She shrieked. Fennin and she both grabbed the bottom, fighting to keep it open longer. His beautiful dark head of hair showed, then he skidded underneath and cleared the door inches before it was too late. Holding out her hand to him, Thane looked up and smiled. She jerked him up and then pulled him into her. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she pressed her face into his chest. Don't ever scare me like that again. The floor began to quake, breaking and cracking the stone walls. Leala jerked back. This place is going to come down. Fennin jumped over the flames and landed with the sickening crunch of spiders.
Disgusting.
In globs, the spiders scurried up the walls and into the cracks, trying to escape. Holding her hand, Thane pulled Leala across the flames. The swinging axe fell as the stone above it crumbled. Without a word, Thane threw Leala across the crevice again. She hit the other side, slamming on her hands and knees. Fennin landed beside her and pulled her to her feet. The ground shook harder. Pieces of stone crashed down on them. A chunk slammed into her shoulder. She cried out, clutching the injury.
Come on, move, Leala.
Fennin waved frantically ahead of her. Thane swept an arm across her back, and they sprinted up the steps. As soon as they reached the top, the stairs caved in, and they ran for the open door to the outside. When they burst out into the fresh, clean air, Leala coughed and fell to her knees, still clutching her shoulder. It throbbed and burned. The fabric of her sleeve was torn, leaving a scrape that oozed. Please tell me you got the stone, Piper said, crossing her arms. Thane scowled at her.
Someone got to it already.
Who?
They didn't sign the note, if that's what you're asking. I have no idea.
Aldrich stepped around the corner of the tomb, which on the outside looked perfectly untouched.
There's movement in the void. I can hear voices. The quaking of the ground must have given us away.
He glanced back over to the swirling mist.
We should go. There will certainly be too many for us to fight alone.
He jumped onto his horse with such ease it made Leala jealous. Meanwhile, she struggled to get to her feet, but moved much faster when she heard the horrid shriek of a Pale One. Chapter 35. When they crested the top of the hill, a lone Pale One in full black armor emerged from the mist and stood unmoving as he stared. He didn't give chase or screech or shout threats. He watched. It was more unnerving than if he'd charged. Leala kicked Midnight into a gallop, catching up to her companions. "They're not chasing us," Leala said.
Nevertheless, we'll keep up this pace until we're certain.
Thane responded. It wasn't until Dunafell came into view that they slowed to a pace they could talk without difficulty. "Who would have the ability to get the stone?" Leala asked. Fennin shrugged.
It wasn't actually that difficult. It could be anyone.
Leala balked, holding her aching shoulder. "Not that difficult. We almost died back there." Thane chuckled.
I've been in much closer calls.
"Well, I haven't, and neither of you even got hurt. My shoulder feels like it's going to make my arm fall off." Turning toward her, Thane pulled back on his reins.
Why didn't you tell us you were hurt?
When he stopped, everyone did. It wasn't bad enough to keep me from riding. Aldrich shifted in his saddle.
I gotta hand it to you, Lightbringer. You're tough for a female.
Both Leala and Piper grunted. Leala tugged the fabric of her short sleeve up to see the real damage. It was scraped and bruised, but not life-threatening. "I remember kicking your ass not that long ago. Perhaps you should stop underestimating females."
I still won that bout, in case you've forgotten. Besides, I was afraid to hurt your pretty face, so I took it easy on you.
"Liar," Leala retorted. "I'm up for a rematch if you are."
Perhaps when your shoulder isn't injured.
Thane cut in.
I need to speak with Altara about this stone.
That's when she noticed the dried blood down the side of Thane's face. "Thane, your head! You did get hurt!" He lifted his shoulder and rubbed his face on his sleeve.
It's nothing. You four get back to camp.
The urge to ask to join him bubbled up in her throat, but before she could get the words out, Thane took off in the opposite direction they would be heading. "Is he really fine, or is he just saying that?" Fennin answered.
Thane heals quickly.
"He's mentioned that before, but what does that mean exactly?"
Whatever injury he had on his head will have already healed on its own. Probably within minutes if it wasn't that deep.
She had never heard of such a thing before, especially not without the aid of magical plants. But elves don't heal that fast. Maybe faster than humans, but not minutes or even hours. She gestured to her shoulder. "Obviously."
Thane isn't your average elf, just like you aren't. But it's not because he's a mage.
"Then what?"
You should ask him that.
Aldrich said. Leala waited outside Thane's tent until it was long past dark for him to get back. Not only did she need answers about the all-seeing stone, which was their best lead to break the spell between them, but she wanted to know what made him different. Why hadn't he told her? What could it possibly be? Did he have a rune mark for healing? If he did, that meant it would have come from the Black Mage's spellbook, because according to Atara, all rune magic was from the Black Mage. Maybe that was why he hadn't told her. But then again, she'd seen most of his flesh aside from his thighs and private areas, and the only rune mark was the mate rune on his wrist. She glanced at her tent where Tiff and Piper were already asleep, then looked about to see if anyone was around. A few guards walked by on patrol, but mostly everyone had gone to bed for the night. Peeling aside Thane's tent entrance, she slipped inside. The light from the moon penetrated the fabric enough that she saw everything once her eyes adjusted. Was she being too bold coming in here without him? She knew what he might think when he came back, but she sat on his bed anyway. The sheepskin was soft under her fingers. She tugged her boots off and then kicked her feet up. She'd jump up when she heard him coming. But after a while, the softness of the bed and the heaviness of her eyelids pulled her to sleep. A light clinking stirred her awake. After remembering whose bed she lay in, she shot up. Thane was unlatching his weapons with his back to her. Her cheek suddenly burned. Did he know she was here? She didn't want to scare him by speaking or getting up, so she waited silently. He tugged his tunic over his head and kicked off his boots. When he pulled at the belt to his pants, she was certain he hadn't seen her. Part of her wanted to keep watching. He had a body to be admired, and she was admiring. She imagined running her hands over the muscles on his back and shoulders. He dropped his pants to the floor and stepped out of them, standing in his black brace shorts. Say something. Say something. Then she remembered he watched her undress once upon a time. Instead of speaking, she cleared her throat. Thane turned his head slightly, but wasn't startled.
I wondered if you were going to say anything, but clearly you were enjoying the show too much.
So he knew she was there and undressed to his undergarments anyway. Clearly. He smiled and pulled another pair of soft sleeping pants out of his trunk and stepped into them.
Why are you in my bed, dearest? Not that you are unwelcome.
Her heart started beating faster. She suddenly thought of all the things they could do in this bed if she wasn't cursed. I wanted to ask you something and fell asleep waiting.
Is that all? What a shame.
She smiled and couldn't remember why she waited here in the first place. What did she want to ask again?
How is your shoulder?
It's a little sore, but fine. He sauntered over without putting a shirt on. She fought to keep her eyes off all that delicious bare skin. When he sat beside her, he looked at her expectantly. What did Atara say?
Unfortunately, she had no idea who it might have been, and we're back to where we started.
Not entirely, Leala said. We know it exists, and there is the dragon shifter. She fidgeted with the sheepskin, pushing her fingers through its softness, trying to get her mind off how close Thane was. She could feel him through their mate bond like a caress against her skin, although he wasn't touching her. Her mate rune tingled and she stood. Thane's fingers deftly wrapped around her wrist, his thumb stroked skin.
You know how I feel about seeking out the sorceress. She's not the answer. I have a feeling it would end badly.
Then what? Leala sighed. Then we just marry to stop from turning into pale ones and fight the pull of desire forever. Unless we find the all-seeing stone and have an answer for certain, we can never truly be together.
And that is what you want. Do you want to be with me?
For how much she hated him all her life, she couldn't believe her answer. Yes. A small smile tugged at the corners of his beautiful mouth.
Then we'll find it.
Every fiber of her being desired to be with him. Something in her demanded she reach up and drag a thumb over his lips and kiss him again, and slowly strip him of his clothes. She couldn't. Make her above, she couldn't, even though everything about him drew her in. But Novak's death was there, haunting her. His funeral flashed in her mind, images of his mother sobbing on her knees, hugging his headstone, while Leala watched from a distance like a coward. She wanted so badly to apologize, to tell his mother the truth of how he died, but she never could say it, and the guilt ate away at her to this very moment. They deserved to know the truth, that she poisoned him, that her body poisoned him. Her chin trembled and tears seeped from her eyes. Can I stay? Can you hold me? I just want to lay next to you. His brows raised slightly and he nodded.
I'd love nothing more.
As they lay together clothed, bodies tangled, they talked. About their lives before, about places they wanted to see in the future, and adventures he went on as a kid with Fennin and his friend Osric. They laughed about how the boys set traps for pixies to get their dust, and tried to wrangle gnomes and force the poor creatures to make them treats. The time made Leala fall for him all the more. She forgot about the war and pale ones and curses. Her heart ached with a pleasant sort of pain, loving their conversation and his arms snugly around her middle, until she drifted off to sleep laying on his chest. When morning came, Thane woke Leala to a platter of fruit and scrambled eggs for breakfast. She smiled as he set the tray on her lap while she was still in bed. Thank you. He nodded and took a sip of his juice, then said,
You're welcome. My sister wishes to spend some time with you. She wants to make up for how she's treated you.
Leala picked up the fork. She does? Leala was skeptical at best. He grabbed the single chair, flipped it around, and straddled the back, resting his forearm across the top.
I know she hasn't been nice, but Talon has a lot to learn. She's young, and I think being here the last few weeks has opened her eyes. Will you please allow her to apologize?
Lifting a shoulder, Leala nodded. Sure. Make her knows I've needed to apologize for things. Thane smiled, and the sight of his happiness made flutters erupt in her chest. When she'd barely had a chance to finish her breakfast, Talon burst into the tent. Are you ready to go, dear sister? Thane smirked at Leala. She set the tray aside and straightened her top. Where are we going? Talon wrapped her arm around Leala's like they were two children skipping off into the forest on an adventure. Somewhere special? Leala glanced back at Thane as she was dragged out of the tent. He winked and said,
Have fun.
Talon walked them toward the woods. So I know tensions have been high between us, and even though you are a low-born elf, you are my brother's mate and destined to be queen. It was a backhanded apology, but Leala didn't expect much else. I apologize for not being very nice myself. Talon tugged her toward the encroaching woods. Everything in Leala told her to stop, but this was far enough. The closest elf was at least 50 yards away. But what did she have to fear from Talon? She couldn't wield a sword, and she didn't have magic. She wasn't a threat. Where is this special place? There is a really pretty waterfall. Have you not seen it? She had, but was it this way? I have. Piper, Fen, and Thane and I went there a few days ago. My brother is falling for you so hard. I can see it all over his face. She grinned. I thought you two might kill each other before you could ever get married. She cackled at Leala's stare. I'm exaggerating, of course. Thane had mixed feelings for her. She knew it because she felt it through the connection, just as she had mixed feelings when it came to him. He wanted to love her, but it was like they stood on opposite sides of a canyon with a gap wide enough that they could reach and be inches from grasping but never touch. I think we should stay close to camp, Leala said even as she crossed into the woods. The thick canopy of trees let down small rays of sunlight, but it was markedly darker in this part. There could be pale ones near. Don't worry. Aldrich is waiting for us there. He checked the whole area. I told him to grab a bottle of wine for us. The mention of wine had memories of kissing Thane and telling him she wished she could have her way with him come to mind. I guess if Aldrich is there, it should be fine. So, shouldn't we be planning a wedding? Thane did set a day, and it's not far away. Leala hadn't given thought to what she would want a wedding to be like since Novak died. Before, she dreamed of a lavender gown with lace and long draping sleeves with a crown of white flowers. He would have worn his finest tunic with a traditional black groom's cape. The entire village of Briar Hollow would have been in attendance, and even a few families from neighboring towns. They'd drink the finest wine and dance and sing until midnight. Picturing a wedding with the High King of the Elves of Palinor was much different, more extravagant than she could even imagine. There would be thousands in attendance, most strangers, but it would be glorious and beautiful. The 7-foot or so waterfall came into view, crashing loudly into the pool below. A cool, misty breeze drifted toward them, bringing the smell of moss and wetness. A bottle of wine with 2 glasses set on a cut tree stump waited. Frogs croaked in sync with one another, and a pair of silver butterflies fluttered by them. But she didn't see Aldrich anywhere. I had to sneak us out here because Thane got upset with me yesterday, when I drank a whole bottle of wine and... She smacked her own forehead. And started dancing for a huge group of the ravens. He said I should be embarrassed. Dancing isn't anything to be embarrassed about, Leala said, confused that Thane would reprimand her for it. With your top off, it is. I had on my bralette, of course, but he jerked me away so hard it left a bruise on my arm. She huffed. The ravens weren't even upset with me.
They threw flowers at my feet. Fennin was even there.
Fennin should have stopped her. Well, you are the Princess of Palinor. You must know certain behavior is expected. You've given me the lecture, remember? Thane wants to protect you. Talon poured them both a glass and handed the first to Leala.
Here you are, taking his side again. I know I never told you, but what you did to save that mother and her children, it was very brave of you, even if you have remarkable magic. I wouldn't have fought those horrible things. I was terrified and I ran.
She filled her own crystal goblet and raised it.
So, here's letting go of old grudges and building new friendships.
Leala arched an eyebrow but clinked a glass against Talon's and took a long drink. It was more bitter than the others she'd had lately. Is this from here?
Yes, not as good as the drink from the woodland elves, I'm afraid.
Speaking of woodland elves, Leala cleared her throat nervously. Would you ever consider marriage to... A shadow moved among the yew trees on the other side of the river.
Marriage to...
She prodded. Movement directly to her left drew her attention and her magic tingled. I think there's someone... A quiet whistle cut through the air. She jerked Talon aside and an arrow sliced into Leala's ribs inches under her left breast. She gasped as the pain registered seconds later and wrapped her hand at the arrow's shaft protruding from her. Her magic waffled, wanting to break free, but Leala couldn't see a target. Talon screamed, dropping her glass. It shattered with a spray of red wine. She came to Palinor to kill the Athael family, and instead, she took an arrow for one. She choked in pain, staggering on her feet. On instinct, she pulled Talon aside instead of reaching for her magic. She kept it hidden for so long it didn't come naturally. Something she was regretting.
Run,
Leala said in a hoarse voice. She choked, trying to drag in a breath. When the world began spinning, Leala pawed at a nearby tree for balance, but missed and fell, rolling onto her side. Her heart crashed until it ached. Sweat beaded on her brow. Gasping with pain, each breath she pulled in was like fire filling her lungs. Crawling over to her, Talon tentatively touched the arrow.
What do I do?
Looking around frantically, she started to cry.
I said, run,
Leala said angrily.
This arrow was for you.
Her eyes widened and she shoved up, panting.
I'll get help.
Then she was gone, and Leala was alone with the sounds of the waterfall to lull her into a daze. Truthfully, she didn't know if the arrow was for Talon or not. It could have hit either of them, but if she hadn't pulled Talon to the side, it would have nailed her right in the back. She didn't see the face of who fired the arrow, only a hooded figure among the trees, but she didn't think it was a pale one. Footfalls drew her out of a stupor. She struggled to open her eyes, wishing she had the strength to reach for her dagger to defend herself. Was this it? Her last moments? Make her. Thane was in danger too. A soft voice called to her. Was it her mother? Did she wait on the other side?
I'm here,
a light feminine voice said, and small hands pried open Leala's mouth and shoved something soft and velvety in.
Come on, chew it. It will help stop the bleeding. You have to live. I can't stay here with the Jambos by myself. I can't. This world is too scary without you.
Get Thane, she murmured and closed her mouth, but couldn't work up the strength to chew as she succumbed to the darkness.
A sharp sting hit Thane through the bond. He whirled around to see Talon bursting through the tree line.
Thane!
She yelled. Blood splattered across her light blue dress and cheek. What happened? He ran to her, as did the group of soldiers he'd been talking to. She fell into his arms out of breath, sobbing and speaking inaudibly. His eyes zipped from side to side, scanning the forest. Leala had been with her. Where is she?
I left her by the waterfall.
She choked.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do.
He didn't have time to ask more questions of Talon. He grabbed two soldiers by the front of their uniforms. Come with me. They raced past trees, weaving around them until they were but a blur. When the crashing of the waterfall pressed upon his ears, he went even faster, until there she was, curled up on her side, unmoving. The gnome knelt beside her, crying into her hands. Thane's heart seized when he saw the tip of an arrow protruding from her back. He dropped to her side, gathering her into his arms. Leala. His chest ached at the bluish color of her lips, the marked paleness to her usually warm skin, but she still drew a shallow breath. Secure the area. The little gnome held onto Leala as he lifted her off the ground. Find who did this and bring them to me, alive. Orion nodded grimly.
We'll find them, sire.
Thane tore through the woods with one destination in mind. He couldn't risk removing the arrow without a skilled healer present, or she could bleed out in under a minute given the location of it. You have to hold on, he whispered. I know you're strong. You're one of the stubbornest elves I've ever met. As fast as his legs could carry them, he sprinted. Somehow, it was as if they shifted through time and space. Everything blurred, and they arrived at the mage's tower. He could manipulate matter with his magic, but what was this? He crashed through the door, unable to take the time to consider what happened. Atara! He roared. She turned from her position at the table and jumped up.
Dear Maker, get her to a room. This way, hurry.
Thane dabbed a damp cloth on her forehead as he watched her life slipping away. He didn't even care for himself. He didn't care that he was growing weak. Atara helped him remove the arrow, and the stream of blood that it released made him grateful he didn't try to remove it himself. Atara gave her a tonic and helped him bind the wound dangerously close to her heart. But things hadn't changed much in the last hour.
I don't know if the healing herbs are enough.
Atara rested a hand on Thane's shoulder.
And if she lost the night, there may be permanent damage.
Tiffapine sat on the edge of the small bedside table looking on with a tear-stained face. This was the first time Thane had ever seen her out in the open. She held on to Leala the entire sprint there. Thanks to her quick action with the healing leaf, it bought them more time. Is there anything more we can do? Thane asked, unable to keep the unsteady emotion from his voice.
I've done all I can.
Atara paused.
I'll be back shortly.
She turned and left the room, closing the door quietly. Thane climbed into the bed beside Leala and rested his head against her shoulder. Her skin was too cold. He needed to warm her up. Pressing his hand to her chest, a warmness emanated from his palm. If he knew more about how the body healed, he thought his magic might be able to close and heal the wound, but he'd never tried and didn't dare risk harming her further. Slowly, he stroked her hair. Please wake up, he whispered and pressed his lips to her cheek. You can go back to your aunt and to Briar Hollow after our wedding. You can find plants and drink ale to your heart's content if that's what you want. He smiled at the memory of their first meeting. But if you want to stay, I promise I'll love you so fiercely that they will write sonnets about our love. I will tear this world apart for you. I will fight until I have nothing left to give and destroy anyone who hurts you, and I will guard your heart most of all. Just please, wake up.
I don't think she can hear you,
Tiffapine said, wiping a tear from her ruddy cheek. Thane sighed. I know.
What if your sister set this up?
Tiffapine stared at him unblinking.
I thought about it for a while. She brought Leala out there alone.
Thane closed his eyes. The thought made him sick. I don't think she would do that. That would mean she was trying to kill me too.
Maybe she didn't know.
Tiffapine nibbled on her lower lip and looked away, muttering,
It was just a thought anyway.
The door slowly creaked. Thane turned and sat up when Atara carried an open leather-bound book in her hands. It was thick, at least 500 pages. Atara's heavy expression made Thane nervous.
I fear the only thing that will save her now is a healing rune. She lost too much blood and the paleness of her skin worries me. Her breaths are too shallow. Her heart has slowed.
Thane stood and scanned the page. This is one of the Black Mage's books. Tentatively nodding, she placed the tome on the table.
It is. Chapter 36. The loud pop from a fire stirred Leala from a heavy sleep. She fought to peel her eyes open. The dim evening light created long shadows. Where am I? The carved stonework above, marked with runes, was both unfamiliar and jarring now that she knew where all the runes came from. As she moved, a sharp pain sliced her side and she hissed. With a quick look down, she touched the bandages that wrapped around her breasts and torso. She briefly wondered who bandaged her. Pushing her hair off her forehead, she thought back to what had happened. Her memory was a little foggy, but she knew she was impaled with an arrow. Pushing through the pain, she sat up. The single bed she rested in had silk lavender coverlets. A white armoire with carvings of roses was against the wall. The round fireplace had remarkable blush-colored stonework. Directly at the bedside, there sat a hip-height table with a bouquet of spring flowers and dried herbs in bunches, more bandages, uncovered tins with brown salve, a bowl of rust-colored water, and a pair of tiny boots with holes in the toes. "Tiffapine?" Leola called, carefully swinging her legs over the sheets and setting her feet on the soft rug.
Leia.
Thane's deep voice washed over her. He rose from a corner chair she hadn't seen and crouched before her. Her head pounded, and her mouth was as dry as a summer desert, but she placed her palm against the side of his face. "You're here. I didn't know if I'd ever see you again."
How do you feel?
"My head hurts, but..." She touched where she'd been shot through. "This doesn't much. What did you do?" The dark stained wood door creaked open and Tiff peeked her head in. "You're awake!" She scurried across the mat floor, climbed up the corner bedpost and crashed into Leola's side, wrapping her arms as far around as they would reach. Thankfully, it was her uninjured side, but the jarring motion still stung.
Be careful, Tiffapine.
Thane chided. Tiff pulled away and gently patted her arm. "Sorry, I was just so excited. They weren't sure if you'd wake up." She took in a huge breath. "But I knew you'd wake up. She's a fighter," I said. "I hope you aren't mad, but I followed you into the woods. Something didn't feel right, and I keep some of those healing leaves in my belt like you do." "Of course I'm not mad." Leola pushed to her feet. Her head swirled and she teetered. Thane held her arms to steady her. "Can one of you get me a drink of water? My throat hurts." Guiding her to sit back on the bed, Thane then kissed her forehead.
I'll get a glass for you. Sit and rest for a moment.
"Thank you." Thane slipped out the door and Tiff started her report. "I helped bandage you. Thane turned away when the mage lady and I had to cut your top off. He's such a great male. So sweet and mindful of propriety since you aren't wedded yet." "That's great, Tiff." Leola had wondered if he'd seen her breasts or not. "Piper, Fennon and Aldrich are all giving their opinions on what needs to be done. Piper thinks Talon..." "Talon is here. Is she all right?" Normally, she wouldn't be so concerned about the princess, but she still wasn't convinced that the arrow wasn't for her. "And where are we?" "The Mage's Tower. Atara had King Fane mark you with a healing wound about half an hour ago because the plants weren't working fast enough. They thought you'd die otherwise." Leola gripped the blanket so hard her hand ached. "And what will that cost me? It will come with a price." She tapped her wrist with the mate rune. Tiff twisted her hands together. You should ask Thane." Anger fueled her with enough energy to stand, and she marched toward the armoire. She was grateful to be alive, but the last thing she wanted was to be further indebted to the Black Mage's power. Pulling it open, she found a thick blue robe with a collar of grey fur, among other attire, but it would be easiest to dress in. Sliding it from the hanger, she carefully put it on and headed for the door. The wound at her side hurt even less than it did only minutes ago. The healing rune worked quickly. "You need to be resting," Tiff said, following right behind. "I'm fine." The stone was cold on her bare feet as she quietly whisked down the hall. She passed paintings of elves, both male and female, stands with blue flowering plants, and statues of chilling gargoyles built into corners. Open windows let in a cool breeze, and torches were placed every 10 feet or so, all alight to chase away the night. When she reached the staircase, Voices traveled up and she paused. Tiff bumped into the back of her leg. "Sorry," she whispered. "This is treason, Thane," Piper spat. "She should be imprisoned, or you'll be showing everyone they can make an attempt on you and your mate's life without consequence." "I didn't lure her out there to have her killed," Talon sobbed. "I swear it. Aldrich said he checked the area and it was safe. All I wanted was some wine that you forbade me to drink." "Lies," Piper snarled.
If you weren't such a lush, this wouldn't have happened. You shoulder some responsibility for this, even if you didn't set this up, Talon.
Thane's resonant voice cut in.
Have they found the shooter yet?
"They're scouring the woods as we speak," Fenton said, "but no sign of him yet." "I'm sorry. I wish I could take it back," Talon sobbed. "Leola saved me. She pulled me aside and took the arrow." Piper let out a humorless laugh. "So you say. Why would she take an arrow for you?" Since Leola was the only one who could put an end to the argument, she tucked the robe tighter around her and swept down the stairs. When she stepped into the great room, the group fell silent. Each one of the elves gaped as if she was a ghost. Even Talon stopped her blubbering. In 3 strides, Thane was at her side, grasping her arm.
You shouldn't be out of bed.
"I'm all right now. But what Talon said is true. The arrow would have hit her in the back. I don't know who the target was, but whoever did it didn't stick around to finish me off when I was alone in the woods." Talon nodded fiercely. "See? They also didn't chase you down either. Maybe the assailant was a bad shot," Piper argued. Why was Piper so intent on making Talon the bad one here? Leola would expect this sort of fierceness from Thane, but not her, even if they had become friends.
We'll discuss this later.
Thane tugged on Leola's arm and assisted her up the stairs, although she felt almost no pain anymore. When they got to the top, she was a little winded, but her strength was returning. Tiffapine carried a glass of water ahead of them and spilled half its contents on the way up the stairs. It would be enough to quench her parched body for the moment. After she sat on the bed and downed the glass, she watched Thane pace. "Tiff said you used a healing rune." She tried to keep the disdain from her tone. "What is the price associated with it for me?" He didn't stop pacing.
Nothing for you, so don't worry about it.
Leola stared. "Then you?"
I said don't worry about it.
"I'm going to worry about it because if it affects you, it affects me." And she meant that more than physically, more than their lives being tied. It would hurt her to watch him suffer in any way.
I had to use my blood to mark the rune on your flesh. The price was my pain, and it was a small one to pay. I'm used to pain.
He held up his left hand where a fresh bandage was wrapped. "Oh." She paused, thinking it seemed a little too simple. Didn't Atara say the price of the Black Mage's rune spells was the soul? She supposed that meant only if their end of the bargain wasn't paid. But the spells were meant to be tricky, like their wedding and mate ceremony had to be under the full moon before 25 years. "Thank you."
You're welcome.
He stopped his pacing and really looked at her as if he could see into her soul.
Are you all right?
Absently, she touched where the wound was. She felt no pain at all. "I think I'm completely healed now."
I know you're fine physically. I made sure of that.
He stepped closer, clenching his bandaged hand into a fist.
But you almost died. Do you know that?
Maybe the shock of it hadn't hit her, or the whole ordeal ended so fast it didn't seem real. But she wasn't afraid or traumatized, at least more than she already was. It wasn't as if this was her first brush with danger. She was more concerned with finding who made the attempt than worrying about what almost happened. "It's strange to think I almost died when I feel fine. You don't need to worry over me." He clenched his jaw.
You can tell me if you're scared.
"I'm fine."
So you keep saying.
He paused.
We need to go back to the valley. We've done enough for Dunafell and...
His eyes trailed over her.
We have other pressing matters. We'll leave tomorrow if you can ride.
I can. Pressing matters? Tiffapine chimed in. Leala jumped, forgetting the gnome was in the room. Like what? They both stared at her. Oh, I should leave. I think I know what you're talking about. She wiggled her eyebrows and scampered to the door, not without winking at Leala before she left. The quiet crackling of the fire was the only sound in the suddenly intense silence. He raked his fingers through his dark hair.
I need to know before we leave. Is it enough?
He gulped.
I need to know now, because we are running out of time.
Is what enough?
Am I and your people enough to stay? After everything, do you want to stay, Leia? Not because you must, but because you want to. You are safe in Briar Hollow. All I've done is put your life at risk. I will help you find a way to set you free, if that's what you want.
She didn't hesitate to say, didn't even have to think before she said, You are more than enough. I told you before, I will stay. What do you want? She didn't realize she was moving toward him until she was a breath away from touching him. She couldn't imagine going back to Briar Hollow now. She knew too much. The elves needed her in this war. Thane needed her. And if she was being honest, her feelings for him couldn't be denied any longer. He chuckled as if what she asked was a foolish question. Then that beautiful face grew deadly serious.
You. I want you.
The emotions building between them soared, and she would burst if she didn't kiss him, if she didn't hold him and touch him. Grabbing him by the front of his shirt, she dragged his mouth to hers. He reacted by cupping the back of her thighs and lifting her up. Then he pulled back.
Sorry, you're hurt. We should...
She grabbed his face. I already said, I'm fine. He carried her to the bed and set her gently down. She laid back and smiled as he moved over her, kissing her harder on the mouth. His lips trailed along her jaw, then down her throat. She moaned and clutched at his shirt, pulling him against her. Their kisses grew in passion and need. His hand slid over her breast. She arched and pulled him flat against her, loving his weight against her body. His hand slid along her thighs and she stilled. Groaning in frustration, she pressed her hands against his chest. This was dangerous territory. You know we can't. Poised above her, his muscles taut, he said.
I know. I've waited for you this long. I can wait longer. But there is something I need to tell you.
He still hoped that they could be together as mates should be. That they'd find the stone, and it would tell them they could be one. But she didn't share his beliefs. Novak died, and so would Thane. So would she. She tilted her head, staring into his otherworldly green eyes. When you say you've waited for me, do you mean... He grew a sheepish smile.
I've never
licked his lips.
I've never made love before. I've waited for you. It didn't seem right to share that experience with someone who wasn't my mate.
She smiled and her heart ached at once. It was sweet and romantic that he waited. But he waited for an experience he could never have with her. Is that what you needed to tell me? There was a knock on the door, and Thane let out a groan.
They have the worst timing.
Sire, we have a lead on the shooter.
It was Fennin on the other side. Grateful for the distraction, she pushed herself into a sitting position. We should go. He cut her off with a kiss.
I'll go. You wait here.
She smiled until he walked out the door and closed it gently behind him. After, she threw herself back on the pillows and groaned. The door creaked open, and she sat up both nervous and excited. Her smile faded when Tiffapine came in. Are you feeling better? Thane dug the knife into his hand for so long, she shuddered. I can't imagine how much it hurt. Leala set her feet on the ground and folded her arms. What are you talking about? Well, to heal you, the spell required his pain like he said. It wasn't from simply a small cut for the blood. He had to keep causing himself pain to heal you. It seemed like the more pain he was in, the faster you healed. The Black Mage was truly sadistic.
Leala rubbed her temples, feeling slightly ill. He tortured himself to save her, and then acted like it was nothing. Why do I have to be cursed?
Cursed?
Breaking down to her knees, Leala held back tears as she confessed everything about what happened with Novak to Tiff, leaving out the more intimate details, but the gnome got it, and she looked more worried with each word. When Leala had finished, Tiffapine rocked back and forth from heel to toe.
Well, that complicates things.
Tell me about it.
Remember when I said I needed to tell you that thing? You aren't the only one with a secret.
Leala's brow furrowed. Secret. Tiff cleared her throat.
I heard Piper talking with Fenn about you and Thane.
What about?
It's about finishing the mate spell. See, I only listen because Piper specifically said Leala needs to know the truth. The full moon story is a lie.
Tiff glanced toward the door nervously. Leala's stomach dropped. A lie? Why would he lie? Was he lying about the deadline? About becoming Pale Ones?
She said that to finish the spell, you must be waiting.
Tiff gulped.
And consummate the marriage in love. I presume that means...
No. Her throat constricted and bile rose up. I'm going to be sick, Leala breathed. Mika, why? Why was she cursed? Why hadn't he told her their marriage had to be consummated when she told him the truth? She struggled to drag in air when she rolled onto her side and curled up. Novak's pale body under her filled her mind, his lifeless brown eyes in an endless stare. But no, the face was Thane's. If she didn't end this bond before the deadline, they'd turn or die. Chapter 37. When Leala picked herself up off the floor, she tugged at the bandages around her torso until they peeled off. The wound was gone, healed completely as if it was never there. She changed into clean clothes from the armoire, all the while trying to stop herself from having a panic attack. Breathe. Just breathe. She took in deep breaths, pacing the floor. She wanted to scream at Thane for lying. Damn him. She could have had so much more time to find a way out of this if she hadn't gotten distracted. The war, the Pale Ones, none of it mattered now. Her love would leave them dead, and Palinor without its High King. Leala started desperately grabbing her belongings, searching for her boots. We're leaving, tonight. I must find the dragon sorceress. It's our last hope. Tiff handed her her dagger.
By ourselves? I mean, she's a dragon.
Yes. Leala tossed the bag down. You know what? No. He's not going to get off that easy. Storming down the hall, Leala seethed. Her magic tingled with her rage. When she burst into the main room at the bottom of the stairs, Thane was alone with Fennin and his back was to her. Everyone had cleared out, thank the Maker. When Fennin saw her approaching, his smile dropped, and he took a step back. Thane turned, and Leala smacked him in the chest, hitting him again and again. How could you lie to me? She shoved him so hard he stumbled back into the table, knocking over the half-full glasses of wine. His shocked expression quickly turned bitter when she went to shove him again. This time he grabbed her forearms and held her back.
What is wrong with you? 5 minutes ago you were kissing me in your bed and now you're attacking me.
Was it all just a ruse? Was any of it real? Slowly he shook his head.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Does consummated in love ring any bells? How could you lie after I told you how Novak died? He released her and held up his palms to her.
I lied because I knew it would only push you further away from me, that you would have hated me all the more. But I planned to tell you the truth.
When?
Tonight.
He said it with such conviction she believed it.
And what ruse would there be, Leala?
I don't know, she snapped. You're playing nice to get me to marry you instead of breaking our bond.
I tried to find the all-seeing stone to get answers. I know you think you're cursed, but you won't kill me. I can withstand more than you think. I've been stabbed, poisoned, and broken bones many times, and I'm still here.
You don't know what you're talking about. When he reached for her, she stepped back. Angry tears streamed down Leala's face as she shoved her finger into his chest. I found the man I loved a corpse minutes after we made love the first time. It's not some story I made up in my head. He was killed by my magic. Even you can't withstand that. Both Thane and Fennon stared at her in tense silence.
I never said you made it up.
Our bond is a death sentence for both of us. I'm going to the mountains to find the sorceress. She whirled around to march for the exit. There was no time to be wasted. She mentally counted down the weeks she'd been with Thane. The time passed so quickly. She had 5 days to find the sorceress in the middle of a vast mountain, hundreds of miles from where she currently was. A glass shattered as Thane shoved away from the table and darted in front of her.
Wait, let's talk about this.
Do I need to spell it out for you? We consummate this bond, and we will both die. I said I'd never love a man again, and I won't. Thane pursed his lips.
I am not him.
He stroked the side of her face. She didn't pull away as he wiped a tear from her cheek with his thumb.
I am not a man. I am an elven male. He was human, and I hate to say it, but they die easily. He could have been sick or...
Grabbing his wrist, she gently pushed his hand away. I'm going, and this time you're not going to stop me. You lied about the one thing that would break us. He reached for her with pleading eyes.
Leia, please, I love you. I know you promised you wouldn't love again, and I'm far from perfect and you deserve better than me. But if you could give me a piece of your heart, I promise I will never break it.
Tears streamed down her face. She choked on a sob and furiously wiped her tears. She could give him her heart, and that's why saying goodbye was impossible.
We'll find a way. The Catechus serum suppresses magic. We could...
It's too late. Even if everything in her wanted to stay, she must say something, anything to stop him from following her. He'd done enough, sacrificed enough on her account. She needed to do this on her own, and she couldn't stay here and risk killing him. I don't love you. Those words hung in the air, a shockwave that clearly struck him. So either way, we'd still be pale ones. His wounded stare broke something in her. She backed away, heart cracking wide open as his chin trembled. She turned and a sob caught in her throat, and with her hand on the door, he said,
I love you, Leia, and I will for eternity, no matter if I see you again in this life or the next.
He didn't try to stop her when she left. Leala quietly snuck through the camp, crying again, with her bag slung across her back and Tiff hanging on. Are you sure this is a good idea? Us two going alone? Tiff asked. Tears still burned her eyes. He lied to my face, even after he knew. Leala snapped, angrily swiping at her cheeks. He lied to me, and if he'd told me the truth, we could have done this together, but no. He wanted to sell me some fantasy about being married on a full moon. She gritted her teeth. I knew something wasn't right when Mage Vestin was so worried. He kept saying it might be too late because I hated Thane. The marriage had to be consummated in love. I feel so betrayed. Tiff swatted at a bug on her dress. I still think we shouldn't go alone. Someone tried to kill you and the pale ones are after you. We'll attract a lot less attention on our own. They'll never suspect me to leave Thane or the Ravens. Leala said over her shoulder. This is the only way to save him now. So you do love him. You lied to him when we left the Mage's Tower. Why did the gnome have to call her out like that? I didn't say that. You are willing to risk a lot to make sure he doesn't die? You didn't even mention yourself. Enough, Tiffapine, or I'll leave you here too. Leala ducked around the side of a tent when voices drifted closer. She didn't want anyone questioning her or reporting on her leaving. Once they passed, she darted out and ran through the shadows until she found Midnight. She patted his shoulder. I'm going to need you to go fast, boy. You can do that for me, can't you? He nickered as if to answer. The saddle rested against the trunk of a tree. With a quick look around, she tossed it on his back and squatted to buckle the belt. "Keep an eye out. Let me know if anyone is coming." "Got it," Tiff said, patting the top of her head. When she tugged on the saddle horn to test and found it secure, she used the tree for her step-up and mounted Midnight. She glanced back toward the glowing light from the mage's tower to where she knew Thane was. Her chest ached and her throat tightened. "Goodbye," she whispered, and rode off into the night.
Chapter 38. Thane sat with Fenna next to the fireplace at the mage's tower. The heat of the flames seeped into him as he stared into the orange glow. He had been so light, so happy when he left that bedroom, when she kissed him, and he thought it meant she'd stay. She chose him. He didn't remember ever feeling that way in his life, like he could float up into the sky. Even with everything, all the mess of the war and rebuilding the city, she was all he could think about. The longing to be near her was like the pull of a long night wishing for sunrise. It hit him hard when she confessed what happened to the man she loved, but the air sucked from his lungs when she said, "I don't love you." She wasn't even willing to try to find another way. He held a small bit of hope that maybe, just maybe, in the time they spent together that she could grow to love him, even if it was in the smallest amount. "Thane." Fennan's voice broke in sorrow, shattering the long silence. "We have to go after her. I'm not letting you turn." "She doesn't want me," he muttered, dejected. "Even if her magic wouldn't kill me, the marriage and the bond must be consummated in love. I can't force her to love me." Fennan grabbed him by the front of the tunic and jerked him closer. "Stop it. For weeks I've watched you two gaze longingly, tease and laugh together. I've seen her stare at your tent at night after you walk in. She does love you, Thane. That's why she left. You will go after her. At least help her find this sorceress. At least try." "No," he barked, shoving his hands away. "It is over. I have accepted that this would likely be my fate. I will not turn into a pale one. I will end my life." Anger and frustration and sorrow simmered on the verge of boiling. Fennan's eyes widened. "You can't give up so easily." "Easily," Thane ground his teeth. "I've been fighting for her all my life. I am done now. I have to let her go. This was always going to be my fate. She was always meant to kill me. I just prolonged the inevitable." He pushed up from the chair, picked it up and threw it. The pieces of it splintered and crashed loudly onto the stone floor. The fury slowly turned towards sadness and resignation. "What about fighting for you? For all of us?" He didn't respond, so Fennan went on. "Then I'll go after her for you. I will help her break this bond." "You can't." Fennan slammed his fist on the tabletop. "I'm not going to lose my best friend and king. It is my duty to protect you when you can't protect yourself." Fennan turned on his heel and ran for the tower's exit. The tower door slammed behind Fennan, and crushing reality dropped Thane to his knees. He would suffer the world for her, and she wouldn't even give him a chance to love her. She couldn't even give him a drop of herself when he sacrificed every last bit for her. He would rather die loving her than die alone with a broken heart by his own hand. He couldn't stop the tears from sliding down his face as he pictured her walking out that door over and over, hearing her say, "I don't love you," again and again. After a while, a numbness overtook him. He had so much hope. He was so sure that they were meant to be. But this was the end. When she left, she didn't just take their lives. She took the last two mages with enough magic to have any chance at defeating the enemy with her.
For well into the night, Leala rode hard, feeding Midnight endurance leaves to keep up their pace. She hoped if she followed the road and the stars, she wouldn't get lost. Castle Dreadwich was due north, as was the portal that she needed to get to in the next couple days. The steady ache in her chest wouldn't shake. She didn't know if it was her pain or Thane seeping into her. It hurt like losing someone to death, but worse, because this was a willing choice. She chose to walk away. Death didn't force them apart. If only she could make him see, feel how much she cared, and she was doing this for him. When midnight started to slow the next morning, despite the magic flora, she looked for water. Sweat dampened around his saddle and his breaths were loud and heavy. He needed a break, or he wouldn't make it to the mountains, and neither would she. She patted his neck. Good boy. You're such a good boy. We're going to find some water. The looming grey mountain to the right and the city below on the left sparked her memory. She knew this place. It was where she and Thane sparred and the Pale Ones had dragged her into the crevice. That meant there was a stream nearby. She slid to the ground and tugged Midnight behind her, bringing them closer to the mountainside. The temperature cooled as the pine trees grew thicker, providing shade from the morning sunshine. The sound of rushing water led her to the creek, and Midnight stepped halfway in as he drank deeply. She scooped water into her canteen, ever watchful. She couldn't afford to be caught off guard again. Tiffapine stirred from her slumber and stretched, standing on the back of Midnight. It's morning already? That went by fast. That tends to happen when you sleep. And no Pale Ones or assassins that I missed, I assume? A flock of birds took flight from the branches above, making Leala's skin crawl. None so far. Looking up, Tiff visibly shuddered. All right, that was creepy. For timing, I mean. Oh, I hate birds. She pointed excitedly behind Leala. Look, berries! Get me down! When Leala grabbed her under the arms and set her on the ground, Tiff ran to the bush, plucking plump red berries and shoving way too many in her mouth at once. So good, she mumbled. They stayed there to rest for an hour before she set off again at a slower pace this time. Given that Midnight grazed most of the break, she didn't want him sick. She kept her bow on her lap for quick access. Under no circumstances could she use her magic. Doing so would tell the Pale Ones she was alone, away from Thane and the Ravens, vulnerable and ripe for the taking. Another day and night passed without Leala sleeping. Her eyes were heavy, her body growing weak. She'd stopped for hours to let Midnight sleep during the night, but she was buzzing with anxiety, hyper-alert. Every sound was louder. Every break of a branch, creak of a tree, movement of an animal had her tense. She didn't trust Tiff to stay awake to keep watch. She brewed herself some tea to keep her awake, but eventually it would stop working. When they passed the Valley of the Sun, excitement kept her going. The bright golden light shone off the roofs of the homes, like a beacon of hope. She was close to the portal now, only a couple hours away. When she came upon the dead tree split in half that Thane and she raced to the day he brought her here, she turned and entered the dark, twisting woods. This was where she worried about getting lost. Nothing here was familiar, and the portal was somewhere deep within. After riding for an hour, she stopped, looking for any indication that they passed through here previously. There was no trail, no broken branches or disturbed grass. Weeks had passed, and all signs had grown over. Shit, she mumbled, dismounting. The forest groaned and creaked. Creatures with big eyes watched from the shadows. The wind here whisked around her, seeming to carry light voices. Was she hallucinating, or were they real? She rubbed her stinging dry eyes, trying to clear the blurriness. Leala grabbed hold of her mother's willow necklace, slumped against the trunk of a tree and waited. I'm just going to rest for a minute. Sliding down Midnight's reins, Tiff landed, then patted Leala's knee. You need to rest. You have some serious bags under your eyes. Thanks, Leala murmured. I know we are in a hurry, but if you're half dead, you can't get to the dragon shifter, and you certainly won't have the strength to fight her or any other enemies if you have to. I will keep watch. Sleep. She fought to stay awake, but in the end, her body's need for rest won. Psst! Wake up! Tiff hissed, shaking Leala's shoulder. Her eyes shot open and she sat upright, jerking her dagger loose from its sheath. What is it?
The sun is setting, and this forest is scary.
Leala blinked rapidly, looking up at the sky. It was indeed stained orange and pink. That means I've been sleeping for like 7 hours. I don't have that kind of time to waste.
I didn't have the heart to wake you while there was no danger,
Tiff said with a wide smile.
But I think there might be when it gets dark. I've heard stories about this forest. Mama said that wicked things live here. Giants with one eye and serpents and scorpions as big as you.
Leala's pulse raced as panic seeped into her gut. Giants? Scorpions as big as... It will be dark in minutes. I have no idea how to get to the portal. You should have woken me sooner. Midnight neighed loudly and took several steps closer.
You mean we're lost?
Tiff tugged at her dress nervously. I should have never fallen asleep. Leala berated herself, peering around the gnarled and twisting tree she rested under. She slammed her fist against the trunk and then hissed when the bark scraped her flesh. Damn it! I don't know where to go. Does your mother know these woods? Could she take us?
No, and I don't know how to get back even if she did.
Tiff whined and scurried under Midnight. I think I could follow our trail out, Leala said mostly to herself, slipping the reins over Midnight's head. And then I could find someone to lead us to the portal. The ground rumbled once, then again, and again, like giant footfalls. Don't move, Leala whispered, catching movement ahead.
What is it?
Tiff whimpered. Shh. She held a trembling finger to her lips. Midnight shifted, pinning his ears back. Dipping under Midnight's neck, Leala saw the creature, and it was the last one Tiff listed. A massive tail with a stinger loomed above the reddish-black body with pincers that could easily take off Leala's head with one snap. And it was much, much bigger than Leala. Its tail reached the tops of the trees. Leala sighed with relief when it appeared to be moving away.
Maybe if we don't move, it won't see us,
Tiff whispered. The creature stopped, and its 8 legs turned in time. Its huge black eyes glistened in the dying light. When it moved toward them, it didn't make stomping noises, which meant there was something heavier and possibly bigger nearby. Scooping Tiffapine up, she tossed her on Midnight's back and struggled to grab hold of a low enough branch to be able to reach the saddle. She jumped, grabbed hold of the saddle horn, and pulled. Midnight spooked and reared up, tossing her back down. The giant scorpion charged, taking down full trees in its wake. Go! Leala cried, slapping Midnight's rear. He took off with Tiff screaming. Leala knocked an arrow back and launched it. It hit the scorpion in the shoulder and bounced off. Shit, shit, shit! She reloaded and fired a second time. It whistled and impaled one of the scorpion's many eyes. It let out a shriek but kept coming, cutting its pincer through the air right for her. She dove under it and stuck her dagger on the top of its neck, but it was like hitting solid stone and she was thrown back. Its stinger slammed into the ground, spraying dirt into her eyes. Backpedaling, Leala tumbled and fell. The stinger came down again. She rolled with a scream. It barely missed. Shoving to her feet, she pulled her sword and ran, arms pumping as her legs carried her as fast as they could manage. The crashing trees and roar of the monster gained on her. Magic! Use your magic! Her magic screamed in her to be let loose, but it could make things worse, bring more enemies. What if it wasn't only pale ones that it drew, but all manner of evil things? One of the pincers crashed into her, sweeping her through the air until she slammed into the trunk of a tree and hit the ground. Get up! Get up! Her arms shook as she pushed her aching body. She looked up in time to see the stinger careening down. A scream tore from her throat, and she hacked her sword, cutting deep into the stinger. The creature wailed and jerked its tail. Leala tried to wrench it free, but was dragged through the air and forced to let go. Before she could get up, one of the pincers encircled around her torso. It squeezed so hard she thought her ribs would crack and concave at any moment. Then she let her magic tear free. Black vines tore from the ground, wrapping around the pincer, forcing it to drop her. She landed on her feet in a crouch, calling forth more and more vines. The giant scorpion chopped and hacked at the magical stalks even as they closed around it. Holy troll piss! It's going to break free! She murmured to herself as she turned to run. She threw up more magic behind her, more barriers to block the beast's path. Ahead, two figures moved in the shadow and made an abrupt turn left. Her pounding heart stilted. Pale ones. They had to be. What if they'd been following her the entire time from Dunafell? Where was Tiff? Where was Midnight? She frantically looked among the knotted, ever-hulking trees. The scorpion screeched in the close distance. Where are they? Where are they? She had to escape this forest. Darting into a hollow in a trunk she hid in the dark, praying to the Maker she wouldn't be seen. Please don't find me. Please, please, please. She gripped her dagger and knife tightly, having lost her sword and bow somewhere. Those loud pounding footfalls she heard earlier drew closer. Leala pressed further back into her hiding spot. A huge pair of hairy legs and feet stomped by. She held her every breath. It stopped outside the hole, and then one huge eye peered in at her. Chapter 39. She stood frozen, staring back at the Cyclops. It grumbled something she didn't understand, and then its massive face disappeared. Seconds later, its fingers poked inside. This forest was a nightmare, a terrifying nightmare. Leala drove her dagger into its flesh. It howled and jerked its hand back. The entire tree shook over and over as the beast slammed into it. The roots snapped and tore as it began to lift free of the ground. Dirt and debris and insects landed on her head. She squealed, batting the crawling things away, and darted between the Cyclops' legs. In a false sprint, she ran. No destination in mind, just to get away. I have to get out of here. She risked a glance back. The 11-foot Cyclops was still fighting against the tree. The breath stole from Leala's lungs when she slammed into something hard. Hands wrapped around her arms and held her steady.
It's me, Fennin.
Wild-eyed, she stared at him, hardly believing it. Fennin? She touched his face and then pulled away. Oh, thank the Maker! I got lost, then there was this huge scorpion and then a Cyclops, and I had to use my magic. He nodded.
I've seen them. We need to get out of this forest.
Piper came into view holding the reins to Midnight. Tiff sat on his back. We thought you could use some help, Piper said. Leala ran to her and wrapped her arms so tightly around her, Piper wheezed. Can't breathe. With a smile, she looked around expecting to see Thane. She missed him. The constant ache had yet to yield. She needed to apologize to him, beg for his forgiveness. It was wrong of her to leave him like she did. After days alone to think, she understood why he lied. A sinking feeling intensified the longer she searched and found no one else.
He's not here,
Fennin said gently. Oh, she breathed. A dull ache began throbbing in her chest. The forest floor shook when the tree the Cyclops fought with hit the ground. It sniffed and bent down. It's realized you're not in there. We need to go, Piper said. Get on your horse. We'll come back when it's light. Fennin put his hands out for her to step and mount Midnight. What about you two? I'm not leaving you. The Cyclops turned and narrowed its one eye on them, speaking in audible jargon. We have horses! Piper shouted as she ran. Fennin smacked Midnight's hindquarter and started running beside them. A pair of horses grazed next to a tree ahead. Both Fennin and Piper leapt and kicked their horses into a gallop in one easy, fluid motion. Holding tight to the reins, she followed them, trusting Midnight to see any protruding roots or rocks. When they burst through the edge of the forest and into the open, Fennin and Piper pulled their horses to a stop. Why are we stopping? Leala asked, tugging back on Midnight. They could follow us. Fennin stood in his stirrups and looked back.
They can't leave the forest's edge. It's enchanted. We're safe here.
I didn't see anything like that when Thane and I went last time. It struck a chord in her to even say his name so casually, to think of the time they spent together, and she threw it in his face as if it meant nothing. Also, in case you've forgotten, Leala looked around worried. I used my magic. We're not safe. Piper pushed wild red hair out of her face. The creatures of this place were cursed to die by sunlight, so it is only the dark we fear when going inside. But we could go back to the castle to avoid pale ones. It's not far. Fennin groaned, running his hand down his face.
Then we'd have to deal with Orlandia and explain why we left Thane.
We make camp here, then, Piper said, dropping to the ground. Is she not better than facing pale ones? Leala stayed firmly in her seat, eyes searching the dark around them. No, they said in unison. Even Tiffapine joined in on that statement. She's mean, most especially when it comes to King Thane and his safety. Leala couldn't help but laugh, and she stood off midnight. You three are more afraid of Thane's mother than pale ones. That's saying something. Not afraid of dying, but you haven't seen her angry. Piper sat in the grass and laid back. I'd rather fight pale ones. Besides, we only killed 2 on the road. I doubt there are any nearby here. They don't come this far north. Still on his horse, Fennin trotted over to the old tree and hacked at some branches. I'm exhausted. Piper crossed her ankles and kept her arms flat against the grass at her sides. Leala, you are relentless. We followed your trail. Did you even sleep in the last 2 days? Sitting cross-legged in the grass, Leala glanced back at the forest, not trusting that something might not come out. She'd been scared many times in her life, but fighting a giant scorpion was at the top of that list. Just the look of its beady black eyes and those pincers. She shuddered. Nightmarish. I don't have time to sleep. We have 3 days. Piper closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. We have less than 3 days. Thane will take his own life on the morning of the 3rd day. He won't risk turning into a pale one. Her insides churned and nausea rose in her throat. Leala looked at the forest once again, this time with different eyes. Perhaps it was worth risking to gain more time. The sun wouldn't rise for 6 more hours.
Don't even think about it.
Fennin approached with an arm full of branches.
We could spend all night fighting our way to the portal. We wait until first light. You should sleep. I'll stay awake.
He would do that. He would really kill himself, she whispered.
Wouldn't you?
Fennin asked.
It won't matter. I have faith that the Maker will lead us to our salvation. We will find a way to save both of you. Thane is the closest friend I have left. Osric is gone. I won't lose my other brother.
They were both quiet as Fennin hit 2 stones together, creating sparks. One caught, and flames slowly grew among the dry grass and branches. Is he upset? Fennin gave her a long, hard stare.
What do you think? You told him you didn't love him and left on what he believes is a fool's errand. He thinks you left him to die alone.
Her chin trembled. That's not what I did. I want to save him. I didn't want him to follow me. He's done enough, sacrificed enough for me. I don't deserve it.
So you wounded him more deeply than anyone ever could have instead.
A tear trickled down her cheek. Tiff put her tiny hand on Leala's knee and patted gently. Fennin walked over and put an arm around her shoulders.
Don't cry. I know why you did it. He's too close to the situation to be able to see it clearly.
When we break this bond, Piper sat up and pulled dry grass from her already unruly hair. Will you come back with us? Leala shrugged. I don't know. She wanted to, but it would be impossibly hard to face Thane and never get to be with him. Because it isn't only Thane you'd be leaving. You'd leave the ravens and us. You'd be leaving our people. Piper's eyes were filled with emotion. And the Pale Ones will never stop hunting you. Sometimes she wondered if it would be better if she died, as long as she didn't take Thane with her. The groups who wanted her dead weren't entirely wrong. She was the weapon that could be used to bring back the Black Mage. What did you find out about the person who shot me? As he dug through the pack on his horse's backside, Fennin answered.
At first I thought the assassin was one of ours. It was one of our own arrows. But Aldrich found a tree brooch, a type of tree that only grows in Caladira. I think it was a woodland elf, and I believe Thane was the end target. With Tenebris dead and Thane having no heir, they know if he died, we'd be vulnerable. They would try to take Palinor.
She thought back to when they'd come up against the group of them after meeting with Mage Vestin. One had been scared enough to piss his pants. It made sense they'd want him dead. Even with the war against the Pale Ones.
Even then.
But why did they leave me there alone? Why did it look like they wanted to kill Talon? Aldrich was scouting the woods around you two, and said he chased the shooter but lost him. Piper answered. And the assassin probably wanted to kill both of you, given that Talon is an heir too. I was a little too harsh to blame her so quickly. So we are at war with Mathicus and the Pale Ones and Caladira. Leala sighed as anxiety crept in.
It's no longer small squabbles over land,
Fennin said darkly.
They tried to assassinate our High King and you. They will pay dearly.
The conversation ended on that note, and Leala allowed herself to doze off again. Her dreams were filled with the many ways Thane could kill himself, and each time, she was there as the knife plunged, or as he drank the poison, but never in time to stop him. But she was there to watch him die in her arms, where she'd soon follow him into the afterlife. Even as she rode behind Piper and Fennin into the terrifying woods, all she could think about was the horrid dreams she'd had. She was so caught up in her thoughts, it wasn't until they reached the portal that she realized how far they'd gone. Piper and Fennin dismounted and waited on her. You'll have to activate it. Only a mage can, Piper said. Tiff whimpered as she poked her head out of the bag. Be careful! Remembering what it was like the time before, Leala tentatively touched the rounded stone archway. It stirred with a soft voice and a quiet wind picked up. Hello again, Leala Lightbringer. Can you take us to the Cedarak Mountains? Perhaps, it cooed. What for? To find the dragon shift of Varlet. Please, it's to save Thane. She will not willingly give you what you seek, the soothing voice said, as if it could read her mind. She doesn't need to be willing. I will get it. There was a long pause, and then the pull of the portal draining her magic activated with a swirling pool that looked similar to water in the center of the stone ring. Good luck. The four of them stepped through into a wind so cold it burned Leala's lungs.
Chapter 40. Thane barely spoke a word to anyone after he gave the order to return home. Although many of the ravens tried to make him laugh or get him to converse, he was a drone. Talon begged him to go find a way to save himself, but he stared up at the winking stars, unable to muster up the strength to argue with her. Aldrich stayed beside him at all times, watching him carefully. Thane knew his friend worried that at any moment he would try to take his own life. Aldrich knew that was his plan, even if he hadn't spoken it aloud to anyone but Fennin. Through the bond, he felt Leala's terror the night before. It was the only feeling he had in days. It jolted him from a dreamless sleep. Even after everything, he still worried for her, regretted not going, if only to spend a few more days with her, to see that she was safe until then. And he knew he was pathetic for wanting that, for wanting her when she clearly and painfully did not want him. When Castle Dreadwich came into view, he turned to Aldrich with a folded piece of paper. Here are my orders. Upon my death, everything goes to my mother. You are to be the defensive general. Fennin is your second should he return home. You and he will need to lead all military movements and defend Palinor with everything you have. You are the commander of the Ravens. With emotion-filled eyes, Aldrich stared at the paper. Thane, you can't do this. Don't make this harder than it already is. He shoved his wheel into Aldrich's hand. He gripped Thane's shoulder. But you still have a few days. Don't leave yet. At least say goodbye to your mother. She'll never let me go. You know that. She'd sooner watch me turn and keep me in a cell hoping to find a cure. There isn't one. Aldrich shed a tear as he jerked Thane into a hug. Let me come with you. No. I need you here for Palinor. You, Fennon, and Piper are the only ones I trust. And they aren't here. You must stay. Chin quivering, Aldrich nodded. At the very least, give Leala a chance. Wait until the very last moment. The wetness from his tears seeped into Thane's shoulder. I will. Before he could change his mind, he pulled away from Aldrich and swung into his saddle. Not meeting the gaze of any of his soldiers, he rode toward Caladira. For days he travelled, only stopping to sleep and eat when he grew weak and shaky. The hunger pains were welcome. It was the only thing keeping the numbness at bay. He thought of taking the portal, which would be faster, but he took the long way to the woodland elves' land. There was no reason to rush into his doom. He promised Piper and Aldrich he'd wait until sunset on the eve before. The change from Palinor to Caladira was evident by the trees. From sparse pines and ash, an occasional luminol, to thick woods of colorful leaves with trunks 3 miles wide. After a couple days of travel, he was half a mile from reaching their border. The sentries likely already spotted him, but they wouldn't make a move unless he crossed into their land. There he made camp, waiting to freely walk into the hands of his enemy. Resting under the heavy foliage of an oak tree, he stared at the horizon, taken by the beauty of the evening golden hour. The yellow orb hanging low in the sky pleasantly warmed the skin of his face. He watched the bees buzzing from flower to flower. He took a deep breath, filling his senses with honeysuckle. He wanted to remember this moment, the calm before the storm, a time he could picture for serenity when he'd need it in his darkest moment. When he closed his eyes, he dozed off to the lullaby of wind bustling among the leaves of the treetops. It wasn't long before he heard footsteps, and on instinct drew the dagger from his belt. 3 woodland elves in their garb of browns and gold held arrows pointed at his chest. Well, if it isn't the scum High King, the redhead on the left said, stepping where he doesn't belong again. You're technically on my land. Thane didn't move from his sitting position. That's debatable, said the shorter, dark-haired elf in the center. What are you doing here? I wish to meet with Brunard. It's Lord Brunard. And weren't you already informed? He doesn't want to meet with you. You spit in his face when you entered Caladira unannounced with your female and attacked our soldiers. Thane rolled his eyes and slowly rose to his full height. The 3 elves moved several paces back, to which he smiled at. I have a feeling your soldiers and I have vastly different accounts of what happened that day, and I know Brunard would be angry with you if you denied him the chance to get back at me. The 3 of them looked amongst each other. What does that mean? The red-haired male asked. You can either take me to him, or I'll go myself. The choice is yours. Thane slowly set all his weapons on the ground and stood with his palms up in surrender. Is this a trick? Take me to your lord. He was exasperated at this point. I won't harm you. I need to speak to him leader to leader. Things aren't going well with the Pale Ones. I came alone for a reason. The dark-haired one lowered his bow, looking him up and down. We'll need to bind your hands. Now that's not fair, is it? I never required Brunard or any of your emissaries to be bound. Thane glanced down, rubbing his thumb over the calluses on his hand. Besides, we all know I don't need my hands to cause a ruckus. If I wanted to harm you, I'd have done it already. This could be a trap. The third with a scar across one eye finally spoke. He did threaten our lord not weeks ago. He might simply want to get close to him. I don't want to kill Brunard. Thane walked over to Phantom and patted his shoulder. This is goodbye, boy. Go home. He slid the reins over his head, leaving him here. All 3 of the woodland elves watched him curiously, but none spoke. Phantom nickered and pushed his nose into Thane's hand. Go home. He stroked his forehead one last time. Phantom dug his hoof into the dirt and stubbornly waited. Emotion built up in him as Phantom stared with those big brown eyes. It was the first time he felt emotional in days. Why was it so hard to say goodbye to a horse? Harder than it was to leave Aldrich. But Phantom wouldn't understand why he'd never see Thane again. He looked to the guards. "Bind my hands if it makes you feel better." Taking a leather strap from his waist, Scarface tentatively approached Thane. He held out his hands.
"Behind your back."
Letting out a sigh, Thane turned and allowed the wooden elf to tie his hands. One took the lead, one stood at his side, and the other walked behind him toward Caladira. They passed through a forest of some of the tallest and widest trees in Adelon. Critters chittered above and birds nested. The leaves were hues of amber, gold, and red with some spots of the brightest green. It smelled of fresh-baked bread and cookies. The aroma was from the many gnome holes they passed. Caladira had the largest butterflies he'd ever seen, as large as birds, and a rainbow of colors floating about, bringing a euphoric feeling, as if he wasn't at the mercy of his enemy. More guards gathered around them as they passed, until there were 22 elves in front and behind. I get my very own procession. How generous of you all. Thane closely watched the male next to him with a twitchy left hand. He was familiar, but Thane couldn't place him. "Do I know you?" The blond male cut him a glare. His keen brown eyes held such hatred it had to be personal.
"Keep your mouth shut."
When he spoke, it hit Thane. "You were there a few weeks ago when I killed your friends." That twitchy left hand slammed into Thane's side, stealing the breath from his lungs.
"For a coward, you hit pretty hard,"
he wheezed.
"I'm no coward, you are. You had to be saved by that wicked female. That arrow would have pierced your heart."
Calling me what I called you. How original. He wanted to break free of his bonds and punch this elf so hard he wouldn't remember his own name for calling Leala wicked, for even speaking about her, but he stayed his hand. The doors and windows in the wide tree trunks, the vegetable and flower gardens, told him they'd entered the city. Goats and sheep wandered about, grazing on the lush undergrowth of a forest as they went. A group of 3 female fiddlers played near a large spraying stone fountain. Gathered around them were children laughing and dancing. She-elves twirling in their dresses. Some males clapped and tapped their feet.
"Whose horse is this?"
someone from the back called.
"He's beautiful."
Thane whipped his head around and gritted his teeth when the elf stroked Phantom's neck. Not a guard by the looks of his attire, a farmer. "Do not touch my horse." The elf snapped his hand back to his side. Phantom trudged along, pushing through the elves to catch up to his side. "You were supposed to go home." The horse tossed his head as if he understood, but chose to stay faithfully at his side. Although most of the woodland elves built their homes within the trunks of trees, Lord Brunard had a manor completely covered in deep green foliage. Even the white pillars at the front entrance were wrapped in grapevines with plump purple fruit. The steps to the front doors were cushioned with hundreds of years of moss. It wasn't even half the size of Castle Dreadwich, but somehow it was more magnificent, as if it was made by the hands of nature rather than elf or man. It was an escape, this whole place was, from the evils of Adelon, especially an escape from the pale ones that the woodland elves had left the high elves to deal with on their own for hundreds of years. When the front doors were open to him, Scarface nudged him inside. The walls were painted a simple beige. The chandelier hanging above was made of gold with white blossoms that glowed bright as any candle. The gold crown molding and trim around the doors were ornately carved. This was the first time he'd ever been in these walls decorated in paintings of those in Bernard's family, both alive and dead. Ahead, a long red carpet stretched leading to an open set of stairs. To the left of the stairs was a wide-open archway. Music came from within, a haunting melody that only brought one word to mind: seduction.
"Wait here."
The red-haired elf took a pair of guards with him through that archway. It wasn't long before they appeared at the entrance.
"Brunard will see you."
Hands still strapped behind his back, he trudged over the red carpet and through that entrance. He paused in surprise. Females wore clothing barely covering their private parts, strips of fabric that could hardly be called a dress. Several males in red velvet high-backed chairs with one, sometimes two females in their laps. Brunard, the auburn-haired lord of Caladira, had none of the she-elves on his person, but his eyes greedily took in their bare flesh. One poured wine into the waiting goblet he held. He took her free hand and kissed it gently.
"Thank you, my shining star."
When his gaze connected with Thane's, he rose.
The noble High King Thane comes to me in his last hours. Although I must say, you aren't looking very noble or kingly. Is that blood on your neck? Dirt on your cheek?
So Brunard knew about Thane's deadline. He wasn't surprised that his rival knew. He'd likely been keeping track for years. "We need to talk." Brunard arched his dark brow.
"The only reason I allowed this visit is because I'm intrigued."
He looked around the room.
"Leave us."
Only one guard stayed behind near the exit with his back to them. Brunard gestured toward a chair. Thane took it, and Brunard waited with a sneer on his face. "As you know, my contract is up soon."
"I thought you found your mate."
"I did." Thane had no desire to elaborate on that. "I need you to join the fight against the Pale Ones. If Palinor falls, they will be here soon after." Taking a sip from his wine, Brunard never took his eyes off Thane.
"I heard you almost lost Dunafell. Your father was able to hold your kingdom easily. The great Thane Athael doesn't seem so great after all."
Gritting his teeth, Thane took a steadying breath. He couldn't believe he was about to offer his sister to this arrogant prick, but he knew she could handle her own. "We drove them back. But it is high time you join us instead of fighting against us. This is a problem for all of Adelon. I'm sorry I killed your father. I truly am. If I'd had another choice, I wouldn't have, but he would have killed me. It was battle."
"Why are you truly here, Thane? To beg?"
"I want to offer you marriage to my sister Talon, to secure an alliance. It's a peace offering." Brunard narrowed his eyes.
"Your sister? I'm sure she would be quite delicious to bed, but as you saw, I have plenty of she-elves."
"This isn't about who is in your bed. She is the Princess of Palinor. It's about an alliance between the elves. We are the same. Fight with us."
"There is no reason for me to believe anything needs to change."
"I will be dead in 2 days. What do you think will happen after that? You think my mother can hold the kingdom?" Thane shook his head. "No. She is soft and has no desire to fight. It wouldn't surprise me if in her grief of losing my father and me so close, she went into hiding and let the kingdom fall within weeks. Right now, I don't care if you sent an assassin that almost killed Leala. It'd paint him to speak her name aloud."
"I didn't send an assassin for anyone, let alone one of the only mages in Adelon."
Trying to gauge him, Thane looked him over.
Was he lying? If he hadn't, then who?
Where was the brooch from?
"Maybe you have a traitor in your midst. Too bad you won't live long enough to find out."
He paused, setting his mouth into a firm line.
"Although the black mage's spells don't kill. They turn an elf into a pale one."
The corner of his mouth tugged up. He stood, pulling a knife from his belt. Thane tensed, ready to fight. He couldn't let Brunard kill him yet.
"Let me cut those ties. You need a drink."
Skeptically, he stood, trying to judge his rival's expression. He looked sincere, but that meant nothing. Thane rarely trusted anyone outside his close circle, but right now he needed to show Brunard that he was genuine. He turned his back to the elf lord, and he cut the leather, freeing Thane's hands.
"You didn't think I was going to stab you in the back, did you?"
Thane lifted a shoulder, absently rubbing his wrists, and sat once again. As Brunard walked over to a table with several bottles of wine in crystal vases, he said,
"You remember when we were younger, and our fathers brought us to meet each other? The elven princes of Adelon.
You showed me where you trained, and we ate chocolate cake until we were sick. And that time you stole one of my father's horses in the night, and I, of course, followed you. Thane smiled at the memory. They'd gotten into quite a bit of trouble as adolescents for only being together on a few occasions. Yes, you said it was all your idea, and you took that beating for me. Brunard chuckled. Ah, the simple days of children. We were friendly once. There's no reason we can't be once again, if only for a moment. This was what he was hoping for when he came here, that they could put their differences and past sins aside for the greater good. I need to ask you a favor, Thane began, with a nervous twist in his gut. I thought you already did, asking me to become allies with your kingdom to keep it from falling into the hands of the Pale Ones. You know that would mean I would basically rule over Palinor. I do know that. Thane could hardly stomach the idea, but the woodland elves were happy. The people had always been well taken care of. Brunard wouldn't let Palinor be destroyed if he ruled over it. I'll need to have your sister agree and sign a binding contract. I won't have some murderous Athael in my bed waiting to kill me the first chance she gets. She'll agree. But this other thing I ask of you, this is for me. For an old friend. Looking up from the wine he'd poured, Brunard waited. I need you to kill me. He gulped down the sickening feeling rising in his throat. In 2 days, before I turn into a Pale One, the amount of horror I could cause as one of those creatures is unspeakable. You know I have magic. You've seen what I can do, even without it. A long time of silence, of Brunard staring at Thane, passed. You're actually serious. He finally relented. I could do it myself, but I fear that my drive for self-preservation could win out in the end. Thane stood. The nervous energy running through him drove him to stand, to move. I've known elves who've committed suicide. They were not mentally stable. They had such deep sorrow that it drove them to death. But I am of sound mind. What if my fear of being a Pale One isn't strong enough? He paced the room. I don't want to die. And what of your mate? Surely she is the answer to your problem. Tears threatened, but he blinked them back. She left me. You would have me believe that this female hated you so much that she would rather die. I don't believe that for 1 second. It's complicated. Brunard waved a hand aggressively toward Thane. This High King begging me to kill him is not the Thane Athael I've always known. The High King of Palinor begging me, his enemy, to take over the rule of his land? You're pathetic. The Thane I knew would never let his mate go. He would have fought for her until the end, not give up like a coward. This is how you want to be remembered. Because this is the only thing people will remember. That you gave up. Those words hit him harder than anything ever had. Thane froze, letting it all sink in. Brunard was right. He should have never come here. He should have gone after Leala, but no, he couldn't even do that. He let his friends go in his stead. He left her to fight for their lives on her own, while he, like a coward, came here to get his enemy to end his life. Nausea hit him like a hot blast of wind, enough that his legs grew weak, and he had to grab onto the back of the chair. He was so blinded by her rejection that he'd lost himself. Lost who he was entirely. How could he have ever left the person he loved so deeply? There wasn't much time now. He had to leave. He had to fight until his last breath for her, for himself. He could make it to the portal in a few hours, maybe faster if he could use his magic to shift through space again, and beg it to take him to Leala. Thank you, Thane said, for making me see when no one else could. He marched with a sense of urgency that propelled him into a run, until Brunard called, Wait! Thane stopped and looked back. I have to go. We'll discuss alliances when I get back. Brunard smiled. Share a quick drink with me. Then go and save your Leala. Brunard quickly closed the distance between them and held out the crystal glass. It was the least he could do when Brunard all but saved him. In a rush, Thane grabbed it, but froze with the glass touching his lips. He hadn't seen Brunard pour it. The eagerness in Brunard's eyes said everything. He pretended to take a sip. "Thank you again, Brunard." "Oh, you're very welcome." Thane handed the glass back. When Brunard took it, Thane felt a sharp jab in his side. He sucked in a breath and stared down at the knife sticking in his flesh. His vision blurred, and his limbs became weak after a couple heartbeats. Thane staggered back, falling to his hands. Brunard must have poisoned him with that stab. "You think after you killed my father, I'd let you walk out of here? Unlike you, I loved my father. I've had to watch my mother cry every day for years because of what you did. And when I take your sister and your kingdom, this will make it all the more sweet. You deserve everything that's coming to you." His boot slammed down on Thane's face, and he blacked out. When Thane woke with a pounding head and blurry vision, something cold and hard bit into his wrists. Blinking rapidly until he saw clearly, he looked up to find manacles and chains. He jerked as hard as he could, but it only made the metal cut into his flesh. He had no shirt on. His boots had been taken, leaving him only in his trousers. Metal bars surrounded him in a circular cage, like one might keep birds in. It hung from a tree swinging in the air 3 or 4 feet high. Woodland elves stood all around, staring at him. Some pointed and laughed. A huge tomato flew through the bars and splat across his forehead. The liquid slime seeped down his face, burning his eyes. The hundreds of gathered elves laughed. "Throw another one!" someone shouted, and another they did, hitting him in the chest. An apple slammed into his temple, and then a rock popped his chin, splitting it open. "Murderer! Killer!
Not so high now, are you?
I hope you burn in the afterlife!" Shame rippled deeply through him. Shame for letting himself get into this situation in the first place. For letting Leala leave. It took his enemy to tell him he made a mistake. For him to listen. And it had gotten him into a horrific situation. He reached within himself for his magic, finding it odd that it wasn't immediately there. With it, he could break these chains and pry open the bars. "You didn't think I'd be that stupid, did you?" Brunard came through the crowd with a pair of friends on either side. "The Maker wouldn't have given us magic if there wasn't also a way to fight it." He held up a black barb. Thane's stomach sunk like a rock. They'd poisoned him with Catagus. It took Leala's magic at least 6 hours to come back. "Let me out, or so help me." "You'll what?" Brunard lifted an eyebrow. "A steady drip of poison will make you like the rest of us. You'll be a pale one soon, and I'm going to let you turn. Death would be too easy for you." Gritting his teeth, rage pulsed through him. "No, you must let me go." "You're not in any position to make commands." "You don't know what you're doing," Thane roared. "If you miss a dose by even a second, I will get my power back. And if I've turned into a pale one, you'll all be dead." The crowd murmured in low tones. "Well, I guess we won't miss until I decide I've had enough of you." Brunard turned to the male beside him. "Dose him every 4 hours." Then he grabbed a spear that had been lodged into the ground beside the cage. He slashed the sharp tip of it across Thane's ribcage, sending a sting of pain. Blood oozed down his obliques. "Or perhaps we'll do death by 1,000 cuts, or however many it takes. 2,000, 4. He turned to the crowd. "Feel free to cut his flesh like he and his high elves cut our hearts. But don't kill him until I say. Make him suffer." Thane wildly jerked and tugged on the chain, shaking the entire cage, making the blood pour out even faster. It spilled onto the metal floor. Fear and fury boiled in him like the angered mountains as they shook. There was no sorrow, no self-pity in him. He was the killer, the warrior king now. I will kill you. I will flay the flesh from your bones and laugh as you writhe in pain. Let me out, or you'll suffer much more than your father ever did. Brunard handed the spear to a female and glared. Ah, there he is, the Thane we all know too well. The she-elf holding the weapon scowled as she pushed the spear through the bars and cut into his thigh. Not deep, but enough to burn, to draw blood. And there were enough elves lined up for this torture to last more than the 2 days he had left.
Chapter 41. Standing in a cavern of deep brown rock, Leala and her companions shivered in the bitter temperatures of the far north. Despite the cold outside the cave, water trickled down the walls and from the top of the stalagmite hanging in large cone shapes above them. Either the cave was enchanted, or the walls were naturally warmer. But it did nothing to keep the chill from Leala's body. Her nose ached from exposure, and they hadn't been there long. All of them wore coats and gloves, but there had been no respite, no escape from the winter. By fortune alone, the portal that brought them there was within this cavern. The storm outside the wide opening was so powerful, when she attempted to venture out, the snow and whipping winds ripped at her clothes and nearly drove her to her knees. "This storm has to let up soon," Piper said with chattering teeth. There was nothing close by, and they all feared losing their way in the storm. The snow was but a wall of white, making it impossible to see a distance barely even feet ahead. "Ask the portal to take us back," Tiff groaned. "I'm too cold. My toes will fall off if they haven't already." "We can't. Not without answers," Leala said. Fennin rubbed his hands together.
It might always be like this. We've heard the stories of the tearing winds of the Cederac Mountains. We have to push through it.
Leala stood and stared out at the blinding white as it cascaded sideways across the opening with a howl that chilled her to the bone. She scooped up her bag and threw it on her back. Then she stepped out into the storm at the cliff's edge. She tucked her hair into the hood of her coat. "I'm going, and I'm not coming back without finding that dragon." She summoned the vines that wrapped around her waist to carry her down the cliff. Pale ones were the least of her worries in this place. Piper started forward. "Take us with you. If you don't make it back, we'll die in this cave. The porthole will not open for us." Leala nodded, and her vines wrapped around her companions and carried them to the hard-packed snow 50 feet below. Tiffapine huddled in the backpack, poking her head out occasionally. They walked until Leala couldn't feel her feet, pushing through the cold that burned her exposed skin. She trailed vines behind them so they could find their way back and hoped their lifeline wouldn't be buried in snow entirely. The powdery snow crunched under her boots for what felt like hours. Her legs weakened when the sun dipped behind heavy clouds and the temperature dropped. Her whole body shook. Her hands ached so she tucked them under her armpits. Her lungs and throat burned as great plumes of mist appeared as she exhaled. "We have to stop," she said, and clenched her teeth to keep them from chattering.
Keep going.
Fennin grabbed her arm and tugged her onward.
If we stop, we'll die.
Piper wrapped her arm around Leala's. "Maybe if we huddle together, it will help." Side by side, they trudged. Leala kept her eyes down. Every time she looked up, bits of snow and ice stung her eyes. "I think I see something." Tiffapine pointed over Leala's shoulder. "There's something dark ahead." "It might be a house," Piper said excitedly. "It's a square outline." It did look like a house. Shelter at the very least. That gave her motivation to move faster, fighting against the driving wind. When they were close enough, they came upon a square stone cottage. The door was half buried in snow, but smoke rose out of the chimney. "Even if it's not her, it will be warm," Leala yelled. She was the first to get there and pounded her fist on the door. "Please let us in." Even though she should be nervous if this was the home of the dragon shifter who worked for the Black Mage, All she could think about was the fire that had to be waiting inside. The door slowly pulled inward, but no one stood in the opening. Looking back at the others, Piper nodded, and they stepped inside. They trailed in snow covering the round purple rug. The room had a warm orange glow from the roaring fireplace set in large cream-colored stone. A wide brown armchair sat before it with a small table beside it. A steaming cup of tea waited on it, and beside it a saucer of cookies. The tea would be welcome right about now. Leala looked to the far wall, where a bed with straw poking out from under heavy sheepskin blankets was set. She swung her gaze to the other side that hosted a shelf full of books with pages hanging out of the deeply used leather. But most peculiar was a station with cauldrons and vials of various sizes on a table. Animal skulls hung with string from the ceiling, along with bunches of dried herbs and flowers. There was a vase of dark red liquid that the twist of Leala's gut told her was blood. Unlit candles and feathers from various birds scattered over the table. "Hello?" Leala finally called. "Is anyone here?" Fennin had his dagger in hand, stepping in front of Leala.
Stay behind me. I don't like this place.
You came here, and now you insult me by saying you don't like my home. Perhaps you'd prefer the storm," said a light melodic voice. Leala set her jaw and stepped around Fennin, despite Tiff's quiet protests. The shifter had to be sitting in the chair. There was nowhere else to hide. Keeping her distance, she moved to the side, putting the shifter into view. Tapping her long black talons against the armrest, she smiled. She was young and beautiful, with wavy golden hair and matching eyes of amber. Her deep bronze skin had a shimmer to it much like dragon scales would. "Hello, Leala. I've been waiting for you." Gulping, Leala resisted the urge to pull out a weapon. "Then you know why I'm here." "Yes," she mused, looking Leala over from head to toe. "I expected your High King to be with you. Where is he?" "Not here." The sorceress chuckled. "You thought you'd break a mate spell with him not present? How very naive of you." "Just tell me how and I'll go to him. I'll give you whatever you want." "It isn't wise to go around making promises like that. I could ask for your soul or your life, or the life of your little friend in your bag." "No, not lives and not souls." The cackle that echoed through the room made Leala's warming skin tingle. "I should tell you that you already have the key to what you seek." Gritting her teeth, Leala's cheeks flared hot. She didn't come here for riddles. "I don't know what that means. I need a way to break a mate bond created by the Black Mage." "He was my lover, you know." Her 3-inch talons at the end of her fingers tapped steadily. "I did love him once, but you know what they say about a woman who's been scorned." "He cheated on you? Left you?" Leala asked. Not that she cared in the slightest, but if she was going to get an answer, it seemed conversation might be what the woman wanted. "Oh, dear. He would never have dared bed another. But you know what he did care about more than me?" She paused. "His power. And you know what I cared about more than him? Mine." Leala took an involuntary step back. This dragon craved power as much as the Black Mage. "What do you want for the answer? I know you were able to get free of him. They said you used to have a rune on your forehead. You don't now." She glanced at Piper and Fennin, who stood starkly still a few feet away. "You're so young, mage. You haven't even tapped into your power. But I can feel it." She slowly bobbed her head. "It's like a thick, heavy cloud, wanting to snuff me out. It knows a threat when it encounters one. But even you can't break that mate bond on your own." "Then what?" Leala demanded. Her pulse picked up. The talking in circles made her anxious. "Another spell." "You'll owe me a favor in the future, and you can't deny me when I come to collect. If you attempt to deny me, you'll be cursed." "What kind of favor? And what kind of curse?" The nature of the favor will be disclosed at the time. It won't cost you a life or a soul."
Fennin and Piper both shook their heads. Leala clenched her fists. She didn't have a choice. "I agree."
"The mate bond can be broken by an object infused with dying sacrifice. That kind of object can undo any magic."
Leala reached up and touched her willow necklace. Violet nodded.
"I was there the day your mother forfeited her life to see you free. I watched from the shadows as she tore it from her neck. That necklace represents her love. With the right incantation, it could break your mate bond."
"What is the incantation?" Violet stood and held out her hand. Tentatively, Leala took it, and the sorceress's talon pierced the inside of Leala's wrist, drawing a bead of blood. The sorceress ran her fingertip over the blood, then pressed her bloody finger against her tongue. She closed her eyes as if reveling in the taste of it. Leala cringed and took a step back.
"You fear that Thane will die during the consummation of the mate spell."
She kept her eyes closed. Wondering how she could know that, Leala said, "Yes, because of
"Your previous lover?"
Violet cut in, opening her big golden eyes.
"There is a clause in the mate spell. Loyalty. I know this because I helped him create the spell. When loyalty is broken, there is a consequence. Your lover Novak died because he was not your mate. It wasn't your magic that killed him. So now you have a choice. Do you wish to break the mate bond, or will you go to your mate and become one?"
Leala felt both relieved and nauseous. The whole time it wasn't even her. She spent years hating herself, and it was the Black Mage's fault. It was that horrible, evil mage who wasn't even alive anymore that killed Novak, and the reason she feared being with Thane. Leala's hand was still wrapped around the cold metal of the willow tree. Maker. She bargained for an answer and owed this woman an unknown favor, and consummating the bond wouldn't even hurt Thane, let alone kill him. She thought of Thane's smiling face. No matter how she treated him, he still chose her. He laughed when she called him names. He never gave up on her. He loved her despite everything. "I choose Thane." Violet smiled.
"Go to your mate. I think he might be in trouble. I do look forward to seeing you again, Leala."
"In trouble?" A pain so sharp it took her breath away hit Leala in the chest, and with it a fiery rage. She whipped around to face Piper and Fennin. "Something is wrong." She knew exactly where it had come from. "What?" Piper asked. "Something is wrong with Thane. He's hurt and very—" His wrath was like a burning sun, screaming at her through the bond. "Very angry." She clutched her chest, and then voices flew around what sounded like within the cottage, but she knew it was in her mind. People laughing and screaming insults.
"What is happening?"
Fennin moved closer, eyes wide. She pushed her hands against the sides of her head. "It's too chaotic. I don't know." Flashes of a cage and elves standing on the other side of the bars zipped through her mind's eye. She wanted to scream herself. His rage was so palpable. Leala took deep, slow breaths, trying to calm herself, focusing on Thane. There had been absolutely nothing from him since she left, but a quiet sadness that she couldn't distinguish from her own feelings. Maybe she could send him tranquility as he'd done to her. "It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I'm coming," she chanted, taking soothing breaths, picturing Thane feeling their connection like a tunnel that only needed opening. That fire in him died down enough that she heard clearly as if he stood beside her.
Leala, I am sorry.
"Don't give up. I haven't given up on you," she whispered, hoping he could hear her. The dragon lady watched her curiously with a coy smile as if she enjoyed his suffering. Leala didn't say another word as she threw the door open. The snowstorm had stopped. It was as clear as a summer day with the sun shining in a perfectly blue sky. Leala ran. She knew Piper and Fennin followed her by their footfalls crunching over the packed snow. There was nothing left to do now but go to Thane, to save him from whatever or whoever hurt him, and finally be together before they turned into pale ones. They reached the portal quickly without the forces of nature against them. Her magical vines lifted them up, and she slammed her hand against the stone. "Take me directly to Thane. Take me to him right now. I know you can." The portal warmed and glowed. "Hurry," is all the voice said, and the stone center swirled to life. Leala shoved Piper through first, then nodded to Fennin. "Go!" He briefly hesitated, then disappeared into the swirls. Leala stepped right after him into a forest of colorful autumn trees that could only be Caladira. Chapter 42. Piper and Fennin pressed their backs against a thick trunk, waving Leala over to them. Music drifted in the air from somewhere nearby. Laughter and chatter, too. Tiff leaned onto Leala's shoulder. "This is New Warden, the capital city of Caladira." Sliding beside Fennin, Leala peeked around the tree trunk. In the near distance, a pair of elves walking together leading sheep headed their way. "How do you know that, Tiff?" "Because no other city in Caladira has the Lord's Manor." She pointed to where deep among the trees was the back of a large manor. What would Thane be doing here? Leala pulled the dagger from her belt. If she had to take out the two elves headed their way, she would. Flashes of the cage and his fiery anger stirred in her memory. Was he being held captive?
I have no idea, but it can't be good,
Fennin said. He slipped off his coat and tossed it on the ground along with his gloves. It was a pleasantly warm day, and heavy clothes already had sweat building under them. "We'll need to sneak around and find him," Piper said. "They'll recognize us as outsiders right away with our Palinor attire." Leala gasped, remembering what she'd been given at the summer solstice. "I brought some leaves from the invisibility plant. How long will they last?" Leala rifled through her bag, pulled out a small leather pouch, and found the white leaves now dried and crumbling at the edges. "Fresh, maybe an hour. Dried, a few minutes," Piper said, inspecting them. Leala peeked around the tree trunk again to the two elves. "Maybe we can get new clothes in case it fades too quickly." She hooked a thumb toward the two farmers. Fennin smirked.
What a splendid idea.
He pulled the bow off his back and quickly knocked an arrow.
But there are only two.
"We'll draw sticks," Piper added, taking her sword from its holster. Leala dropped into a crouch beside Tiff. "Stay here. Stay hidden." The trio swept around behind the two unknowing sheep farmers, and with weapons ready, Fennin let out a whistle. The two stopped chatting and turned.
Don't make a sound or this arrow will go through your head,
Fennin said. Piper sneered. "And this sword will cut it off." The two male elves silently put their hands up. "Now strip," Leala ordered. Using the farmer's own lead ropes to tie them up, they left the two elves bound at the base of a tree.
Where is the High King of Palinor?
Fennin asked, holding a knife to the throat of the older one.
We'll never talk, scum! Would you rather die?
Fennin pressed the blade harder against the elf's throat. The elf, who couldn't have been more than 14 years old, answered,
He's getting everything he deserves!
Then the teen spit, and a glob of saliva landed on Fennin's shirt. The older male beside him glared at his partner. A father-son duo, if Leala had to guess.
You're lucky you're still a child,
Fennin said, rising up and wiping the spit off with a leaf. Piper kicked the young male in the side of the head and sent him face first in the grass. "He is a child in need of a lesson."
Don't hurt my son!
The other called. "Keep your mouth shut." Piper snarled and then kicked him too. "They won't talk. It doesn't matter. We'll find him." Then she held up two sticks. One was short. Short stick stays behind and guards these two to make sure they don't get loose and warn anyone. The other goes with Leala. After closing her hand around the sticks, she held them out to Fennin. "You go." He tugged one loose. It was certainly the short stick. Throwing it down, he cursed under his breath.
You yell as loud as you can for me if something goes wrong.
"We will," Piper said, gathering the green and brown garb of the two elves into her arms. Leala and Piper quickly changed. The older male clothes were baggy on Piper, but she belted the waist tight to keep them from falling. We can't openly wear our weapons. The people here don't unless they are soldiers, and given that this isn't a soldier's uniform, so all we can take is a dagger and a knife then. Leala prayed they wouldn't have to fight anyone, and somehow they could sneak Thane away. Gripping a leaf in hand, and heart thundering, Leala and Piper walked across the back side of the manor. It was covered in moss and foliage. She ran her hand across the plants, feeling for any magical properties, but nothing shifted in her. Should we save the leaves for escape? Leala asked. They're supposed to be steeped in tea. I honestly don't know if it will even work, but we should save them for when we see Thane. A trio of chatting soldiers headed their way. Don't speak unless they ask a direct question, Piper murmured. The soldiers slowed as they neared.
Good afternoon, ladies,
one said with a big smile. Leala dipped her head and quickened her pace. Thankfully, the soldiers kept walking. It wasn't long before they came into the bustling center of the city where small crowds gathered. Her eyes swept over the area, looking for any sign of Thane, of a cage. She had a terrible feeling that's where they'd find him. A glimmer of light caught her eye, and the top of a gold cage hung from a tree mostly hidden by the crowd around it. I think he's over there. Throat constricting the closer she drew, Leala slid around the elves and gently nudged them aside, making her way to the front of the crowd. When she saw all the blood, both dried and fresh, covering Thane's half-naked body, she froze. The invisibility leaf dropped from her fingers. Hundreds of small cuts, some oozing, some partially closed and scabbed over. His head was slumped forward, his sticky bloody hair hanging over his face. His arms held up by chains cutting into his wrists taut above him. She couldn't stop herself. She ran to the bars, wrapping her hands around them. They'd tortured and humiliated him. Thane, it's me. It's Leala. I'm going to get you out. Leala, Piper snapped. Think about this for a moment. We're vastly outnumbered. You're going to get us killed. Thane's head slowly rose. It even cut into his beautiful face. Small scabs marred his cheek and forehead and chin. His eyes flashed wide.
What are you doing?
He groaned.
Get out of here!
I'm going to free you. Tears burned Leala's eyes, momentarily blurring her vision.
Get away from the cage!
One of the guards gripped her wrist tightly and tugged her hand free of the bar. Leala tore out of his grasp and shoved him. Don't touch me! How could you do this to him? She lost all sight of reason, of worry, of fear, and only saw red. He came at her again, and she leveled him with a punch to the jaw. The crowd began to question.
She's a sympathizer!
Someone shouted. Damn it, Leala! Piper sat at her side, pulling her dagger. There are thousands of people here. We must go and come back with the cover of night. We will do no such thing, she snapped. She'd be damned and dead before she left him again. Shit, Piper cursed, readying herself. A set of guards came at them with cuffs in their hands. Her chest heaved up and down, her fists clenched at her sides. The guard looked confused at first.
Settle down, maiden. We don't wish to hurt you. Come explain your behavior to Lord Brunard, and I'm sure he'll be lenient.
The guard narrowed his eyes and reached for her. Drawing her blade, Leala plunged it into his gut, shoving through the metal plate mail. She felt his breath whoosh out before she wrenched it from his body. Here's my explanation! Another guard rushed her. She wailed and slashed his throat. Blood sprayed as he went down. You will all pay for what you have done to my mate! Another side of Leala she'd never known let loose a murderous rampage. She slashed and hacked at guards coming at her, dropping them like insects. Her blade plunged into the soft flesh of necks, sliced across chests. She moved faster than she ever had, saw only weak points in her opponents. She was a goddess of death, lethal incarnate. More guards rushed. Piper was taken down. The soldiers swarmed her in great numbers until a wrathful scream that scorched Leala's throat let loose magic that roared like a beast. Vines tore through the ground, louder than a crack of thunder, wrapping and tangling around elves as they screamed and attempted to flee. The vines punched through the guts of the soldiers, killed and maimed with fatal precision. Elves ran in every direction, trampling over the fallen, screeching and wailing in a panic to get away. Poison leaked from the lilies, dropping many who hadn't been caught in the vine's destructive path. More guards came running. Arrows flew at Leala, but her magic stalk sprouting up like a wall defended and stopped any and all attacks. She'd never felt more rage than seeing what they'd done to him. She moved and waved her hands, killing those who sought to attack. Blood pooled at her feet from the fallen around her. As far as she was concerned, they were all guilty of torturing Thane. They all stood by and watched and cut him. The only elves she consciously spared were children or mothers who held their children. A howl that couldn't be mistaken for anything but a pale one soared over the sounds of chaos. Then another, and soon a horde of pale ones invaded.
Kill the pale ones!
A voice rose above the chaos.
Forget the mage! Kill them or we will all die!
An auburn-haired male stood on the edge of the raised fountain. As much as she despised the pale ones, this bought her time to free Thane. Fennin dashed in from the scattering crowd, shooting arrows at the pale ones. Piper was at the cage door attempting to get it open. Leala turned and ran, skidding to a halt once she reached him. The door needed a key. She laid her hand flat against the lock. Vines pushed in and tore it apart, allowing her to swing the door open. She climbed inside and grabbed his bloody face in between her palms. "I'm here. They can't hurt you anymore." He met her stare as the corner of his mouth crooked upward. Then she quickly broke the chains with her power. Piper caught Thane's upper body before he fell. "Fennin!" she shouted. "Some help!" When a pale one slammed into the side of the cage, he stuck his head through the bars and screeched. The sound hurt her ears, ringing after he shut his mouth. Leala shoved a dagger under his chin, sinking it to the hilt. Black blood gurgled out of his mouth and down her hand until she jerked her dagger back. She whirled around to Fennin, sliding his arm under Thane.
"Come on, let's get you out of this cage,"
he said in a tender voice one might use speaking to a sibling in danger. When they jumped to the ground, Thane groaned, clutching his side where blood still oozed. The deep red covering most of his body made Leala sick. She looked for a way through the mobs of pale ones and woodland elf soldiers when Phantom came from out of nowhere, rearing and neighing loudly. "Just in time, boy." Leala wanted to cheer at the steed's arrival. Fennin struggled to push Thane onto his back until Leala and Piper helped. It was much harder to lift someone who couldn't much help themselves. When he was finally on Phantom's back, Thane slumped heavily forward and to one side, as if he might slip off at any moment. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long once Phantom started moving, especially bareback. Using her magic as a step, she leapt up behind Thane and wrapped her arms around him, hoping she could hold him upright. His pain radiated into her stronger than before. "I'm getting you out of here."
"Go! Go!"
Fennin shouted.
"We're right behind you."
Leala reached around Thane, grabbing Phantom's mane and kicked him into a run. "Get the mage! Get the female!" one of the pale creatures bellowed. Phantom slowed for not a soul, running pale ones down and darting around elves. Leala kept glancing back to make sure that Fennin and Piper were still close behind, and they were. When they made it out of the city and deep enough into the woods where no one followed, Leala pulled Phantom to a stop. With a groan, Thane started slipping to the side. "Thane!" she cried, trying to keep him upright, but he was too heavy. They slid off and hit the ground hard. Leala scrambled to her knees and leaned over him, tears spilling down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed. "I'm sorry I left you. I shouldn't have. I lied. I do love you." She wrapped her arms around his neck. "I love you, Thane Athael." Chapter 43. Love was a powerful force. It could not be bought. It could not be taken or stolen. Although sometimes it must be fought for, it must be given freely.
"And I love you.
You were magnificent back there.
Thane's voice was hoarse, but he still managed to smile. Crying harder, Leala pressed her lips gently to his. Tell me how to do the healing rune spell. He shook his head.
No, I would never let you do that for me.
Thane! Leala chided. She knew the spell required her pain, but she could handle it. It was the least she could do after leaving him.
These wounds will be closed in an hour at most,
Fennin said.
He will be fine.
She'd seen him heal before, but it was still hard to believe, difficult to watch him suffer in the meantime. Looking over his body, Leala found that many of the cuts were already healing. All the wounds had stopped bleeding and were scabbed. Some looked almost completely closed. She sighed and let tears flow in a steady stream down her face. I'm sorry I left you, and you were right. I hear a stream, Piper said. I'll get some water for you, Thane. She took off at a sprint. Tiff climbed down from Leala's bag that had been slung over Fennin's shoulder and stood at the crown of Thane's head. The sorceress said it was the mate bomb that killed Novak, not Leala's magic. Yay! Now you can get it on. Leala laughed. Of course Tiff would break it to him right then in such a blunt way. Tiff a pine, she drawled. Tiff looked down and rubbed her face. Sorry, I should have let you tell him, huh? Thane chuckled and searched Leala's eyes.
Is that true?
Grinning with so much happiness, Leala nodded. Yes, we can be together as mates should be. We won't turn into pale ones. We don't have to die.
I guess going to the sorceress wasn't all bad.
He reached up, wiping tears off Leala's cheek with his thumb.
She owes the sorceress an undisclosed favor,
Fennin said, folding his arms.
Which was worth the information, but we don't know what she'll ask for.
Thane slowly pushed himself upright, guided by Leala's hand.
I'm sorry I didn't come for you. I could have helped. I could have made that bargain for you. I shouldn't have let you leave on your own, and then you had to come to my rescue.
He pushed his messy hair out of his face. Stop it. Leala took his hands and kissed the tops of both. I don't want to hear any of that. I pushed you away. This was my mistake. Piper came with a canteen of water and both of her ripped-off sleeves soaked in water. Thane took them with a thank you and started by wiping his face. Tiff offered a stale lemon cookie that she'd made over a week ago. He ate it in 2 bites. Fennin still had his bow in hand. He stood, doing a quick scan of the area.
We should get moving. The woodland elves might find us, or the pale ones could be tracking us.
Piper snorted. Brunard's soldiers will kill the pale ones, even if it's a bloodbath. And after what Leala did to them, I don't think they'll send anyone anytime soon. Still on her knees beside Thane, Leala glanced back. She thought she should feel some guilt for what she'd done, that it would hit her suddenly and she'd be a mess. But when she thought of the screams and her blade plunging and slashing and her magic tearing them apart, all she felt was satisfaction. She knew she shouldn't, but she did. Thane promised to destroy anyone who hurt her, and she did the same for him.
Thank you,
Thane said and shakily rose to his feet.
You are remarkable. You did what it would have taken an army to do.
Leala slid her arm around his lower back, and her hand rested against his chest to balance him. Let's get you onto Phantom until we find shelter. Fennin held out his clasped palms and helped lift Thane onto the horse.
There is an old abandoned ruin halfway to the portal from here. It would at least provide some cover so you can rest. Fennin is right. We can't stay here in the open no matter how much they may fear Leala.
On the walk, Thane told them how he came to be in Caladira, and the story twisted Leala's insides. He'd come here to ask his enemy to kill him. It made her sick to think if she hadn't made it in time, he'd be dead, as would she, over her false belief. When they came upon the stone structure Thane had spoken of, Piper and Fennin went inside to scout it out. With a half-caved-in roof that maybe once had been made of straw and mud, and crumbling stone walls nestled against a small hillside, the only thing that might be in there were wild animals. Thane slid down from Phantom and stretched his arms over his head. His wounds all healed and hadn't left a single scar, Every inch of him was as perfect as it had ever been. She couldn't help but touch the bare skin of his back that once had so many slashes. How is this possible without magic? I know they say you can heal, but why? He lifted a shoulder.
It runs on my mother's side of the family. The natural ability to heal quickly is in my blood. It has long been said that her bloodline, Vonus, was descended from a god of the old world, the ones time forgot.
Her eyebrows furrowed. But I thought they weren't real, just old stories.
You asked why I can heal quickly. I gave you the only answer I know.
Piper emerged through the broken doorway first. It's clear. Fennon stepped out right after her.
There's an old bed made of straw in there. A little dusty and certainly not for a king, but you can get rest there. We'll make for the portal in an hour.
We're going to search for something to eat so you can regain your strength. Leala made her way to the entrance and stood in the doorway. The weeds had taken over most of the inside, and the roof opened up into the sky and trees above. She glanced over her shoulder to see Piper scoop up Tiff and put her on her shoulder, then handed Thane her pack. "We're coming back, right?" Tiff asked. "Yes, but they need time to talk, alone." Thane gave Fennon a hug. Turning away, Leala stepped inside. Sitting on the makeshift bed that at least had an old cotton blanket, Leala laid back and stared up at the sky. Thane's footsteps made her heart beat faster. She sat up with a smile. His very presence made her happy. It took leaving him for her to realize how much she loved him. He paused just inside the doorway. The light cascaded around him, making the edges of his form glow.
They said they'll be back soon. I'm going to wash off in the stream.
Leala nodded, her heart suddenly racing. She stood, and with each step closer to him, her breath shook. "I'll come with you." Blood still covered her hands from her warpath. The stream ran merely a few yards from the ruins. It was only knee-deep and a leg's length wide, but it was fresh water. Leala removed her boots and then dipped her hands in and scrubbed at her hands and arms. The water ran a light pink color until it washed clear downstream. Thane waded into the water and sunk down until his body was submerged. Through the bond, his inner turmoil seeped into her. Anguish and fury from what he endured. He floated on his back, scratching his scalp. When he rose up, water rolled over the hard muscles of his body. He was so beautiful and good, and a pulse low in her gut throbbed. She stared without pause, without embarrassment. She wanted to ask him to make love to her right then, to give them what they both craved. But how could she ask that when they'd just saved him from being tortured? He wrung out his dark hair and came out of the stream with his pants clinging to his powerful thighs. Silently, she stood and placed a hand on his chest. She couldn't find the words for what she wanted, couldn't make them form, but they only had tonight. "I know I said I was sorry, but I need you to know I truly am," she began. "You were tortured because I left you." Tears blurred her eyes. "And I feel horrible."
Please don't blame yourself. I chose to come here. Brunard will get what is coming to him.
"What can I do to make you feel better? I can sense your unease." His mouth twisted into a smile. He dropped to his knees and kissed the tops of her knuckles on both hands.
Marry me, Leia. Marry me and be my true mate. I will worship you in every imaginable way.
She swallowed hard. Maker above. He actually got down on his knees after teasing her about it. She knelt before him, taking his face into her hands and softly kissed his lips. "I would love to marry you."
I have something.
He got up and dug in Piper's bag and pulled out a small wooden box. After he removed the lid, he reached in and pulled out a ring.
I gave it to Piper to keep safe. I figured since she was a female, she would be the only one who wouldn't lose it.
With her hand against her mouth, Leala laughed. It was so true. He took her left hand and slid it onto her finger. Leala inspected it for a moment. It shined and sparkled in the sunlight. It had a silver band and swells and leaves leading up to a light purple stone surrounded by tiny diamonds in the shape of a lily. He must have had it made specifically for her. It would have to have been after he saw her magic to get this kind of detail. It's beautiful. I love it. Her gaze lifted to his face. He stared down at her, unreadable. Overwhelming need and want consumed them. Leala pushed her trembling hands up his chest and slid them around his neck. His heart beat louder than ever before. With aggravating slowness, he leaned down and finally pressed his lips against hers. Gentle at first, growing in urgency. He lifted her, and she wrapped her thighs around his waist. The desire burning for him soared when his fingers pressed into her back. They kissed and tugged at each other, making their way to the shelter ruin. Thane stumbled through the doorway, almost dropping them both to the ground. He caught himself with one hand on the wall and held her with the other. They both laughed against each other's mouths when the fragile wall caved and a new hole opened up. He set her on the straw bed, and she dragged him down on top of her, kissing him with fervor and a need that pulsed low within her. She caressed the hard muscles of his soft skin, worshipped the taut planes of his shoulders and chest with her lips. Her tongue slid along the line between his abdominal muscles, and he shivered.
Leia.
He groaned with need, grabbing the bottom of her tunic. Thane tugged it over her head. He pressed his lips between her breasts like she'd once dreamed he would. She gasped at the sensual touch. His feline smile grew wider. They kissed and caressed and explored. It seemed to surprise and delight him with every sound she made when his lips touched a different part of her. The back of her neck, below her navel. When his lips touched the inside of her thigh, she gripped the shabby blanket to keep herself from trembling.
You know I've never done this,
he murmured.
But Fennon gave me a book with some details. It was interesting.
Leala giggled. You're doing very well. Then she sat up and shoved him down. It's my turn. Her lips trailed down his chest. He moaned and flinched and trembled the further down she drew. She tugged on his pants, laughing as they stuck, until she finally jerked them off and he lay there bare. She bit her lower lip at the sight of male parts she'd threatened to cut off more than once. There was no doubt he desired her. Thane took hold of her wrist and kissed her mate rune.
You are my queen.
Leala stood on the bed and slowly pushed her underwear off. Then she slid out of her bralette, standing fully nude in front of him. And you are my king, whom I will protect and love until the end of time. Thane visibly swallowed hard, taking her in. He never looked more enticing than he did in this vulnerable state.
You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It is an honor to be your mate.
She dropped to her knees and climbed on top of him, and they became one. He moaned deeply as they rocked together. Thane was both gentle and vigorous, and their bodies melded and moved until she pulsed with euphoria. When they finished, sweaty and with heavy breath, they laid in each other's arms, faces inches apart, waiting in heart-pounding silence. Thane's mouth curled into a grin, and they started all over again. Chapter 44. Are you two still alive? Tivapine stood just below them off to the side of the old bed. Startled from slumber, Leala's head snapped up, and then feeling Thane's naked body under her, she pressed her ear to Thane's chest. His soft beating heart was the most joyous, wonderful sound she'd ever heard. He's alive, she breathed. She sat up and held a hand to her own chest. I'm alive! We're alive! She sang and threw her hands above her head. The sorceress told the truth. Tiff jumped up and down, clapping her hands. Yay! You're alive! She stopped and then cocked her head to the side. Wahoo! Thane's eyes fluttered open, and he glanced over at Tiff. With a groan, he reached for the closest piece of clothing, which happened to be Leala's underwear, to cover his male parts.
Good Lord, Gnome, what are you doing?
I drew the short stick, she shrugged. Someone had to see if you two were alive or not. I thought maybe the dragon lady lied so you would both die, and I would find you both lifeless. Then we'd have to bury you here in Caladira in this ruin, and it would be a tragic story for the ages, but unfortunate nonetheless.
Get out, I'm not dressed,
Thane said. Tiff waved a hand. I've already seen you both naked before, it's fine.
What?
Thane balked. Oh, by accident I saw you when I was roaming around your room once looking for a snack. You know how you keep chocolate by your bed sometimes. Then you came out of the bath as I stuffed my mouth full. I'd never seen a naked male elf before. It's both oddly satisfying and strange. Leala laughed, and Thane did too. Fennin and Piper both appeared in the doorway and immediately turned around but stayed in place. You're alive, they both said in unison. Leala slapped her arm over her breasts. Thane reached down and picked up the tunic and covered her with it.
Yes, we've established we're alive. I don't know why you were so worried about it.
Now we can go back home, and you can have an official wedding with the kingdom. We have a day before your deadline ends. I know you fulfilled the latter half of the deal, but you haven't promised your wedding vows, so we better hurry to the portal, Piper said with her back to them. And then we can kick some Palemun ass.
Leala is rubbing off on you,
Fennin said. Piper shoved him and they both disappeared from view. You leave too, Tiff. Leala pointed at the exit. We're fine, as you can see. She winked at them both and scampered out. Thane and Leala locked eyes, and a slow smile pulled at his lips.
That was the most magnificent thing I've ever experienced. I need to have you again. Just once more, before we go.
Grinning, she wrapped her arms around his neck. You're going to wear me out.
Most certainly,
he said. After, Leala lay on his chest, twirling a piece of his hair around her finger. Her eyes flicked to his ear and she tugged on it. So, she gently slid her fingertips down to his earlobe. He shivered at the touch. I was wrong, I'll admit it. His eyebrows furrowed.
Wrong about what?
She smiled and licked her lips. Remember when I commented about pointed male ears with small tips and therefore small lower bits? A slow smirk grew.
I do.
So, that was a definite myth. He chuckled and pulled her down for a rough kiss.
I told you you'd find out. And you said you weren't interested in my male parts. Actually, I think your exact words were not remotely interested. But have you come to crave me, Leia?
His rough fingers slid along her ribcage, bringing goosebumps to her flesh. Yes. He cupped her bottom and squeezed.
And will you show me just how much later tonight?
She smiled and kissed him again. As soon as I can get you alone again, it'll be a long walk back to Castle Dreadwich. He grabbed his pants off the floor and shook the dirt off them.
And we'll have to wait until we have the ceremony to finish the spell, but absence does make the heart grow fonder.
I need to wash off in the stream. Leala peeked out in the massive hole in the side of the ruin. Make sure they're not close enough to see, please. She hopped outside and dipped into the water.
I'll keep watch, my love.
When they dressed and stepped out to meet Piper and Fennin and Tiff, they sat a ways off near the stream, with Tiff in between them and Phantom grazing nearby. You think they heard us? Leala asked, feeling a blush creep up her neck.
I think the whole of Caladira heard you.
She smacked his chest and stamped ahead. He wrapped his arms around her middle and his lips grazed her ear.
I loved it. Don't be embarrassed.
He scooped her up into his arms and she giggled, pulling herself up to kiss him.
Let's go home.
When the Valley of the Sun came into view, lit up by golden light, Leala grinned. It was so beautiful, and it was home. She once thought it never could be, but Thane was home, and this was where he resided. Thane cleared his throat.
We'll need to have a small ceremony, completing the mate spell by voicing our vows, and we'll be forced to hit the sheets, I'm sure.
What a terrible thing, Leala said, smiling, and took hold of his hand. She brought his knuckles to her lips and kissed them. I only wish my friends and my aunt could be here for it. Even if she knew she would never go back to Briar Hollow to live again, she missed them. As much as she liked the luxury of the castle, she'd missed the cottage and her simple life. But Thane was worth staying.
They will.
Thane assured her.
We'll bring them when we have our celebration, and for your coronation, of course. Anyone you want.
Am I going to have to find another room? Tiff whined. I can hardly be present with you two, naked and doing the nasty. Everyone laughed. Leala couldn't help the blush from taking over her face. We'll find you somewhere, Tiff, she said. A room of your own. They started up the slope, leading to Castle Dreadwich on the other side, when a figure appeared at the top of the hill. Dark blonde hair waved in the gentle breeze. Black armor glinted, but the sun behind him made it impossible to tell who it was. A soldier by the look of his attire. Who is that? I think it's Aldrich, Piper said and waved. He'll be so happy we got this mess sorted out. Another soldier joined him, and another, until the hill was lined with them. A welcome home party, perhaps? Unless something happened while they were gone, and they were guarding the hillside into the city. An arrow zipped by and slammed into Thane's thigh. He groaned and stumbled. Leala gasped, keeping hold of his hand, and was dragged back with him. He cursed and snapped the arrow's shaft off, but the metal head was still lodged. It's us! Piper screamed, jumping in front of Thane, sword drawn. Fennin waved his arms wildly.
You just shot your High King!
He roared.
Stop!
That arrow is laced with Catagus,
Thane said.
My magic is fading again.
Another whistled through the air. Leala dropped just before it flew past her head. Something is wrong, Piper said, backing up into Thane, driving into him. They're not listening. We can make a run for the portal.
No.
Thane barked.
I'm not running from my own soldiers. I am king.
Thane! Leala pleaded as the soldiers began marching down the hill. Something was very wrong. They knew who they shot at if the arrow was laced with Catagus. Thane stepped out in front of Piper and Fennin.
Stop! By order of your High King!
They didn't falter in their advance.
Holy Maker above!
Fennin said in disbelief.
That isn't Aldrich, it's... Tenebris.
Thane breathed.
That's impossible. He's dead.
He looks very much alive, Piper said, hysteria growing in her voice. Run! She turned and shoved Thane hard in the chest. Run!
I refuse to run from him. This is my kingdom.
Piper pushed him again, and this time Thane stumbled back. He will take Leala. Run! Leala stared at the elf who murdered her parents. Her magic itched at her fingers. Her blood roared in her ears. I can kill him, she said quietly, stepping forward. Another arrow flew by her, barely missing her torso. Large hands gripped her shoulders and dragged her backward.
No, you can't,
Thane said in her ear.
He's immune to magic. Your vines would wrap around him and all he would have to do is touch them and they'd dissolve. It's a rune he has, and I can't let you kill our people to get to him.
Thane practically tossed Leala onto Midnight's back and leapt up behind her.
We'll hold them off,
Fennin said with a dip of his chin.
Get her away from here.
Leala! Tiff screamed. Leala twisted around, reaching a hand toward Tiff. We have to get her. Thane shook his head.
We can't.
Run, Tiffapine! Thane didn't slow Midnight as they tore down the dirt road. The steed's heavy breath shot out loudly with his speed. Leala's stomach churned as she gripped his mane. It was wrong to leave their friends. Would Tenebris kill them? We can't abandon them.
If my father gets you and the Black Mage rises, too many will die.
They turned at the rotten old tree and tore across the long grass leading into the scary woods. Thankfully, it was daylight. A whooshing sound above, and a huge shadow cast over them. Leala lifted her eyes. Her breath caught in a scream. A huge black dragon flew overhead. Dragon! She shrieked. It dropped like a hawk, hitting the ground in front of them with an earth-quaking force. Midnight reared up, screeching. Then the form shifted in the blink of an eye to a woman. Violet. Oh, Maker, was she here to call in her favor already? She trudged at them with determination. "Get off the horse," she commanded. Leala pressed into Thane's chest behind her and shook her head. Her magic was ready to raise hell.
"Stay with me,"
Thane whispered. "Or don't," Violet said. "It doesn't matter to me." She raised her palm up. The necklace around Leala's neck tore free and flew to the sorceress's hand. Leala clutched at her neck. "The mate bond can be broken with that necklace." "No!" The dragon shifter began chanting quietly. Leala jumped down and rushed her, dagger drawn. Violet held up her other hand, and Leala slammed into something invisible, and suddenly every fiber of her being was being held hostage. She couldn't move, could barely breathe. Thane charged past her, but he was stopped just as abruptly. Leala's magic broke free, tearing through the ground, gathering around Violet like a cage, but it couldn't touch her. There seemed to be a barrier around her. Leala pushed more and more, rage fueling the barbed vines until they completely encased the dragon shifter. Leala regained control of herself and crept closer. If the dragon's power no longer held them, maybe she's dead. A searing, burning pain like fire dug at her mate-marked wrist. Leala hissed, grabbed her arm, and watched as the mark began to fade, first going a light gray, then pale as flesh. "No!" Leala cried. "No!" Thane grabbed Leala and pulled her against him.
"It's all right. Whether we are bonded as mates or not, I love you. We must go while she's trapped."
The familiar essence of him slowly faded away with the mark, the feeling of love and passion that flowed in her from him, and then her chest started to ache. It was sadness and pain felt like when Novak died all over again. Her knees buckled, and she cried out, falling against him. Why did it hurt so much? Thane dropped to the ground, clutching at his chest. He pulled in ragged breaths. It was like a limb they shared was severed and bleeding.
"Get up,"
he said, his voice breaking.
"We have to get up."
He grabbed her arms and dragged her to wobbly legs. With her arm across his shoulders and his around her middle, he carried Leala toward the woods. They crossed into the heavy shade of the thick gnarled trees. Loud snapping and popping pushed Thane faster. Leala glanced back. Violet broke free and was following them. A mass of soldiers crested the hill and ran down. They'd be upon them swiftly. "You're making this harder than it needs to be," Violet shouted. "King Tenebris got his favor from me, and now I'm calling in mine from you, Leala." Leala's foot caught on a root, and she stumbled. Thane held her tighter and kept pulling her along.
"Don't look back,"
he warned.
"Keep looking forward. We're going to make it."
They rushed past the downed tree from when Leala fought the giant, and the moss of her broken and tangled vines from the scorpion. But she heard Violet's footsteps gaining on them. Leala pushed through the pain and pulled free of Thane, breaking into a full run. He kept in step beside her, but the blood spilling down his leg from the arrow still embedded, and the pain of a severed mate bond slowed him. The portal came into view. Tears flowed down her cheeks faster. "We're going to make it. We're going to make it," she chanted silently. The portal was so close now, only a handful of yards away. With a strangled cry, Thane was wrenched backward. Violet's dragon paw protruded from his middle. Her hand now covered in black scales, and with talons at least 3 inches long. Blood and pieces of his flesh covered her hand. Leala screamed.
"Go, Leala!"
Thane bellowed.
"Go!"
She ran at Violet and slashed her dagger across the woman's arm, nearly severing it. With a hiss, Violet wrenched her hand free of Thane, and he dropped to the ground. Leala hacked at her again, driving the blade deep into the right side of Violet's chest, missing her heart. She jerked it free and was thrown back with an invisible force and crashed into a tree trunk, knocking the back of her skull hard. Her breath whooshed from her lungs, and her head throbbed. Black spread across her vision. Thane lay unmoving on the ground. She wanted to call out to him, but nothing came out of her open mouth. Leala tried to lift her arms, begged her body to rise, but she succumbed to darkness. When Leala woke, she lay on a straw cot. The domed ceiling above had wood rafters across where birds nested. The one window in the dark grey brick room let in a fresh breeze and warm sunlight. Placing her hand on the back of her head, she sat up. On instinct, she reached out to feel for Thane, but there was nothing. She turned over her wrist, and no trace of the mate mark ever being there existed. A single tear slid down her cheek. The last time she saw him, he was unconscious and gravely wounded in the woods. Where was he? Did they? She couldn't let her thoughts drift to that dark place. But Maker, why had the dragon sorceress broken their bond if not to be able to kill Thane without Leala dying too? She said she did Tenebris a favor. Would he want Thane dead? Shoving herself up, she hurried to the door and tugged on the handle. It was locked from the outside. She dashed to the window of the tiny room. She stood in a tall tower of Castle Dreadwich, perhaps its highest peak. Soldiers patrolling below looked like small creatures from this height. The next level down, a peaked stone roof was at least 70 feet, a fall she wouldn't survive without the aid of her magic. Her power was absent. She ran to the door again, jerking harder, slamming her fist against the thick, hard wood. "Let me out! Where is Thane?" The sun moved significantly across the sky before the door creaked open. Leala jumped to her feet. The blonde elf king stepped out from the shadows. His harsh face looked nothing like Thane's. With his hands behind his back, he stepped into the room. In the dark hallway behind him, Leala spotted Aldrich. "Aldrich!" she called, stepping toward him. He closed the door. Her jaw dropped. Was he on Tenebris's side? Was he just following orders until he could help?
Leala Lightbringer,
Tenebris said in a clipped tone.
I've waited a long time for this moment.
"Piss off," she snarled.
That isn't any way for a lady to speak.
Clenching her jaw tight, she stared at him, waiting for him to make a move. She might be able to take him in a hand-to-hand fight.
Thane is dead. Even though he was my firstborn son, he was a traitor.
Panic clawed at her chest. Her hands trembled at his words. It couldn't be true. She slowly shook her head. No, 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 no! She wouldn't accept that. Couldn't accept that. The rush of her blood filled her ears. Tenebris's mouth moved, but she heard nothing. The room began to spin.
You will stay in this tower with no food or drink until you decide to cooperate.
His voice finally broke through.
It's time for the Black Mage to rise.
"I will never do it," she said, swallowing the lump in her throat. "I'll die first."
We'll see about that.
He turned away. She took the opening and charged. She leapt onto his back and hooked her elbow around his throat. His nails dug into her arms as he scratched to break free of her hold. "You fool!" she spit. "Never turn your back on an enemy." She squeezed harder, willing this prick to die. The satisfaction of hearing his ragged breaths brought a crazed smile to her mouth. The king who killed her parents, the king who hurt and abused her Thane, would be gone forever. The door burst open, and Sunshine pulled his sword. Leala lifted her head. Now was his chance. He cracked her on the temple with the pommel of his weapon. She fell to the ground, clutching her searing wound. Aldrich kicked her in the ribs, and she wheezed in pain. She scurried back until her shoulders hit the cot. It hurt even more than the physical blow to know that Sunshine turned on her. What was happening? Why would he do this? He held Tenebris's arm and led him to the exit. The High King gave her one last look.
You were born to raise the Black Mage. It is inevitable. It is your destiny.
Then he was gone. A minute or so after the door closed behind Tenebris, Aldrich appeared. Leala still held her bleeding temple, trying to make sense of everything. She flinched when he stepped into the room, the sound of his boots heavy in the silence. He stood near the window and looked out.
If Thane was smart, he would have surrendered and lived to negotiate with our father. but he had to get himself killed.
Our father, echoed in her mind. Our father. He's alive. She said as much to herself as to him. She wouldn't believe anything else. Aldrich sighed.
When I shot you in the woods, it was to get him to bring you home. I didn't foresee everything else. It should have been simple, but then you went to the dragon and Thane to Brunard and screwed everything up. He didn't need to die.
You shot me. You! Her voice was barely a whisper. Maker above. It didn't make sense. You almost killed me, and you nearly shot Talon.
My aim was off. I meant to injure you less severely.
Were you working for Tenebris this whole time?
I was promised things if I remained loyal to my father. He contacted me shortly after Thane tried to kill him. And yes, Thane was my half-brother, but no, he never knew.
She was going to be sick. Aldrich was the traitor. The reason Thane might be gone. Where are Piper and Fennin? And Tifapine?
In prison.
I won't help you or him. I won't raise the Black Mage. It won't matter what you do to me.
You say that now, but you will change your mind when he starts to kill people you care about. I already told him about Briar Hollow and your aunt.
She felt the blood drain from her face. Aldrich! She wheezed. A sharp pain throbbed in her chest. Why are you doing this?
Because one day, I will be High King of Palinor.
Bastard! She gritted out. That's all you are and all you'll ever be. Bastards never rule. Aldrich finally pulled his gaze from the window.
You should give Tenebris what he wants. He's already taken a lot from you, and he will take more.
Get out! Aldrich slipped silently from the room. Leala lost all composure and sobbed into her hands. Her chest still ached from the severed bond. Pain throbbed all over her head, making it difficult to think, and she was trapped here with her worst enemy, not knowing if Thane was dead or alive. They could just be saying it to leave her hopeless, but she had to prepare for the possibility that it was true. If he was truly gone, what would she do? If all there was left was watching her friends be tortured to death or raising the Black Mage and watch the world burn. She glanced toward the window. The fall would kill her. Night came and went, and the morning sun shone brightly. She hadn't slept. The anxious energy coursing through her body like fire wouldn't allow it. She'd searched every inch of the tower room for a way out, but it was only the door or the window. The stone on the outside was too flat and smooth to climb down. If only she had her magic, she could use her vines to escape and find Thane, but they wouldn't be foolish enough to allow her to regain her power. She saw a steady dose of Catechus serum in her future. Caw! Caw! A raven flapped onto the ledge, its head cocked to the side, and it ruffled its feathers. Caw! Leala grabbed the pillow and tossed it. Go away! The pillow fell short and hit the wall. The bird lifted into the air, flapping its wings loudly, and then settled back down. Caw! She jumped up to shoo it off, when she caught sight of the small piece of rolled paper tied to its ankle. She smacked herself in the forehead. It was a raven. Her heart thudded loudly when she reverently tiptoed